to strive. One day I'll have what I want. I want the whole world in the palm of my hand. I got a plan, I'm the man. Now I'm teaching the game, a veteran, better than anybody else who tests me. I'm ready, looking in my hand and it's steady. I'm trending, ascending and blending, lyrical bending. Now I'm spreading and getting my name out now. Yeah, they hearing me laugh. All the crowds repping the sound. I'm hitting the ground, running, up and coming. Ain't nothing, yeah, rookie of the year. I'ma keep it 100, cold-blooded, no budget. From nothing to something, I ain't bluffing. I got a full hand and a full plan. I ain't gonna stop till I'm at the top, man. Every single drop got me feeling awesome. I'm about to pop, started from the bottom, yeah. I wanna live, I'm cold inside. Give all I have just to feel alive. I fight to live, I fight to strive. One day I'll have what I want in life.
Well, I say every day it's a getting closer to taking a bath with my fucking toaster.
We're not qualified.
Explorers in the further regions of experience.
If you do not listen,
Then the hell with you.
Greetings, salutations, and welcome to the 150th episode of Screaming Into the Void, the show where we talk about whatever the hell we feel like. Welcome in, y'all. We made it. I hope you like the little montage I put together at the beginning there. That was everyone who has ever been on the show in order.
It was pretty cool. Pretty cool, dude. I liked it.
I hope you fucking appreciate it. It took me 3 days to edit.
That's because you're using the wrong equipment, sir. I'm just curious. How did you find that really, really, really stupid old clip of me? Was that from your show?
Yeah, it was your first appearance.
Wow. Yeah, that'd be about right.
Yeah. I had to go through 149 fucking episodes to get all those clips.
That is why, sir. That is why at the very beginning of every Sasquatch Shields, one of the first things I do is bring the guest up as a big screen so that I can have that edited clip for later, and it's right there at the beginning, and I don't have to look around for it because I, sir, am a genius.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, welcome in, everybody. We are live on Twix, Rumble, and 2 separate YouTube channels. We're restreaming also to Caucasian Sasquatch's YouTube channel, but also over on mine, Samuel the Infamous, where you can find the majority of the shenanigans we get up to and some other stuff. We're going to introduce the panel here, and then we're going to say hello to the chat, and then we're going to get into today's program, which is a little bit different than usual. So first up, green-haired anti-liberal. Good to see you. How you been? Welcome in.
You're a little different than usual.
Yeah, I'm trying my radio
out,
voice.
man. You're like chipper and excited.
yeah, stop it.
I am excited. This is awesome.
It took me months to get him to do this. Fucking let it happen, man.
It was unexpected. He is not a chipper dude.
That's fair.
He gets to play video games again. He gets to beat things to death and not get arrested for it. That's why he's happy.
But I'm glad to be here. Happy 150th, you old.
I thought it was maybe like a chick moved into like Wyoming somewhere.
You know we have women here, right?
Right. Right. Both of them.
Allegedly.
This is just under 500,000 people in Wyoming, man. There's a couple of women here.
Right.
Only a couple.
All right. Well, welcome
But
in.
you know good and well that the fridge is protecting the snacks.
Well, since you're so keen on continuing to speak, why don't you introduce yourself, Sasquatch?
Hi, I'm Sasquatch. I'm generally annoying, and I try my best not to be that annoying. It doesn't work, but I try.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Right below Sasquatch, we have Abe.
Yo, what's going on? Happy 150th.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate you being here.
Yeah, it's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Absolutely. Shadow of Hawk coming in hot. We haven't had you on the panel in a minute.
Yes, I've gotten today off work. That was nice. Howdy, everyone. I'm the Shadow of the Hawk. I'm glad to be here for the 150th. Been
Awesome.
here for, 3 years now? Hoping
Dude,
for another 3.
Your first episode, you were one of the first ones in the montage because your first episode was episode 15.
Yeah, and I think minus Cat's live streams, I think this was my first stream ever. And I think it was also my first stream I had my camera on because I didn't know what I wanted to use for a PFP. So,
Indeed.
Yeah.
And joining us today, which I'm very glad that he made it, because this whole thing that we're going to do today was totally his idea. Static 2020.
Hi, yes, glad to be here for your 150th. Congratulations. I'm really excited to look at all the weird shit that this movie has to say. It's been a long time since my mother tried to propagandize me against the Mormons, so I can't.
Fair enough.
It's so funny. It's like he didn't take some of the information from it into adulthood, and he's making it seem like his mother
Hey, now, look.
made him do it when he was a child. And
Look,
that was the only
look.
time.
I don't care where you guys think the blacks come from. It doesn't really matter to me. All right.
You guys. What do you mean,
None
you
of that.
guys?
I'm pretty sure both of us have stated that we are no longer part of that.
No, I don't care what the Mormons. I
And-
don't care what anyone thinks where black people come from. I really, quite frankly, don't give a shit.
Honestly,
I
that's
think
probably
it's
the
funny.
least controversial thing they say in this movie. But
It's still funny that in this movie,
Well, they say the wrong thing, Sam.
the thing that they say in this movie is fucking hilarious, and that's why it stuck with me, because it's weird.
it is weird. It's very weird. Yeah, so we may have other people pop in, we may not as we roll along. This is going to be probably a longer episode because the video that we're going through is an hour long, and as per fair use and all that stuff. Plus, I'm sure that a number of us will have a lot to say ad nauseum, whether you want to hear it or not, but we're going to do it anyway. So it is going to be a long episode, but welcome in. The plan today is that we're going to basically commentate over a film that came out in 1982 called The God Makers, which is an anti-Mormon propaganda film. Right now, full disclosure, myself and as she stated just a moment ago, green-haired anti-liberal, or GHAL for short, are former Mormons. We are former members of that church. We're no longer associated with it. But it's
I'm not excommunicated. Are you?
Oh, very much so.
Okay. See, I'm not. I'm just, what do they call it?
You're a Jack Mormon.
Well, no, I mean like the official thing in the books.
How do
Like,
you like?
Disfellowshipped?
No.
They send you a letter when you've been excommunicated. Like, how does that work?
No, it's pretty simple process. Actually, you go in, they say some things, you say some things get written down, and then you leave. That's it. It's a pretty easy exit interview, actually. I didn't get kicked out. I asked them to take me off the records, so it was a really easy process for me.
Oh, you see, that's weird.
it was a mutual breakup.
Like when you're no longer doing something, but you're not out of it, like you're no longer practicing.
I know, but the fact that you have to ask your church to take you off the records, but
Yeah.
because you're just leaving, is weird.
Well,
It's a bit
so
odd. Yeah.
you're baptized, so you're like in the books type
Uh-huh.
of thing. So
Weird.
Catholics do the same thing, man.
Yeah.
They
It's not
you know,
just a Mormon.
every baby born to Catholic parents is considered a Catholic, so that's how they pad their numbers.
Weird.
Right?
Weird.
I've been baptized. I didn't have to tell any church to leave me
well,
the fuck
I
alone.
haven't
Like,
told them
Yeah.
either, and they leave me alone. But
I fell in a river once. Does that count?
Close
can
enough.
Somebody
there
hold
can
you
still
down
be
until
stuff-
you accepted Jesus?
No, but he did hold me down until I got loose.
like the Jews.
Fair enough. All right, before we get too off the rails here, because that is a thing that happens on this show quite frequently. We're gonna go ahead and greet the chat, which we have a fair number of people in chat already. I'm happy to see y'all. I got Scotty Waddles. Welcome in, brother.
Number one.
Kohai Masochist coming in after that. Good to see you. Slutty Gorilla Biscuits.
Yes, yes.
I think I kind of love your handle.
I love a lot about this one.
We've got Old Blindy with us. Welcome in, welcome in. Weasel, good to see you, buddy. So is this a place to be educated? I mean, for a given value of educated, maybe? we say
I mean,
shit.
not like
Sometimes
missionary
it's true.
style educated, but
Well, tonight, especially, you may learn something.
It's possible. It's possible. Tootie Bug, welcome in. Welcome in. Some of these people I haven't even seen in your chats before, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, they're around. They're there.
Yeah.
Aye.
We got Truism with us. Welcome in, buddy. Welcome in. One of the people who could be here if he wanted to. Snark and Sass. Howdy. Good to see you. And also, thank you, True. Appreciate it.
howdy, is Wyoming getting to you that badly?
You know, I've lived here almost my entire life, right?
Said howdy before.
I say howdy all the time.
Rarely.
No, he says it frequently. You just don't pay attention.
So we got Professor Savage Dad in chat. Hello. Hello. Welcome in. We've got, let's see,
Maybe it was
Midwest
the
Accountability.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He does a magnificent Hank Hill voice. A lot of people hate it, but it's really good.
Actually, I think I've been on panel with Midwest while he was doing that while you were drunk.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm real sorry about that. I could apologize more, but I'm not going to.
It is what it is, man. Powdered Dusty, welcome in, buddy. Good to see you.
Yo.
And I think we've got the Smoking Auditor. Hello, hello, hello. I think we're caught up with everybody in chat. As you come in.
I have one caveat.
Yo.
Smoking Auditor just sent me $30 because he's an absolute freaking pimp. Yes, sir. Love it.
Okay. Welcome. Welcome in. Awesome stuff.
Wouldn't you be a job?
Speaking of which, right, there is no obligation on my channel. At least there's no obligation whatsoever. But if you feel so inclined as to throw money at me like I'm some kind of degenerate hooker, there is a Cash App link pinned at the top of the chat. You're more than welcome to. I will absolutely take your money and thank you for it. But again, no obligation whatsoever.
Instead of you feel so inclined, you should have said, if you feel so obliged. After you said there was no
You're both
obligation.
wrong. Here's the proper way to grift. Can I have the big screen for a moment?
Oh, if you must.
I must. Ladies and gentlemen, if you feel so inclined, give me money immediately. Don't wait. You might not have it later to give to me. I like having money. It doesn't bother me a bit. It's a muscle. You have to flex that grifting muscle. Else the grift no state will die. And none of us will be out here taking your money, your easily disposable wealth from you. And that's the type of situation I want to be in. So send money me, money now.
I really think you missed the point of what I was saying, Squatch.
Oh no, I have the point firmly under control.
Did you sell merch that says Grift No State? That's all I took out of this.
No, but I know someone who does.
All right, fair enough. So, all right, we've greeted a chat. We have introduced ourselves. We're going to get right into it here in just a moment. I will say, though, for people who are in the chat, wherever you're on, you know, if you're on Twix, if you're on Rumble, you're on one of the 2 YouTube channels, if you post something in the chat, we will try to acknowledge your presence, at least by bringing up one of your chats on the screen so that you know that we see you. Otherwise, this is kind of a shit show, so strap in. All right. Let me full screen bitch here. Make sure that everything can be heard. I think it's maybe playing. Here we go.
No,
You guys all heard that, right?
Yeah.
Whose internet are we on?
it's the shitternet.
We're on mine.
I'm pulling it up.
Fix that. This isn't going to work.
Yep.
Well,
You
damn
tried,
it.
Sam.
I had to try. Y'all know I had to try. 150 episodes. I figured the gods were smiling on me this one time while I waved the middle finger at them, but as it turns out, they don't really like that very much.
No, sir.
Mhm.
That's not how the universe works. It's the cosmic jester smiling and laughing in the dark at you.
Fair enough. So, So yeah, as usual, you know, we're gonna have to stop it fairly frequently to commentate and all that, but I don't think that's
I have
going
a
to be an
feeling this
issue.
is
Using
under
Christian
barriers.
Video Vault, by the way.
Mhm.
That's
The links for both the channel and this specific video on that channel are in the description below.
Static, you were saying something, I think.
I think this isn't copyrighted anymore.
It may not be, but even so.
Yeah.
Better safe than sorry.
Can you hear? Should I turn it down?
Yes.
I heard it.
I can hear it perfectly fine.
Also, Christian Video Vault only posted this movie. It did not make it. Just so y'all know.
It looks beautiful from the outside, but when you peel off the mask and talk to the victims,
I love
you
this guy's
uncover
voice.
another part of the story.
Oh God, I'm already gonna hear.
I fucking love this guy's voice. He's like in the deepest heart of America, there is an evil brewing.
Dude,
Victims.
the guy
I
from
just-
all the things.
Yeah, it's got like a very specific kind of vibe to it straight away, hasn't it?
Oh, it's so scary. I'm gonna have nightmares.
It's
gonna
like
be
true
great.
crime, but it's mostly lies.
Who hasn't seen this before?
I have not, and my initial reaction is I'm expecting Cobra Commander to show up at some point, based off this introduction.
I'm expecting an aneurysm. So there's
Don't
that.
you just get those?
Yeah.
Come in, Gary.
All right.
The documented evidence you're about to see may seem unbelievable, but it's all true.
Not true.
When they took my family,
Oh,
there wasn't anything else to live for.
Where'd they go?
Damn.
I tried to kill myself. Thank God I didn't succeed. I think the most difficult part of this for
Should have sucked harder.
is that they have turned my own beautiful children against me. You know, the brainwashing techniques of this organization are really incredibly effective.
like any church?
Interesting.
Like-
You mean the same thing?
See, here's where they get into it with a little bit of the wordplay, right? Because when he talks about brainwashing obviously brings up a specific thing. What he's actually talking about is indoctrination. Now, indoctrination
Yeah.
isn't quite the same thing. Yes, it can lead you to think in certain ways and all that stuff, but I don't believe that it's always necessarily a bad thing, right? All of us everywhere who have children indoctrinate our children, right?
Yep.
It's like a necessary part
Hot.
of life. For instance, if you don't indoctrinate your children to maybe not touch a hot stove, right? They're gonna burn themselves, right? It's not always a bad thing, but the way they frame it here, it's like, you know, it's like, oh my God, it's not like every other church everywhere or religion or, you know,
That's
group of
what I was
people
just
who
about to
have
say.
common
Can-
values do this with their young.
Can you name a single
football
church that doesn't indoctrinate?
I mean, high school students are indoctrinated to support their football teams, and
Yeah.
it's the same premise mentally.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do this.
Good girl.
On behalf of a growing number of victims, Ed Decker, together with Dick Bear, themselves victims of this powerful organization,
I can't.
consulted with a Los Angeles-based law firm about filing a class action lawsuit.
Mr. Bear, Mr. Decker,
This is so
just what are we
dramatized.
dealing with here?
Yeah.
We're dealing with
100%.
a massive organization, a multi-billion-dollar
Reality TV.
Badly as
corporation.
well.
Huh?
Badly as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah. Yes. Like it.
Badly. No, this is great, dude. This was cutting edge in 1982.
And
This
for
was
like
Yeah.
for a Christian production, this is high quality, man.
you would see this very same scene in any RoboCop knockoff anywhere.
Yeah, knockoff.
I will take your word for that.
There's a caveat on that. I just had to put it there.
Office is worldwide and whose influence is staggering. I've got records of many, many homes that have been shattered by these people. I consider it to be one of the most deceptive and most dangerous groups in the entire world. I have documentation that ties it into the occult, into Satanism.
Mr. Decker, I don't doubt your sincerity, but I find this very hard to believe. I mean, these people pride themselves in a sense of family togetherness and a very conspicuous form of moral rectitude.
That's part of the incredible deception, and that's what we have to dig into, and we need to expose it. We need to open it up to the truth.
Got a question.
Definitely not.
Got a question. How many times do you reckon they read those lines in that scene?
Right?
I mean, this has like what was it called? Like Unsolved Mysteries reenactment written all over it, right?
Oh, yeah.
All over it.
Like it is overly dramatized.
Right.
Yeah.
Real quick before we go too much further, I just got a Cash App donation from Gray Leader for $5. Thank you, dude. It says, remind Gal she's expected in building 304 at 7 p.m. That's messed up, dude. Why would you say that?
I don't even understand.
I will be waiting.
Okay.
Thank you for the $5, my man.
Someone please explain to me later. I don't understand.
Get a calculator and type 304, then turn it upside down.
Why all the time?
It's not that hard.
Oh,
Wait,
I know.
Does that mean?
Okay. I got it.
Yeah, okay.
No comment.
Seriously, kid?
Okay. Understandable.
Excuse me?
Okay.
What?
That's not what I meant.
What?
That was the wrong word choice.
Uh-huh.
I was meaning, okay, that's what that means. I wasn't implying it's accurate to you. I apologize.
Whatever, kid.
Salt Lake City, Utah, Mecca of Mormonism. One of the wealthiest and fastest growing religions with over 5 million members worldwide.
Hey, Lepo.
Wealthiest worldwide. Are we going to bring up Catholicism at all here?
Nah, it's fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like, especially at that time in '82, right? Catholicism was clearly the wealthiest, religious organization, in the world at the time.
Yeah.
Still is.
I think that they're pretty close if they're not now. But I mean, here's the thing that I always thought was kind of funny about this. When you call Mormons a cult, when you call them like, significantly radically more harmful than any other church out there. And I have to wonder that outside of Islam, why are they the fastest growing fucking religion on earth?
I have a random curiosity. Are we counting the Republic of Iran as a religious institution in this context?
No, that's Islam.
Oh, okay, so we're only talking about Christians.
Theory. The reason would be, and this is just a guess, that they spend more time on mission than most Southern Baptists put together, right?
100%.
So they're out there actively beating the bushes for followers, whereas most churches are throwing a Sunday social.
Well, also, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't Mormons statistically have larger families and also maintain something closer to a clan structure? So you actually have an incentivization to maintain large families, whereas
and there's a much like back in the 50s, most churches had like kind of a sense of community, right? So like everybody in the same neighborhood would go to the same church. They would all, attend the same services. They would help each other out and be around each other. And they were constantly in a kind of community environment, right? The Mormons tend to maintain that to this day. Whereas now with a lot of the other churches, you might show up at the same Sunday meetings as everybody else, but you're not necessarily going to be spending a lot of time with those people outside of church. Right. There's just not that sense of communal connection anymore in a lot of them. Yep. But the Mormons do maintain it.
To the outside world, the Mormon church presents a carefully groomed Osmond family image. With an emphasis on family togetherness, an inspiring history, and high moral standards, the Mormon Church, also known as the
Did you
Church
guys
of
have to go
Jesus
to the
Christ
Mormon
of
parades
Latter-day
when you were
Saints, or
kids?
LDS.
We didn't have parades.
Never-
That's
never
retarded.
had a
That's not a
parade.
thing.
Not a thing. Not at all.
Hey, Lauren, thank you. Welcome in.
So what I'm hearing is y'all weren't real Mormons.
Yeah.
No, we were. No, I was anyway. I had to go do fucking baptism for the dead. I had, I had to do pilgrimages to Salt Lake and Manti.
Young men's, young women's, seminary.
I was supposed to go on a mission, which I never did. But it was I did all the things. But the parades thing, like anytime that a parade happened or any kind of community event, it wasn't just Mormons. It was usually like that was an image of a float that was probably in a town's parade.
Yes.
So it was a parade for a town that just happened to be majority Mormon, not the Mormon Church organized it.
Right. Never heard of a church organized parade. Maybe in Salt Lake or in Utah, but that's majority population.
I don't think they do parades outside of like the like 4th of July and national holiday kind of stuff. Even there.
I'm in the South in the Bible Belt, and I'm pretty sure we have church-sponsored liquor stores and stuff. Like, this place is absurd. Like, people get upset with me because I do not respond to these, like, weird YouTube preachers the same way most others do. But around here, evangelicals are a dime a dozen, bro. Like, there's a dozen people standing on street corners trying to evangelize.
All right. Well, yeah.
Turns out,
continue. Sorry.
Tens of thousands of missionaries a year whose goals are to spread Mormonism around the world.
Mormonism.
Most of them are trained here at Brigham Young University, also known as BYU.
All right. Hold up. Brigham Young University was founded and is generally funded by Mormons, and there are certain expectations to attend it, but it's just a fucking university.
Yep. Yeah.
It's people get mad at the Mormons for having a university that they founded, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not. I don't think it's because they're Mormons. I think it's because those fuckers are better at fucking basketball than pretty much everybody else in their league.
Don't bring up basketball around Static.
I don't know about all that.
Are there Mormon gangs?
I've never seen BYU. I mean, yeah, BYU loses sometimes, but I have never seen them lose like consistently. They're pretty good because they don't have nothing. They don't have nothing better to do than compete with each other in the fucking gyms they put in their churches.
Ah, those were the days.
Right?
Are there any Mormon gangs like Mormon Bloods and Crips?
Back in the 1800s, there were some things that happened that could be considered.
Oh yeah, okay. I remember some of them. I heard about that.
But not so much anymore. No.
I think he means more contemporary organizations. Maybe something a bit more formal than Bloods and Crips. Perhaps something more mob or mafia. Mayhaps. Is there anything like that?
Not to my knowledge. Not anything official. There probably are some very bad people who banded together and all that shit. I mean, the Mormons had a hand in founding Vegas alongside Jewish and Italian mobsters from New York.
Funny how Sin City was founded by religion.
I think it was founded by religious money, not so much religion.
Well,
yeah, still ironic.
Yeah. Well, look, here's the thing, right? Not all Mormons are good people. That's a fact, right? Not all of any group are all good people. It's just the way it is. Like, look at Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney's a fucking Mormon, and he's a complete piece of shit.
That motherfucker.
For example, right? But what was Ezra Taft Miller, who I think is long since passed, right? He was former president of the Mormon Church. Genuinely decent dude. And also, I think at one point, the Secretary of Agriculture.
Possibly.
Back in the late 80s, early 90s, somewhere in there.
I didn't remember him having a 2-part last name.
Yeah.
Or was that his middle name?
Benson. Ezra Taft Benson, not Miller.
There. Okay, that's why it didn't sound familiar. Okay.
Yeah, because I get him confused. I don't know. I don't keep up with the church politics all that much these days.
I just remember that name specifically. Anyway.
Mormons appear to be real Christians who live their faith. Dr. Harold Goodman, BYU professor, former Mormon bishop, currently an LDS mission president.
Well, the church encourages the family to be as self-sustaining as possible in their activities, starting with the family home evening, where the father, who is the patriarch of the family, would gather his family together. There they would have a prayer, an opening song or two.
I looked out the window and what did I
God, I hate
see?
that song.
Popcorn popping on the apricot.
We
I
are very
fucking
much a
hate that song so much.
family-centered church because we believe that strong families make for.
Dear God.
Look, I don't have a problem with the concept of families designating an evening a week to spend time with each other, which is essentially what this is, although it does have a religious focus. But basically, it's about building bonds with your family, which I don't have an issue with. What I have an issue with is that fucking song, which we had to sing over and over and over again, so much to the point where we started, some of us, us young men started making up alternate lyrics because it sucks so bad.
I haven't heard that song in forever.
Mm-hmm. Did you sit around and sing it at home though?
It's they sang all kinds of things. That particular song though is
you would sit around.
It's
and
harmless.
sing
It's just
home?
inane. It's like fucking Baby Shark for Mormons, man.
Baby Shark.
No, it wasn't. My family didn't really do that because my dad wasn't part of the church at the time. That was like, I remember singing that just in church.
Was it like Joseph Smith do 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 Joseph Smith
We can
do
stop
do
all
do
of
do
that right now, young man. Sir, we conquered your country once before. We can do it again.
I seriously haven't. God, how old am I? I haven't heard that song in almost 20 years. Holy shit! Oh my god.
Old Blatty says Sasquatch, they don't have gangs. Us JWs, Jehovah's Witnesses, leave the Kingdom Hall and do drive-by prayings at the morning. That's, you know what, that's actually true. And fun fact, Jehovah's Witnesses will preach to anybody, right? They will knock on anybody's doors with their like little pamphlets and shit and saying, have you heard the good news? Or, you know, in one particularly memorable case, which really pissed me off, hey, we're inviting you to a funeral. And I thought they were talking about somebody I actually knew who died, but now they're saying Jesus. And I'm like, that guy's been dead for 2,000 years. What the fuck is wrong with you? Get off my porch before I get my gun. It was not a good interaction. But anyway, if you tell them that you're a Mormon, they think you're a lost cause and they will never darken your door again.
Oh,
I will keep that in mind because all
I don't see him real often, but that's good to know.
Yeah.
Oh God.
For a strong nation, and strong nations make for a strong world.
The Mormon church has had a phenomenal growth. In the next 50 years, it will be approximated about 70 million people to 100 million people.
Huh?
John Denicola, that is factually inaccurate, and I know this because I've done it several times. I've had to do it more than once. They do come back if you show up, if you answer the door naked.
So the naked thing just scares them off once, but they come back. Whereas the I'm a Mormon scares them off forever.
Yeah, they think you've got a one-way ticket to hell. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Bulldogs work best.
Naked bulldogs.
Anyone else want to like an Anchorman?
I will dress my bulldogs, to be honest. But if you dress yours, that's fine. I suppose they'll attack just as well, regardless of what they're wearing. What the fuck kind of question is that?
Anyway,
out of curiosity, does anyone want a movie now with that that scene from Anchorman where it's all the different anchors like fighting each other in the alley, but instead of it being news anchors, it's different religions, like
the missionaries,
Mormons, yeah, exactly, different missionaries. So you got like Mormons, you got Jehovah's Witnesses.
So Mind of Mencia did a sketch like that once. It was WWE. They got Edge from the whatever wrestling organization he was from at the time to come on, and in the ring, you had Shiva versus Buddha versus Jesus versus Muhammad versus Joseph Smith versus Tom Cruise.
That would be awesome.
It was pretty funny. I will grant him that.
Versus Tom Cruise.
Yeah, for Scientology.
Scientology.
Who's the actual head of Scientology now?
L. Ron Hubbard, and he right
No,
now
the
is a
living
guy
head.
named Dave Muscovich.
Yeah.
And he's, by all accounts, much worse than Hubbard ever was.
Oh, Jesus.
Reasons why this is so. One is the vast missionary program we have over the world. Approximately right now, 28,000 missionaries in 186 missions.
Thousands of early church members were recruited from Britain and brought over to supplement the church in America during the 1830s. Mr. Brian Grant is the Director of Public Relations for the Mormon Church in Great Britain and Ireland, where membership has increased 1,000% in the last 20 years.
I suppose everybody's idea of a Mormon missionary are those two dark young men who sort of ride around the town on bikes and knock on your door at inopportune times. In actual fact, we have an increasing number of young women serving in the missionary field, and also quite a lot of retired couples free of family responsibilities who feel that they too want to share the message of the gospel of Jesus Christ.
So many people have...
That's true. They generally speaking, like Mormons, and I think they've changed like which ages since it was when I was a kid. But when I was a kid, it was 18 to 20 for young men and like 19 to 21 for young women, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Anyway, you go and you serve your 2-year mission wherever they send you in the world and kind of, you know, do your thing, come back and all that stuff. But there is also an option to serve a second mission later in life when you're not, you know, after your kids are grown and all that.
My aunt and uncle recently did theirs.
Yeah, I had a scout leader who went into darkest China to do theirs, and we thought she was dead because we didn't see her for 8 years.
Yeah.
So we figured they caught her and they shot her.
Well, to give you an idea of Mormonism's reach, I live in a town in the northwest of England that has less than 100,000 people in it. And we've got at least 2 or 3 Mormon churches.
Yeah, I grew up in...
It's not unusual to see missionaries just about.
So where I'm from, at the time, it was like 22,000 people in our city, town area. And we had like 5 different branches, I think.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. It was like 4 to 5, something like that. Yeah.
And most of the missionaries I've encountered actually have been usually young European women, like Germans, Scandinavians.
Yeah. There's I can't remember her name for the life of me. I have her book. Yeonmi Park.
Yeonmi Park, yeah, the
North
Korean defector.
She was actually she after she got out of North Korea, her and her mom were like kind of trafficked to China.
Yeah.
And Mormon missionaries are the ones that got her out, like ultimately free. One interesting part about it was that so they were trafficked, sex trafficking, and they hadn't told the missionaries that. And someone else, because it was such a dangerous situation, like the night before they were leaving, someone else basically ratted them out, and they almost weren't allowed to leave. Like they had to like accept Jesus Christ and everything before they were like able to go. And I found that interesting because I was like,
yeah,
they're just going to say that they accept like that to get out.
All right.
But,
well,
you know that the missionaries knew that, right? But I thought it was interesting just because I'm, was raised Mormon. So when I was reading the book, that was just an interesting little tidbit for the ones overseas. The good works that can come from church, not just Mormons.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway.
Joined the church, I believe, because of the gospel principles that it gives, understanding and enlightenment of who they are, who they were, and what they may become.
Jim and I came from very strong Christian families. We were introduced to Mormonism through a business partner of Jim's.
I'd always had this preconceived idea that a Mormon was somebody who went around dressed in black and had 16 wives, which was not true, of course.
These people seem to be
something else
Christian.
we should clarify here too. we keep hearing terms Mormonism, Mormon, I use them myself on occasion. These are nicknames, and they're derogatory nicknames given to the people who practice this religion from outside of that religion. The name of the church is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That is the full name of the church, and the members of the church refer to themselves as LDS, Latter-day Saints. They don't call themselves Mormons generally. Mormon was the name of one of the prominent figures in the Book of Mormon, who it's kind of interesting how that worked out, because he's not even the guy that's on top of the temple. That's Moroni, who was like Mormon's, like, I don't know, great grandson or some shit like that. I'd have to look it up, but
yeah, I can't quite remember either.
So, but the name is taken from the cover of the Book of Mormon. No, most people, have no idea that was a character in the book or a personage in the book, I guess, depending on how you look at it. Yeah. But it's not the name of the people who follow him. It's not the name of the church itself.
Any people that I had ever been around that were Christian, they had the same attributes. Just kind, good, loving people, family-oriented. All the things they did revolved around their religion.
People of the Mormon church, they were all so friendly. And they took me in by dances, and all the different kids at school, they were all pushing me on.
Look at her. I imagine she got taken in a lot of places.
I mean,
pixelated, but those lips.
But here's the thing, folks, is like, if you want somebody to join your club, whatever that club may be, are you not going to present the friendliest face possible to them?
Yes.
That's not exclusive to Mormons.
Yep.
I'm saying, I'm so glad you're going to join the Mormon church. They got me into the church through their social program, which is fabulous, and the family atmosphere.
Pause. Did you see that? Back that up. 5 seconds. All right. When she says it is fabulous, she shakes her head a vehement no. It's a totally subconscious movement, and that's what she really thinks about it.
Well, that's the point of her talking right now. Like, they're painting a picture of how it's a cult, just like any fucking religion. But anyway,
right? ISIS doesn't present as friendly. Yeah, but ISIS isn't like they're not inviting you to join. They're telling you do it or they'll kill you. That's a different thing.
That's I think they've got different recruiting methods as well, I think.
They present friendly to the violent savages they want to have join their ranks. They
Also,
present angry to the people they want to kill, like any military force throughout history.
Yeah, also, generally speaking, a Mormon isn't going to walk into a shop wearing a bomb, right? They want to kill you, and it has happened, right? They're people, same as everybody else. If they want to kill you, they're going to do it one-on-one. They're going to make sure you die, but they're not necessarily going to take it out on everybody else around you.
Remember, Sam said generally. We are not
I did say
doctors.
generally. They're not suicide bombers.
I just can't wait until the other shoe drops on this documentary thing, because nothing they've said is wrong. They're just good people that want everybody to go to heaven type of thing. And so I can't wait to hear what this trash fire has to say. So great.
Program, which is fabulous, and the family atmosphere, which was mine was broken up. Therefore, I went right to it.
The youth are certainly are the strength of the church in the future. Consequently, we hold classes for the youth on Sunday. We have athletic events for our youth. We have socials. None of my dances look like where they would have fun
many
games.
dances, though.
All the time.
Really? That's weird.
Holy shit. Yeah, no, it's just a youth fellowshipping kind of thing. I mean, that's like
institutional dancing. You know what I did with my youth group? I was in a bunch of them. We went to fucking water parks and shit.
Yeah, we did that too.
We didn't have dances.
But we also had dances. Lots of them. We had all kinds of events. There was the whole trunk or treat thing that's so fucking popular in America now was started by the fucking Mormons.
Yep.
Yeah, didn't the Mormons make the Boy Scouts? And other similar
No, Boy
organizations?
Scouts has been around for quite. They were not the founders of Boy Scouts. No, they are involved, or they were rather involved in the organization. Sure, that's where my troop, when I was a Boy Scout, was through my local Mormon church. But they're not exclusively a Mormon organization. No, not by any stretch.
I knew they weren't exclusively Mormon, but I thought it had been something that was founded by them and then.
No, it was founded, I think, by an initiative started by Teddy Roosevelt.
Got you. And then they just had
I'm almost positive of that. That's not something I've done a show on, but I should.
Did you also?
Because they used to. Yeah. Well, because it was a whole thing because of Teddy Roosevelt and the life that he lived and all that stuff. He was attempting to I don't know, get boys more involved in a paramilitary organization. But point is
yes, exactly.
You're talking about a guy who used to show up to bars, get people drunk, and then while they were drunk, get them to sign their lives away to his military. So,
based.
I mean, Teddy Roosevelt was a boss. You can really,
So
can't really argue against it.
Listen, Sam, I don't know what you meant to say with that, especially with a Marine on the panel. Do you know how the Marines were formed?
Yeah, same way.
Ton Tavern. Like, we're proud of that fact.
Same fucking way, except that Marines were drunk all the time.
Yeah, those were the days.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really hard to care that they're shooting at you when you got such a heavy buzz.
Right?
Yeah. Just a shade away from being pirates.
Well, and it was easier back in the day, like in Tripoli and shit, where everybody was firing these horrendously inaccurate weapons all the time. So you could be a little drunk and go into battle and probably come out okay. Probably.
Oh, they're just like more crayons and less eye patches.
Right. It'd be like fighting legions of stormtroopers.
Yeah.
Reminds me of I think it was the Carolean Guard where they revolutionized post-gun warfare by running at dudes with pikes. Because, okay, you've got a gun. It will kill a motherfucker if it hits. But they're not accurate at range. So if you just bum rush them with a pike, you got them. Fucking wild.
A couple things in chat here. Brandon Mitchell, South Park, warned us about Mormons. To an extent, they have also showed a ridiculous amount of respect towards that religion and its followers too. If you actually pay attention, it's kind of strange. They're nowhere near as harsh on Mormons as they are anybody else.
I think of that closing speech from the Mormon kid, where he basically calls out Stan.
Yeah,
he's like, "Oh yeah,
bullshit.
Yeah, the church might believe a lot of things that we might think are silly and everything, but I've got a great family life. I've got a great community. And those are things I value. You got a lot of growing up to do, buddy. Go fuck yourself."
Yeah, that's one of the very few South Park episodes I actually remember.
Yeah. It was great.
And to Ben T, Salt Lake City has liquor stores. Yes, Salt Lake City has all of the things that any major city does have. Right? It was founded by Mormons. It is not exclusively populated by them.
So this is funny to me because like high schools have dances, right? Are those predatorial too?
Subject.
Yes.
Kind of.
teachers are way more of a risk.
For completely different reasons. In the context of this, the Mormon ones are exploitative indoctrinationally. In the case of high school dances, they're exploitative monetarily. I heard some of the prices people would...
Oh, yeah.
Like $200 for a fucking dance ticket at my high school, apparently.
You guys paid to go to high school dances?
At my,
I didn't pay to do it, but that was a thing. Yeah, even when I was in high school, you had to pay.
Well, here our prom is like a huge freaking thing.
I guess for like booster club stuff to like pay for that type of stuff. But I don't know. I think y'all are crazy. They're just dances.
It was put to a vote, and not only the students voted, this was like 10 years ago, not only did the students vote that they would prefer to pay in more to have a better prom than to have it just funded straight out of the coffers. And I don't know, man. It's just the way it went.
Well, no, I'm talking about this idea of them being predatorial. I don't really know why you're thinking that.
I like how he kind of spelled it like pterodactyl.
I know.
Right.
I saw it and I was just, whatever. But
yeah.
no.
Yeah.
So it's not even indoctrination. It's just keeping the kids off of the streets so they have somewhere to go.
Pretty
That's what
much.
these dances are for.
Get a place to go in formal wear with a lot of snacks and supervision, and
Yeah,
you're not out causing trouble.
You were going there to have fun and like do something with your time. You're not sitting there like before the dance. You're gonna read scripture to each other and talk about the church. No, you were just there to hang out with other people that were part of the church and have fun instead of being out doing drugs, drinking, stuff like that. So I guess I just wanted to clarify.
I think Shock just doesn't like dancing.
That could be it. Even though he's married to a Latina, so that doesn't really track.
Savage Dad, you got to bring this shit up everywhere you go, whether Mormons are the topic or not, man. Nobody gives a fuck about soaking. It's not really a thing unless it's a very new thing.
That's what I recently learned.
I'm willing to try anything
new
once.
Mormon thing, and I'm like,
wait, what is he talking about?
It means that you insert the penis into the vagina, but you hold real fucking still because stimulation is evil.
And you find a really good friend that will shake the bed for you.
Yeah.
Like this is a new thing. It's not written in any scripture. It's not written in any paperwork.
I'd never heard of it until a couple of years ago, man.
Until
and I was a Mormon
Kirsha brought it up on a stream for me. I'm like, the fuck is that? It has nothing to do with
It's just
Mormon.
retarded.
There was a show that had
it's not a fucking thing.
And fucking the dude from Everyone Hates Raymond, and like
I'm
they
gonna go take one of my dad's cigars. I'll be
ASU,
right
there's
back.
your answer, man. ASU, right? So Mormons got nothing to do with
sounds
it.
like
People
Arizona
go to ASU
is
are
a bunch
fucking
of
retarded.
freaks.
They've got they do those man on the street things at BYU, and they're always about soaking, and so it's but it's not. I don't think Mormons started it. I think
That's how
weirdos
everyone
finished it.
portrays it.
They just finished it?
Specifically,
Is that where you were going?
I think just weirdos in general started it.
Right.
No, because that sounds legitimate. That sounds legitimately like something that not found Christian. Like the when you're 20 or 30 and you decide to find Christianity. It sounds like one of the puritanical ones that like I like a streamer, like some streamers, for instance, that recently started making Christianity their whole thing, and they start getting super puritanical, super beating you with the Bible. It sounds like the kind of thing they would come up with. Yeah, like I'm more moral because I do this. It's exactly.
Well, look, like Mormons weren't like, innovating like avant-garde sexual techniques to get around technicalities or anything like that, right? Back in the day, if you wanted to play around with somebody and you didn't want to actually like violate the letter of the law, you just do anal.
Backdoor. Exactly.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, they all did.
That's
by the way, everybody does that.
Yeah,
Not a Mormon thing.
Yeah, standard.
So this soaking thing has become the new polygamy. Like Mormons are polygamists, and it's because so many people have finally shined the light that it's fundamentalist Mormons who are not part of the LDS church. They've changed, like they've pivoted to this soaking thing being a Mormon thing. That's what that is. And it's nonsense, just like this fucking documentary.
Ben T brings up a point. Soaking is tantric. Here's the thing, right? Tantrism or tantric sex, tantric yoga, that sort of thing involves a tremendous amount of focus and self-control. Are you telling it? And Savage Dad here seems to think that fucking teenagers are capable of that.
I mean, really, soaking is just the tip.
Only if they forget to get the shape.
Just the tip, just for a second.
Oh yeah, horny teenagers are Zen masters,
Yes, obviously.
The height of restraint.
Oh, of course.
Anyway, we should probably move on.
Dances.
I like how this just looks like a disco.
Many of the social events, as well as regular church services, are held in the chapels, which are being built at a rate of 2 per day around the world.
Nice.
However, the few dozen Mormon
I think that's
temples
increased.
serve a completely different purpose.
Yeah.
No church services are held here. Only secret ceremonies, which are reserved for an elite few.
The goal of every Latter-day Saint is to be married as a family unit in the house of the Lord, and there receive these sacred blessings that will allow us to eventually, if we're worthy, to dwell and be in the presence of our Heavenly Father.
You know, not all members of the church go to the temple. That may be something that would surprise you, but to gain admittance to the temple, one has to have what's called a temple recommend.
He has to receive a satisfactory interview from his bishop and from his stake president. There he's asked, or she is asked, certain rather penetrating questions about their worthiness, their morality. If he's a full tithe payer, that is the only way that we can be with our Heavenly Father.
And just like that, we're back to soaking.
We could not be in his presence.
By going through the temple and by adhering to various regulations, such as abstaining from tea or coffee, paying a substantial portion of your income to the Mormon Church, and giving free labor to various church-run organizations.
Are they gonna? Is he really not gonna say what it's called? Paying your tithing, just like every other church that does tithing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the rate? Because
10%. It's the biblical rate.
Yeah, so it's 10%. So it's what you're supposed to do if you're a fucking Christian.
Yeah, that's fucking great. Like, excuse me.
I'm curious. Is this? Did he just not realize other Christians pay tithe, or did he realize that and go, "Oh, I need to frame this as if it's worse somehow"?
Oh, it's definitely the latter.
Is it lack of? Okay, so it's malice. It's not lack of intelligence.
I mean, this whole thing is malicious.
This is specifically to turn people away from the Mormon Church.
I was gonna say, how many strikes have they had? They've had at least 3. There's no incompetence. There's just malice.
Yeah. Real quick, yet another $5 donation from Gray Leader. Thank you again for the $5. Building 304 is the Gray Hybrid Reorientation Building, it says. I assume this is some kind of in-joke that I'm not privy to.
It's Prof, and he has went down conspiracy theories of epic proportions and says I'm part of some alien cabal or something called the Greys. That's basically the only thing I know about it.
Well, you're part of an alien cabal?
Apparently. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Because I live in Denver, and it has to do with the Denver airport and the lizard people.
Oh,
yeah.
The Denver airport is not under control of people in Denver. It's under the control of people in Washington and Hollywood, first of all.
It's probably one of the entrances to the secret Hollywood highway. I don't know.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you for the 5. Appreciate it.
Wait, Gal, if you're working for
who knows good at making tunnels?
Aldebaran, please.
What?
If you're working for the Greys, can you send me to Aldebaran, please?
I'm not, because I don't even know who the Greys are, but sure. If
it's
ever
like
I find
the
out.
stereotypical, like short little gray aliens with like the big heads and the black eyes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I need to talk to Thor?
Yes, no, unironically, the Asgard.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay.
where they got the Asgard name from.
Okay. I mean, actually, I don't want to be part of the Asgard because
they die.
Yeah,
Screaming.
but still. Anyway.
Gal is a psyop.
Facts. That's why every time she comes up, I put on my tinfoil hat.
Yep. It's legit.
That's why she's constantly changing hair color. It's the AI generating a new image.
All right.
No idea what you're meaning.
Shock's right. Like the whole tithe thing. That's that is a standard practice among Christian religions and Judaism as well, I believe. With the Muslims, they just tax everybody else.
Yeah, the Jidsa. Well, it's and it's not even just limited to the Abrahamic faiths. Like the pagan faiths, like the Hellenistics, and even the Asatru and the Germanic versions, the Asatru and all that. It's not like tithe in the form of money. It was livestock, produce, slaves, that sort of thing. But it was still a portion of your annual like production of capital given to the deity.
Well, it's no different than the burnt offerings in the olden days, right? You offer up, and this is not exclusive to any one religion. Like lots of religions did this shit where they would burn the very best cuts of meat or the very choicest like drops of wine or whatever, so that the fumes would reach the gods in some way, and that was a sacrifice that you made to that. I mean, like tithe is the same shit. It's just fucking cash instead of lamb's blood.
Yeah.
It's a transactional form of labor. Wait, transactional form? It is a transactional commodity of your labor being given in obedience to the divine
But like
protector,
Abel, Abel was a tithe, essentially. I mean, he was the wrong form of payment, as it turned out, and Cain found out. But yeah, that's what he was. He was a tithe. He was a burnt offering.
No, he was trying to pay with MasterCard, but they only accepted Amex.
This is clearly a Visa location, sir.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let's go.
The worthy Mormon can become a god himself in the life hereafter.
That is true.
Yeah, there's a thing called eternal progression that they believe in. They believe that God is was once as we are now, and that we can become as God is.
As long as you're in the highest level of heaven.
Yeah, you got to do all the things just right. But yeah, in theory, that is a thing that they do believe. Which
AKA aliens have given a religious reason Mormons have given a religious reason for aliens to exist.
You might have been right the first time.
I think she just told on herself.
So the reason that I said aliens is like fucking Prof is gonna have a heyday with this, but I'm gonna say it anyway, and so that's why I flubbed it up.
But this right here, the eternal progression thing in particularly the bit about God was once as man is, right, is a major point of contention with other Christian sects. And by the way, for those of you who disagree with this, it's fundamentally false to say that Mormons aren't Christians. They're whacked out Christians, but they are Christians. They believe in Jesus Christ. They believe that only through him can you be saved, so on and so forth. They are Christians. They just kookier than your average, say, Baptist. And so suck it up. But but they the point of contention
Spicy
here,
Christians.
that implies that someone at some point created God, right? Which implies that there is more than one God, which kind of flies in the face of the whole their belief that there is only ever one God, which I think is disproven, by the way. If you look at the 10 Commandments and the exact wording of it, nowhere in there or any other place in the Bible does it say there are no other gods. It just says, pay attention to me. I'm the one you want to pay attention to. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
He never says there are no other gods, not once.
And honestly, if you think about it enough, why would he say that if there weren't other gods?
Mm-hmm.
Also, aren't there moments in the Bible where the champions of God face down the champions of other deities, and it's not, oh, their magic was proven false. It's the power of God.
My God was stronger. Yeah. Like when most notably, Moses versus the sorcerers of Pharaoh, right? With the staffs. Right, that was a perfect example of what you're talking about, right? So the sorcerers throw down their staffs and snakes through the illusion of the gods of Egypt, right? And Moses is like, yeah, my God's stronger, and they're like, prove it. So he throws his staff down, and not only does it turn into a snake through the power of his God, but it eats theirs.
Yeah.
So that's the question I was wanting to ask: where the hell did Moses get a king snake?
I mean, they weren't really native to North Africa ever, so that is a good question.
I'm just saying, bro.
Yeah, power of God, I guess. So, but
the same deity created the conditions for the platypus to exist. Do not question anything. That is
right. Well,
power.
That's the thing, though. Even in that story, it's not saying that the Egyptian gods are not gods. It does say that the power of the priests and the sorcerers who follow them is false, right? But it doesn't say that the gods themselves are not. It says that that the God of Abraham, the God of Israel, is stronger than their gods. That's what the contention is. It doesn't say that they don't exist. So, but that's the major point of contention here with the Mormons and a lot of other Christians who go around saying like, oh, you can't do that. And they have the same problem with the Catholics too, because like by all accounts, the Catholics break the first 3 commandments regularly, or specifically the first 2, by praying to saints, angels, and icons and the Virgin Mary.
Getting spicy.
I'm just saying. Look, man, the fact is praying is an act of worship.
Yeah, I completely agree.
So if you're praying to Mary, right, you're praying to someone other than God. Therefore, you're a polytheist.
There's a lot of the things that the Catholics do that don't necessarily go with what the Bible says.
So, but that doesn't mean that they're not Christians. They do believe in Christ. They do believe that through Christ you were reborn and you were saved, and so on and so forth. They do believe that you should follow in his footsteps and try to be as Christ-like as possible, right? That's the basic thing of Christianity. It's just like, is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior? Bingo. Okay, you're Christian. You just got extra shit.
So you're saying it's Christian with extra steps?
Yes,
I'm saying all of them are
a
Christian.
lot of it is Christian with extra steps.
Yeah.
Good enough.
Anyway.
Ruling over his own planet with a number of goddess wives.
So you can see why the temple is so important to the Latter-day Saint. Because if he is worthy to go on...
That is strategic cut, by the way.
It's a movie.
I know. I just, God damn it. We're not even 10 minutes in this fucking thing.
To the temple, and there receive the sacred ordinances and covenants and keep them, he can eventually grow into becoming a god himself.
Before this newly completed temple in Seattle was closed to all but a select group of Mormons, visitors were given the opportunity to get a glimpse inside. For many of these Mormons who came from thousands of miles away and stood for hours in the rain, this may be the only time they will ever be allowed to enter a Mormon temple.
The little girl was dressed like Handmaid's Tale. What the fuck, man?
Yeah. Only in Utah.
It was a joke, folks. That obviously the Handmaid's Tale came away fucking later.
Who God the Father is to you?
He is like you and I, every human being.
The God Maker's Ardent Party.
So is he a man?
Yes, he is.
How did he get to be God? Huh?
Yeah, he's perfect in every way.
So if we are perfect, can we become like God?
Yes, ma'am.
You know, the Mormon gods and goddesses, as Joseph Smith taught, were once upon a time just mere humans, just like us. And they worked their way up to becoming gods. There's supposed to be billions of these highly evolved humanoids somewhere out in space overseeing their own planet.
This sounds like science fiction or Greek mythology. Would you say that the average Mormon believes these things?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, Greek mythology was a religion too, once upon a time, the Hellenic religion. Right? People worshiped these gods. They believed these stories as if they were true. Right? This is a there's no difference between in my mind in having faith in Zeus and having faith in Jesus, as far as I'm concerned. It's still faith, one way or the other. So when you bring up an ancient religion that almost no one practices currently, right, and as a dismissive poo-poo gesture, I don't know, there's something disingenuous about that shit.
Yes. I was just about to say the same thing. It's just, it's kind of just the way they misrepresented tithing. There's a purpose behind it.
Right.
Or of the bestseller.
I'd like to also point out too that the idea that when you die, if you do good works and you're a good person, that you get into heaven and you get to hang out with all the good people and God and all that stuff, that's all well and good. But that implies an eternity of stasis, right? There's nothing to strive for.
Mm-hmm.
There's no purpose in continuing to exist after that, right? The one thing I will give Mormons over this is that the idea of eternal progression means that you can become more than you are at any stage, right? And that gives you something to strive for, that gives you purpose, right? So I don't actually hate the idea. I don't believe it, but I don't hate the idea. It's not repugnant to me.
It's definitely less boring.
Right.
You're able, there's things that you can do. It's not just, oh, you made it to heaven. La 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 la, frolicking in the...
What are the other two options in Christianity, right? You go and you sit in heaven for eternity, and yeah, you're eternally happy, but nothing ever fucking changes. It's static.
Yeah.
When you go to hell, you get tortured for all eternity for your sins or whatever, but nothing ever changes. It's static, right? What is the fucking point of continuing existence?
There is a third option, actually.
Well, I mean, ceasing to exist.
Warhammer 40K?
No, purgatory, where it's basically heaven, but without the fun part.
That's a Catholic thing.
You're just kind of alone in the dark.
Yeah. Okay. Well, first of all, actually, it's funny that you bring that up. First of all, purgatory is a Catholic thing. It's sometimes referred to as God's waiting room. Sometimes Earth is, but it's not a permanent thing either. You're there until they decide what to fucking do with you. It's sort of like the Jewish concept of Sheol, which is like hell, but you can learn your lesson and get out at a certain point. Right.
Gotcha.
There is a, like, hell is not an eternal thing. It's you're there until you fucking learned why you're there and have accepted your guilt and, you know, all that stuff. It's like, it's kind of like a cosmic timeout and goes on for thousands of years kind of shit. What's funny about what you said, though, where you sit alone in the dark by yourself, is that is the Mormon concept of hell. They call it outer darkness. It means removed from the sight and the presence of God. And by extension, everything else. Forever.
That kind of sounds like what goes on in my head.
I was just going to say, that sounds like my life now.
It's
also boring.
Are the two of you stuck in purgatory? Are we just your delusions at this point?
It's a different void than my void.
I was talking about my inner monologue, Shadow.
Okay. So just Sam and Abe are delusional. Got it.
What inner monologue?
That was the point.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Gal doesn't have one of those. Forgot.
All of you. My God.
I got it.
Yeah.
The Mormon illusion.
They believe that God eternally progressed, that once he was a man and then he became God. From that,
That
comes their
also
doctrine
implies that
all
he's not
progress-
done
progress
progressing. That there are levels above even him to which he can aspire to achieve.
Right.
gods. For instance, in Articles of Faith, they have this by Talmage, that as man is, God once was. As God is, man may become. So their whole doctrine flows from this, about becoming gods.
Gods and goddesses just won't fly in the jury room. Gentlemen, juries feel a responsibility to be skeptical. You need to feed them information that has a taste of truth to it. And what you're telling us, I really don't think they're going to swallow it, do you?
I did for 19 years. Again, you have to
Bet you
understand the
did.
peculiar belief
bet you
evolving
swallowed it for
around the
19 years.
Mormon
Yeah.
temple marriage. They believe that their godhood is tied to eternal exaltation through the marriage and through the family unit.
The Mormon Church teaches that in order for me to become a goddess, I needed to marry a Mormon man in good standings with the church. And without a husband that could take me through the temple, I wouldn't be able to go to heaven and be with my Heavenly Father.
Again, that's
a
an
misrepresentation.
oversimplification.
Yep.
So the way that eternity is laid out in the Mormon idea, right, is like right now we're on what's called the terrestrial plane, which is, Earth, et cetera, but that Earth will during the final days be corrupted and then destroyed, the Book of Revelation shit, and then remade again in a more perfect form, right? And there will be levels to the terrestrial realm. There will be levels to the not the what do they call it, the telestial, I think.
Celestial, telestial, and terrestrial.
Yeah. So the levels above each of these has 3 levels in it, and there are 3 big levels, right? So there's terrestrial, which is the mortal world, which is less mortal. You become immortal, but you get the perfect incorruptible body and all that stuff, but you didn't get to go up the stairs to the telestial, which is the nicer version. And the celestial, at the very top of the celestial, is where God himself resides, right? Only the very, very, very most, jump through all the fucking hoops people get to go there. So when she talks about not being able to go to heaven, she's talking about that part.
That heaven.
Right?
Yep.
She's not, she's discounting all of the other shit. It was like, okay, maybe I didn't achieve that part this time around, but I'm not in hell, or maybe she gets to the bottom rung of the celestial tier, but not the very top one, right? That's still heaven. It's just not the tippy top of it,
And so the lowest level of heaven, the terrestrial, is reserved for people that sinned their entire lives and never were baptized in the church. But once they died, their spirits were offered the baptism that people like Sam, I never did the baptism for the dead, but it's basically you're baptizing the spirit of those who were lost on earth, essentially. and didn't get that or didn't even have it offered to them.
Right.
And then
I did do baptism for the dead. I did it a fair number of times in multiple temples and multiple temple fonts. And my favorite was probably the one in Manti, because it's basically this gigantic fucking marble bowl that's on the back of all these oxen. You know, it's very cool looking, but you know, but yeah, that essentially you just go and you basically you go through the rituals of baptism for those who were not offered the opportunity in life or maybe rejected it or whatever. This does not mean that they are automatically converted in the next life, in the afterlife, to Mormonism. It simply gives them the choice. They still get to choose yes or no, right?
Yep.
It's not
like
it's
their
not
spirit, essentially.
Yeah. You know, now, I mean, I think that it's kind of a jacked up thing to do myself. I don't do it anymore, but I can see where there are those who think that it is a good thing, right? That it does offer the choice. Like, say you really loved your great-great-grandmother, but she never converted, and you really want to see her make it to, you know, heaven, and not just like, you know, New Jersey heaven. You know? Then you might do something like this. You might perform baptism for the dead, for your ancestors, your beloved people, so that they have the option later, right? That's the idea behind it. You know, it does kind of smack a little bit of loophole, though. Like, you know, if you didn't do it in life, then you probably, you know, you're already know where you're going in death, kind of thing. But again, I don't know. I don't think it's as nefarious as they're making it out to be.
Right. So, whatever.
According to Mormon theology, husbands and wives who have successfully achieved godhood will be required to populate their own planet by procreating as many spirit children as possible.
I would also like to state that I never once in my time in the church ever heard anything referenced as godhood, that we are trying to achieve godhood. I could just be my faulty memory. I don't know about you, Sam.
I don't recall anybody using that specific term. No.
Yeah,
but the idea of it was present, but I don't think they ever actually outright said that specific term, because to state it as bluntly as that kind of treads on that whole blasphemy thing.
Yes.
That line.
That, like, me hearing that, I'm like, that's so blasphemous. And I don't practice religion. Ugh.
Right. I think by skirting around the issue with other terms, I think they view it as a form of humility to not outright say, yeah, we're going to be gods. You know, like, that's not a thing that they go around saying. People who have left the church say that shit. People outside of the church say that shit. But people in the church, they don't talk like that.
Yeah.
Ever since I was a little girl, I was taught that my primary purpose was to become a goddess in heaven so that I could multiply an earth. And I wanted that.
Never once.
I wanted to be eternally pregnant and look down on earth and say, that's mine. And I populated that whole earth and all those little babies I had.
And to tell you the truth, I find it extremely difficult to believe.
You know what? Maybe after this movie came out, they needed to readjust their ways, and you guys just had it. They updated it.
I mean, it could be that she's just an idiot and completely misunderstood what they told her.
That's exactly what that sounds like.
Because that's
Very
what it sounds like to me. He's like, I don't want to be pregnant forever. That's not how you don't have to get pregnant as a god to create life.
I hate to say that. Look at the color of her hair. That's all I'm saying.
To the sound of her voice.
Exactly. Like,
Gal's right,
That's
and
not
it
a
does
lot
take
going
one to
on.
know one. So listen to the expert.
the reason I said I hate to say it is the natural color of my hair is hers. So
Yeah.
but I also don't talk like that. So
Well, that's the
Listen to
other
the
thing.
woman speak. Sorry, Sam.
They'll get into it here in a little bit. There's an animated portion of this film that's like
that's what
goofy
I was
as
confused on.
fuck.
I thought the whole thing was supposed to be animated. So
You know how they're reenacting here, right? Well, they do reenacting with things that they can't possibly like reenact, so it's animated.
Okay, I see.
But they get to that whole like, yeah, God's just knocking up an infinite number of fucking wives constantly, and that's how he made all of you.
So fucking weird.
The vibe I got from the woman was, I mean, significantly less whorish than the chicks on the whatever podcast. But the clearly unable to understand a conditional variable, clearly unable to understand something more complicated than black and white morality, just completely foolish. So she may have never been told you're going to be a pregnant god for whatever, but for forever, but she heard something that was more complicated than she actually is able to understand and simplified it down to that.
I honestly
because she
think
simply couldn't understand the rest of it.
I think like you're not off base with that, but what I think is she left the church because someone who sounded smart to her told her that that's what it was. And so it became her newest identity. So it became her memories as well. Or it's just what she was
reminds
told.
me of a joke. How many blinds does it take to screw in a light bulb?
How many?
They can't. They're just too dumb.
It's, you know,
That
it's
was
funny you
highbrow.
mention that because there's a light bulb Mormon joke too. I don't know if you guys have heard it. I know Gal has. I've told it to her recently, but how many Mormons
I've
does it
not.
take to screw in a light bulb?
How many, Sam?
41. 1 to screw in the light bulb and 40 to bring refreshments.
But what a party it is.
Really fucking funny. If you've ever been to a Mormon function, there's always a buffet table. A potluck buffet table.
Yeah,
There's
Mormons
always fucking
appreciate
food.
that joke because that is
It's like I've never seen so much peach cobbler in my fucking life as at a Mormon function.
I know an
Everything's
Amish light bulb joke. How many Amish does it take? An Amish light bulb joke. How many Amish does it take to screw in a light bulb?
How many
What's a
Amish
light
does
bulb?
it take to screw in a light
None.
bulb?
What's light bulb English?
what? I didn't hear what he said.
What is the light bulb English?
Oh.
I didn't say they were good jokes. I just said it reminded me of it.
I
No,
laughed.
that was
funny.
good. That was a good one. I liked that one.
So.
That the Mormon attorneys and judges I know actually expect to become infinite gods, peopling new worlds and engaging in celestial sex with their goddess wives.
Why don't you ask them?
Well, I would be embarrassed, to be honest with you.
It sounds
And
like a you
if it's
problem.
true, as you've suggested, that these people do plan to reproduce themselves across the universe, well, I'd rather not know about it. We do business with these gentlemen.
That's why it's such a secret. That's why even the Mormons don't talk about it. They're embarrassed
We
by
have
it
to bring
too.
them down.
Look,
What was that?
Said it's why we have to bring them down. They're going to take over.
They're going to take over
They know
everything
that
on
it's
a
so
timeline.
crazy. You won't ask, so that's how they're doing it.
Yeah, but the fucking timeline is so goddamn far out there. It's not going to affect their business. Like our star will be dust by the time that happens.
It's so dumb.
Mormonism is based upon the belief that extraterrestrial humanoids from a star in a distant place called Kolob visited this Earth, came down to this Earth and visited a young boy, 14-year-old boy by the name of Joseph Smith. We had a little animation done to show the difference between Mormonism and Christianity because Mormonism
This
is
is
so
the best
far
part.
removed from Orthodox Christianity.
I have only ever heard of Kolob from people not in the church.
I have heard of it from people who are members and all that. I've discussed it with people who are members. It is a thing, but it is not like a thing that you learn about in primary. You know, it's
I heard
a
about it
thing
from South
later.
Park.
You see, God, there's secrets even you don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
This is where it sounds closer to Scientology than anything else.
There are secrets in the fucking papacy, man, that nobody but the top cardinals get to know. Like that's not an
I'm
unusual
sure.
thing for churches anywhere.
Do I need to put my hat back on?
I mean, I guess.
Go for it.
You know, but
Is it the
look,
crinkly one?
it's
What is it, Pope hat? Oh, no, it's a tinfoil hat. Okay.
here's
You're
the
not
thing.
gonna get this done.
It's thought through fairly logically, I think. Right now, I don't think that it's necessarily the truth at all. Obviously, I left the fucking church. I do not believe what they believe, but I do have a fair understanding of what they do believe, and that is this: with the eternal progression thing, if God was once as man is now, then he had to come from fucking somewhere, right? And if he made this world, he obviously didn't come from this world. He came from somewhere else. Koloob's as good an explanation as any.
I prefer chaos.
Yeah, but in the Hellenic tradition, chaos is a being.
Yeah, I know. He's a big beefy brute. I like that guy. He would have had to come from somewhere else. Now, the things that they're confusing here when they're talking about, like these immortal alien beings coming down and all that stuff, they're talking about what Mormons refer to as the pre-existence, which means that we all had spirit forms and were created in heaven or Kolob or whatever prior to coming to Earth and being born and having bodies. But they make it sound like it's the fucking Anunnaki from the Sumerian tradition, which is a completely different fucking can of worms. And that's essentially it. It was just, like we weren't like him at the time. He literally made us as these little spirit beings that were like, oh, yay, hey, daddy, we want to please daddy. And he's like, well, I'm going to make this place over here for you to go like get into some trouble, but not too much trouble, and then come back home kind of thing. And that's pretty much how he sets it up.
And you're not allowed to remember this place. So go through the veil.
I mean, does anybody really remember where they came from?
That's what I'm just saying.
Yeah.
They have to go through the veil to erase their memories when they're born. Whatever.
Fun fact. Also, Glenn Larson, the creator of Battlestar Galactica, very Mormon. A lot of these ideas are kind of subtly spliced into his stories.
Yeah.
Mormons are Cylons?
Think about the Lords of Kobol. It's just an anagram for Kolob.
Gal's a Cylon. Got it. Sam's a Cylon.
I'm not on the screen. There we go.
I'd like to show it to you for a moment, if you don't mind.
I do mind.
Mormonism teaches that trillions of planets scattered throughout the cosmos are ruled by countless gods who once were human like us. They say that long ago on one of these planets, to an unidentified god and one of his goddess wives, a spirit child named Elohim was conceived. This spirit child was later born to human parents who gave him a physical body.
That's already
Through
wrong.
obedience.
So, I mean, the as far as like the making babies with spirit wives thing, I don't think that's ever clearly discussed at any point in Mormonism. So I don't know. They're making shit up there. But as far as naming the baby Elohim, no. Elohim is a traditional Hebrew name for God.
Yeah, I was really confused with that.
Like he didn't make a baby called Elohim. He is Elohim.
Yeah. With how faulty my memory is, when that came up, I was just like, I don't think that's a thing, but whatever.
Yeah.
The Mormon teaching and death and resurrection.
What's that, Shadow?
I was gonna say I'm sitting here confused because it's like, okay, hold on, Elohim sounds like Elohim or however it's pronounced, which is God. That's God's name. But they said he was born to human parents. How is that possible if God made man? This doesn't seem to be mathing. So either the Mormons didn't create a logical consistency, or the people who have displayed clear malice didn't do their fucking research. I vote the latter.
Yeah.
Through obedience to Mormon teaching and death and resurrection, he proved himself worthy and was elevated to godhood as his father before him. Mormons believe that Elohim is their heavenly father and that he lives with his many goddess wives on a planet near a mysterious star called Kola.
Another fundamental bit of logic here that they're missing, right? There is no fucking way that many women are going to ascend to that level.
Wow. I don't even think he's out of line.
Here, the God of Mormonism and his wives, through endless celestial sex, produced billions of spirit children.
Just wow.
To decide their destiny, the head
So
of
I'm
the Mormon
intrigued.
gods called.
I mean, endless celestial sex.
That doesn't sound so bad, does it?
I mean, death by snoo, my brother.
For you guys, women don't want that.
Look, hush,
Hey,
woman. Get back in
I
the
would be
in the
will.
kitchen.
It's heaven, right? I'd be willing to bet that that the gods know where the clitoris is.
See, I'm sitting here thinking, from what I've heard, from how things have been explained to me, having one wife can be hell. I don't want infinite. I don't want
Damn
more
it,
than
Aaron.
one. Two, maybe. I don't want infinite.
I mean, if your options are sitting around praising and harping and singing all the damn time or getting it on, I'm gonna go with getting it on.
I mean, at that point, I get kicked out and just play.
Everything else
Doom
sounds really
2016.
boring.
Yeah, kind of.
Just get kicked out of heaven and play Doom 2016, but in real life.
Yeah, shock. It kind of smacks a little bit of like low rent Ralph Bakshi, huh?
Called a great heavenly council meeting. Both of Elohim's eldest sons were there, Lucifer and his brother Jesus. A plan
pisses
was
a lot of
presented
people
to
off,
build
too.
planet Earth, where the
What?
The Lucifer and Jesus being brothers in heaven before all the shit happened, right? So, first of all, again, they're getting this wrong with them having like physical fucking bodies like God. They don't. They're just spirits like everybody else. And they were the two most vocal spirits, not necessarily oldest or whatever. And the reason that they said brother is because we are all children of God, therefore all brothers and sisters.
But
Do other
Lucifer was
religions
an
not
angel.
believe that?
No.
Well,
because
I
Lucifer
know
was an angel
Catholicism
in.
and Trinity, but
See, that's the thing is the Mormons do have a funky take on angels. They believe, like we were all created at once, and the angels that exist now were men once. Like, for instance, they think that the Archangel Michael, they don't call him Archangel, by the way. They just say the angel Michael on earth was Adam. Noah became Gabriel, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
But we all started from the same place. They don't believe that angels are separate creatures from what we are, that they're more evolved, more elevated, sure, but they started the same place we did, kind of shit. Same thing with Lucifer.
I'm not sure which is worse, like the propagandized version in this film or the actual explanation you're giving.
I don't care which one's worse. I just want to be accurate
Because
about
it just all sounds like wacky bullshit to me.
Well, yeah, but you don't believe in much of anything, so.
Well,
everything's a fucking interpretation from whatever translation that you have. That's why I don't follow a prescribed religion, because you're all interpreting it however the fuck you feel like.
And that's what's so weird about the Mormonism stuff and their idea of angels is because it's explained in the Bible that the angels are not like humans and they don't have souls. And the best way I can put it is like the supernatural view, the show Supernatural view of angels and humans is fairly biblically accurate.
It's not, though. It's not. So here's the thing about that. In particular, you're talking about the choirs of angels in particular, right? So while they are considered as above humans but below God, right? And the word angel itself comes from angelos, which is Greek for messenger. It's essentially what their whole purpose is to ferry messages back and forth and sometimes do, leg-breaking work on behalf of the divine. But here's the thing. When they talk about the alienness of angels, they are specifically talking about a specific choir that is so alien it might as well not be considered an angel. It just gets lumped in, and that's the cherubim.
I was going to say, you're talking about the ones that are discussed in Revelations.
Yeah, well, they're also discussed in Genesis. What do you think was placed at the four entrances to Eden to keep Adam out?
Right, but they're described.
There was also cherubim was the one sent to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. A cherub was the one that was sent to slay the firstborn sons of Egypt. These things are not like the others.
Wait, does that mean thrones and spheres, I think is what they're called. The ones that people like really like to use as the biblically accurate angel, and it's just one of the kinds of angels. Aren't those also kind of like the many wings and many rings and many eyes? Because those are different than cherubim, or is that just something pop culture?
Those Nephilim.
Well, no, Nephilim is a hybrid. A Nephilim is a hybrid between a mortal creature and an angel. That's how you get the giants.
Are you thinking of the ones
the chimeras of the Book of Giants in the Apocrypha? Those are Nephilim, right? Those are.
Are you thinking of the ones where it's like a giant eye that's surrounded by rings that are made of eyes?
Yeah, the four the thrones, I think is what they're called. The ones that like sit, the four of them that sit underneath God's throne.
No,
And,
you're
like,
talking
don't move
about,
it
okay, so those are the seraphim, right? The ones with four faces and 6 wings. Right?
No, they're
they are
different
the
ones.
highest angels.
I think I'm just getting them confused because I am thinking of the ones that Abe described, but I guess their task is different.
It depends on who you ask, because some people say that those are the cherubs, and some people say that they're not. It just really kind of depends on who you ask and what your source is. Like, there's a lot of inconsistency even among other Christian groups as to what angels actually are.
Okay,
They're also not the only religious belief system that has had the concept of an angel-like creature either. In fact, it wasn't even Christians that came up with a name for them.
The Ophinim, that's the one I'm thinking of.
I gotcha. All right, I'm pulling up the Metatron video on it. I'll watch that after the stream.
Yeah. So, keep in mind, Metatron leans heavily Catholic, so.
I did not know that. I've never heard him express his views other than that he is Christian, but that does check out given he's Italian.
Do you not watch his stuff?
No, I do. I do watch his stuff. It's just most of the videos that I've seen, if he's brought up his faith, he's brought up I'm a Christian. He's never specified the denomination. At least the ones I've seen.
So you didn't watch, like, on the Pope video.
Yeah,
No, I did not. I haven't.
The cherubim never been flying babies. Not even.
No, that's a Hallmark thing.
Yeah.
To answer Gal's question, the only things I've really been watching recently are BattleTech videos on YouTube and AI music. I haven't been like using YouTube for much recently. I've missed a lot of this stuff.
Tootie Bug asked the question, but how are the angels God's messengers if God only spoke to Metatron? Well, the Metatron, again, is an exclusively Catholic thing, right? It's not really a thing that appears in a lot of other denominations, but I get what you're saying. The angel that's basically the voice of God and the scribe and so on and so forth. Delegation is how. God speaks to Metatron, then Metatron tells the others what to do.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's because Metatron and only a few of the angels can survive the voice of God.
That's, again, the theory, although I think if God wanted you to hear him and not explode, he could make it happen.
Yeah, I hear that, but I prefer to think that he couldn't because it's funnier that way.
Well, then he's not omnipotent, is he?
Maybe, but just an asshole. See, it works out.
That I
There is a
believe.
theory.
That I believe.
It's like, yeah, I could save your life, but if you're dumb enough to listen to me in the first place, bro, you know, this whole universe thing. Like, there's this whole school of gods up here where we're supposed to go and learn how to do this stuff, and I'm supposed to be involved in stuff, but I got distracted with some celestial booty down the street, and since it's endless in your timeline, I just haven't been back.
Right.
Sam is just like, okay, we don't want to blaspheme the God. We don't want to insult his power level. Squatch. Or he's a jackass. Sam. Oh, 100%. Absolutely just a total jackass.
How many times have you seen me say something along the lines of, and I know that this is applied to another species I also believe this is true of, but all gods are bastards.
Says the tentacle
feel
cat.
like,
Yes.
I feel like that's Sam, mistake. I feel like Sam's being an Egyptian here and just thinking God and cat is synonymous.
No, I'm not talking about cats. Cats is a separate thing. They're also all bastards, but all gods are bastards.
Sam, did you just say yes to being a tentacle cat?
No,
Yes, he did. He did.
Okay.
Yes, he did. He did. It's confirmed. It's canon now.
Whatever.
We have it on.
Anyway,
we can get the
point
video
is,
clip.
all
We
gods.
can put it
Shut
on
the fuck up,
soundboard.
kid.
No, I don't want to.
Well, it's a good thing I can take away your choice, like a god.
But then I can recover it. Call me Orpheus.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Nice.
start
Cover that,
the
motherfucker.
video.
Anyway.
Spirit children would be sent to take on mortal bodies and learn good from evil. Lucifer stood and made his bid for becoming savior of this new world. Wanting the glory for himself, he planned to force everyone to become gods. Opposing the idea, the Mormon Jesus suggested giving man his freedom of choice, as on other planets. The vote that followed approved the proposal of the Mormon Jesus, who would become savior of the planet Earth. Enraged, Lucifer cunningly convinced 1/3 of the spirits destined for Earth to fight with him in revolt.
So it was 2/3, first of all, not one, right? 2/3 of the host of heaven followed him into perdition over this shit. And secondly, they kind of, like, there's a simpler way to put all of this. Essentially, Lucifer and Jesus had two ideas about how to approach the situation and to ensure as many people made it back to God and to heaven as possible through the trial of being born immortal and living and dying and all that shit. Jesus said, let them come to you as they will, right? The whole free will thing. Lucifer said, yeah, free will's not going to work. You're going to lose a lot of them. How about I just go down there and make them do it?
Yes.
Right. And that was the disagreement. That's it. The whole thing was over free will. And frankly, if this is the way shit went down, I think Lucifer kind of had a point. You know?
Look what free will's gotten us.
Right?
Yeah. Women.
Yep.
That checks out.
Bane of the planet's existence.
Solid argument.
When freedom was limited, what did we have? 24/7 Walmarts, $1.50 Big Macs. Like we had everything. And then we started doing this freedom shit. And now what do we have? Debt and taxes.
Your timeline is a bit wonky, kid, but all right.
I mean, he's got all the details in there. I'm proud of you.
Don't let the facts ruin a good story, gal.
Oh my god.
Don't yeah.
Nice.
Thus, Lucifer became the devil
What the
and his
fuck?
followers the demons.
They just
Sent to
became
this world,
Thundercats?
they would forever be
No,
denied
it's hair
bodies of
gel.
flesh
He
and bone.
didn't have real horns. He had to
Those who
get some
remained
like hair
neutral
gel.
in the battle
Gotcha.
were cursed to be born with black skin. This is the Mormon explanation for the Negro race.
Oh, this is
No, not.
100% inaccurate, by the way. 100% inaccurate.
Hold on, y'all stop kidding yourself. That shit's funny as hell. You gotta let us be
It's hilarious.
It
but
is
it's also
hilarious,
dead
and it's
wrong.
not true at all.
Okay, that's fine. It doesn't have to be true, but it's hilarious.
Better this way.
So-
I prefer the descendants of Ham theory.
No.
What the fuck is this?
This is where they went way off the fucking rails because they were implying that the ones who follow Lucifer into hell also get to be born, which is not a Mormon belief. It's not consistent with what they believe. They believe that Lucifer and all of his minions never received bodies and therefore are not on the same level as we are. Right. The black thing came from from Cain and the children of Cain after the whole murder thing.
Mark
You know
of
where
Cain
it says
is the
God,
black skin.
you know, God marked Cain with a curse that would
That's
be visible
better.
for all to see, and it was blackness and
that is
immortality.
no longer
Yeah,
a belief.
that's not any better.
No, we're not saying it is.
I didn't say
And-
better. I just said this version is completely false as to what they believe.
And it's also not something that is believed within the church. That ended in like the 1920s or some shit.
It
But
was
yes,
the
it was.
1970s, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. When I first learned that as a kid, that's when I started questioning the church. I'm like, wait, so that wasn't that long ago, and we just decided that that's not it. And it's not even that I started questioning the church. I started questioning religion in general. Like, so everybody just makes up things and then they just carry on with their lives and decide not to believe it later on. Like, those were the types of thoughts that I had. I was just like, this is dumb.
Or this story is completely true and they decided to ignore it because it wasn't convenient. One of the two. Either way, that's bad.
No, this is not the story that Mormons are told. This is a story that some asshole heard something secondhand about what the story they are actually told and then made up the rest of it, filled in the blanks himself. That's what this is.
Which one?
I'm
Oh, wait,
kind of
which
getting
one?
the
One and
impression that this guy might have heard some Scientology stuff and assumed it was Mormonism. I mean,
The
I
Scientologists
don't know.
believe black people are demons?
This-
Wait, what?
Okay. Okay. I'm just spitballing here. I'll just let's go back to how the black people were made. Say that part again.
I'm lost.
The black people were from the ones who couldn't decide between Jesus and Satan.
Yeah, the fence sitters, the 10 pools of eternity.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
I like that one.
I think I wet myself a little bit.
I think this is the only way that makes sense.
Yeah, they've all got their own beanie hats and everything. It's amazing.
Yakub makes more sense. Everyone was black until he decided to make white people, and then things got
Mm-hmm.
political.
Peace be upon him.
You did not just praise fucking
I know your whitey tricknology.
Oh my god. Moving on.
The spirits that fought most valiantly against Lucifer would be born into Mormon families on planet Earth. These would be the lighter-skinned people, or white and delightsome, as the Book of Mormon describes them. Early Mormon prophets taught that Elohim and one of his
delightsome.
goddess wives
Huh?
White and delightsome.
came to Earth as Adam and Eve to start the human race. Thousands of years later, Elohim, in human form once again, journeyed to Earth from the starbase Kolob, this time to have sex with the Virgin Mary, in order to provide Jesus with a physical body.
Okay, so they don't
No.
actually say that either. They believe the same
Nope.
shit that fucking everybody else does at Immaculate Conception, right? They don't say he physically penetrated her with
Nope.
his dong.
Not at all. Not at all.
You know,
Not even a little bit.
it's not a thing they say. They do. Here's the thing: they still do read and believe in and study the Bible as well. It's like the Book of Mormon didn't replace the Bible for them. They're still Christians.
Mhm.
They've just got extra shit.
Yes.
fucking book. The Book of Mormon is a fucking DLC pack, like the Book of Enoch.
I like
Yes.
that this is the part
Yep.
they decided to animate.
It's a fucking
And it's got
prologue
its own
deal.
expansions too. Called Pearl of Great Price, the Doctrine and Covenants. There's another one, I forget which. But
Yeah, I barely remember the Pearl of Great Price, but I remember it.
Book of Mormon is a pre-order special edition.
It's so.
it's an add-on.
Yep.
I apologize for blaspheming the Mormons so hard right now, but that's where my
Real
brain
quick,
fucking-
I know there's going to be some people in chat who are going to vehemently disagree with me when I say that they are Christians, like Rocky Shepherd here, and I get why you say that. But the fact is, in my view, a Christian is someone who believes that their only way through to salvation is through Jesus Christ, and they do believe that. All Christians believe that.
Yep.
So that is what the definition I'm going from. Elohim shall smash the women of Galilee.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it doesn't say that either.
Netflix and chill. Maybe?
Yeah, well, Rock, again,
Mormon
it also says
apostle-
not to take away from the fucking scriptures, and that is exactly what's been done ever since the Council of Nicaea, which was a shit show and completely fucked the original books.
Rocky lives literally in a bunker in the mountains, completely off grid, using some kind of potato Wi-Fi I haven't figured out yet.
Right.
You're not going to make any headway on that one. He's also a sovereign citizen, if that helps, but he doesn't believe that's actually a thing.
Yeah. Good luck with
Nice.
the sovereign citizen thing, bud, because it's not really recognized outside of sovereign citizens. No, but I mean, seriously, I wish you good luck with that. That could be a problem.
Well, he says he's not, and he says that he's got a whole reason for why he's not that. But then he turns around and says sovereign citizen shit. So he's like doing the sovereign citizen mating call, saying he's not a sovereign citizen. He reminds me of one of these kids with like a Therian mask on that are all confused.
Yeah. So I don't know. But yeah, no, my definition for Christian is pretty goddamn basic, And as to the thing he said earlier about God shall not be mocked, obviously that's not the case. Here I am mocking him. Now, if God's going to take vengeance for mocking, that's another story, right? That's possible. I'll grant you that. But I would also apply that to any God, not just that one. Like it's at any point they could strike me dead with whatever, out of vengeance, because I have been fairly mouthy about all of them over the years. But clearly he's willing to put up with it for a little while. Just saying. Anyway.
Orson Pratt taught that after Jesus Christ grew to manhood, he took at least 3 wives, Mary, Martha, and Mary Magdalene. Through these wives, the Mormon Jesus, for whom Joseph Smith claimed
and
direct...
2 of them are going to have the same name.
I mean, they weren't super creative with naming people at the time, I guess. I don't know.
No, it's just a woman. It doesn't need a name as long as it's in the kitchen or bearing babies.
Eternally.
Yeah. I think the other Mary was because the Magdalene was probably, she did start life out as a prostitute.
Right.
It's possible. And in those days, they were pretty rough on their prostitutes. It's possible she couldn't have children.
See this over here in my chat? He says, I am not a sov sit. I'm a free man on the land. That's what I mean.
Shit. Is that not the same shit?
I thought it was. I yes and no, I suppose. I don't know.
Is it just a matter of definition?
His, apparently.
Okay. It's fine. Believe what you want, I guess. I just don't think the police are going to agree with you. Or the judges.
Well, first, they have to find his bunker. So I'm not sure that's the issue at all. If you're not participating in the system, you call it whatever you want.
Oh, that's fair too. If you're not participating in the system, you're obviously not out violating the system's rules. So you're probably not going to be as likely to run into trouble either. So, good on you. Anyhow.
Descent supposedly fathered a number of children before he was crucified. According to the Book of Mormon, after his resurrection, Jesus came to the Americas to preach to the Indians, who the Mormons believe are really Israelites. Thus, the Jesus of Mormonism established his church in the
Americas. You can tell this is an old movie because he flat out says to preach to the Indians in America. He's not wrong in that, but it's funny how far back this goes, because now nobody'd be caught dead using that particular terminology.
I was flabbergasted by who they thought were Israel. Wait, is that just completely wrong, or what? What's going on there? Because you go from regular Bible shit to the Indians.
Let me lay it out for you. Let me lay it out for you. All right. So you've got. There's a point, right after the resurrection, when Jesus wakes up, he gets out of the grave. He doesn't immediately kill everybody who put him in there, which I think is insane. And he says to his followers, he's like, I got to go away for a while, right? Because I have other flocks to tend. It's in the fucking Bible. It's in the New Testament, right? And then he disappears for 3 days, right? But it doesn't explain anywhere in the Bible where he went during those 3 days. Right. Well, the Book of Mormon contends that one of those flocks was on the other side of the planet here in the States, or Mesoamerica, more like. Right. And that was these guys. Now, to figure out how the fuck a couple of tribes of a couple of groups of Native Americans got there from Israel.
Have fun.
It's a bit of
magic.
Did I tell you?
No, not magic. They built boats and they sailed them. It wasn't magic at all.
Oh, sure, yeah.
A Hebrew Israelite Mayan, bro. Or as what do they call them? Adoquatls or whatever? Aztec, South Americans or what the fuck ever. I can't remember. Anyway, he had that whole history of how a tribe of Israelites left Israel and sailed to the New World and established like the Mayan and Aztec empires and stuff.
Actually, it happened twice because the Jaredites did it about 1,500 years before these guys did, and the Jaredites managed to wipe their entire New World civilization out before these guys showed up to build theirs.
Right.
So it happened twice. Jaredites were around like, I want to say 2500 BC, and the Nephite thing happens about 500 BC before Christ happens. So give or take a couple thousand years. And so the Jaredites is a whole other can of worms. They're all gone. They were wiped out entirely. There are no Jaredites left.
Party makes a good point. Says clearly Mormon Jesus never went to near the Aztecs. I mean, he'd definitely whipped them after his kid.
Oh yeah,
the Aztecs were later, like all the bloodshed and all that shit. That happened later. That happened after these guys. According to them,
young empire. Like, weren't they only like a couple hundred years old by the time the conquistadors?
They were half a millennium old, but that still doesn't account for, there's a whole 1,000 years between them and these guys.
Yeah, obviously. Really, half a millennium. I thought it was like 200-300 years.
No, it was like half a millennium, man.
Shit, I gotta pull up an Aztec video now as well.
So, anyway, point is, and obviously there are lots of splinter tribes and all that, and supposedly they're all descended from the Lamanites, right? To explain who the Lamanites are, originally there was this dude named Lehi. He was a Jew. He was in Israel. He had a bunch of sons, and God told him, hey, so you need to skedaddle to the New World, but before you do, you got to steal these golden plates from this other guy. What was it? Cal, help me out with his name if you can. What was the name of the guy that had the plates initially? He was a moneylender or some shit like that, or a loan shark.
You're adorable if you think I remember those.
Okay, well, I can't remember the guy's name. Anyway.
Wait. Just a moment.
It was, he had a very famous sword because it was like made of steel in a time when everybody was still using bronze.
Did he steal the tablets from himself as part of an elaborate insurance fraud?
No. So what happens is that Nephi, the youngest son of Lehi, is instructed by God to go get the plates by any means necessary. So basically, he gets the guy drunk, or he waits till the guy's drunk in an alley, and then he takes the dude's sword and murders him, because God told him to. And then he takes the plates off him, and he fucking runs away. And they build boats, and they escape from Israel. Go over to the New World.
Mike says it's Lehi. Was the guy's name?
Lehi was the moneylender, the guy who had the plates.
Huh?
This is going to get good, folks.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So was Lehi the father of Lofi by chance?
I don't think so. No, not at all.
That's lo-fi. Shadow.
Right.
I'm not Japanese, but I'm not a weeb.
So
no, in Japanese it would be lo-fi, but they don't even have the L. God damn it.
It'd be Rofi.
Rofi.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm just saying stupid shit. I don't even think before I speak.
So anyway, basically they get over there, and Lehi is old and he's dying and all that stuff. So he has to give over like everything to his sons, who brought their families with them, and they're going to build up a civilization together. Well, the oldest brother, Laman, did not get along with the youngest brothers, Nephi and Samuel. And then there was also a guy named Laban, or Laman and Laban, I think, was his. Oh, Laban. No, Laban was the moneylender, the sword of Laban. That's who he murdered to get the plates. I'm getting some of the names mixed up. It's all right. Lemuel.
You can imagine. I mean, you can understand why.
Yeah, there's a lot of L names. It's kind of nuts how many L names there are. So anyway,
it's tough to remember some of the names in Lord of the Rings sometimes as well.
Yeah, that's easier actually. For some reason, I don't know. Maybe it's because there's a fucking appendices that lists them. But
yeah.
So Laman and Lemuel and Nephi and Samuel go their separate ways. They can't stand each other anymore. They have a falling out, and they build their own civilizations, right? The Nephites and the Lamanites. Initially, they all look the same because they all came from the same fucking parentage. Eventually, the Lamanites, who were named after Laman, become like evil and shit, and they're so wicked that God does to them what he did to Cain, and he curses them with a dark skin. Right. The Nephites, on the other hand, still righteous. They get to keep their brighty whiteys. And eventually, the roles reverse, however, as the civilizations go down the centuries, and the Nephites eventually become wicked, and they are, and this goes back and forth. Sometimes the Lamanites are good, sometimes the Nephites are good, back and forth, back and forth. Eventually, the Nephites become so wicked, and they've abandoned the ways of God altogether, that God commands the Lamanites, the very, very distant descendants of Laman, to wipe them out to the last man, woman, and child, which they do, with one exception. A guy named Moroni, who absconded with the plates that were kept sacred and hidden and all that stuff, ran away while the rest of his people were butchered. And that's why there are no white Native Americans, because he had no children. And eventually he found his way to Palmyra, New York, where he buried the plates, which before it was called Palmyra, and that's where Joseph Smith found them. That's essentially the story. But yes, they were Jews
in
and
New York.
Yes, in New York. Like, he wandered a very long way away from Mesoamerica on foot before he died. Or was translated, I forget. Do you remember if he was translated or he died? I don't remember.
Do I need to repeat myself?
There is a difference, folks. Like, translated is what happened to the city of Enoch, right? Where they all got raised up into heaven and made immortal without having to transition through death. Most people have to die, but those guys didn't. Anyway, I can't remember if this guy had to do that or not. Where he became the angel Moroni.
I feel like he was probably translated, honestly.
Yeah, that's possible. Anyway, in the story, as the story goes. But yes, they believe that the Native Americans were Jews who came over on boats 500 years before Christ was born, and that during the 3 days that Christ said, I got to go tend to some shit, he was in Mesoamerica in a place called Zarahemla, which there is no, by the way, evidential record it ever existed. But in a place called Zarahemla, preaching to the people over here.
How do you spell that out of random curiosity?
What, Zarahemla?
Zarahemla.
Sound it out.
Pretty much how it's spelled, or how it sounds. Zarahemla.
Gotcha. I'm sticking that on a map.
So, well, good luck, because nobody else has ever fucking found it.
Not a real map.
Within your brain.
Science fiction map. I need names for planets, and I needed some names for Mormon planets.
It's a good one.
The Mormon world.
Mexico City is Eden. Okay. No. They do believe that Eden is in North America, but it's not Mexico City. It's in a place called Adamant-Iomen in eastern Missouri.
Oh, God.
Which is a dust bowl.
I haven't heard Adamant-Iomen forever. Holy blown mind, Batman.
It's so weird, because I can remember some things with crystal clarity like that, but other things that I probably should remember, like my neighbors' names, I don't at all.
Well, why would you remember those? Those are super.
That just gives you a straight line in, like, on the power of indoctrination.
Or, I just don't memorize things that aren't important, like my neighbors' names.
Yeah, never memorize the name of something you may have to eat.
Right. Rocky Hudson Mormons are controlled by, and so is fucking everybody else, man.
Jeez. Get in line, bitch.
It's like, that doesn't mean anything. Come on.
Pretty much everyone who's alive, even the guys at the top of the secret families that control everything, are controlled by the secret families that control everything. No one is free.
Is the show me state anti?
I think that was the point.
I see what you're doing there. That's very clever. I like that. I've been to Adamant-Iomen, though. It's a goddamn dust bowl. It's barren as fuck now. So if it ever was a garden.
Did not mean to press that. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But anyway, long story short, yeah, they do this.
This
and they're going to get to
inaccurate.
some of that here, but I just thought I'd lay it out for you guys first.
As he had in Palestine.
I like how those dudes look like, what the fuck?
Did I just hear fucking yeehaw?
Yep.
Possibly.
By the year
Fucking
421
yeehaw. There's
AD,
Wilhelm
the
screaming here.
dark-skinned
Okay.
Indian Israelites, known as Lamanites, had destroyed all of the white Nephites in a number of great battles.
Man, that was a rough race
The
war.
Nephites' records were supposedly written on golden plates and buried by Moroni, the last living Nephite in the hill.
I like how they present the two groups as having completely different fucking levels of technology, which is insane because they came from the same goddamn family, right? They would have the same level of technology at that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
I raise you French technology versus German technology in World War I. One was significantly more advanced, and the other was playing around with Napoleonic era cannons.
Yes, but I don't think you can compare these Nephites or whatever to Germany. Come on, bro. Calm down. I know you're trying real hard, but you shouldn't.
Yeah, see, what you're not taking into account is magic.
That's brilliant.
I mean,
thought of that.
Look, there's magic in these stories. There's magic in the Bible too. I mean, whether you want to call it that, some people call them miracles instead, but it is fucking magic.
Yep.
Yes.
So much.
And I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm not saying it isn't real on some level. Maybe it is. I don't know. I wasn't fucking there, but that doesn't make it less magic.
Tootie Bug says they'd have gone and converted the He-Man artist.
I mean, kind of. Yeah.
They just paid him.
Maybe they were mutants. Maybe. I don't know. They weren't, though. They were just like people. Was the whole thing. Anyway.
Aren't mutants just people?
No.
1,400 years
that happen to be nuclear ordnance packages?
No.
Later, a young treasure seeker named Joseph Smith,
who
was known for his tall tales, claimed to have uncovered these same gold plates near his home in upstate New York.
Yeah, he was just a treasure seeker. He didn't think that all the religions in existence at the time seemed to not be the correct religions, and they were all doing things that were against what he felt they should be doing morally. Nope, he was just a treasure seeker, everybody. He didn't pray to God and find his answer.
Possibly be both.
Nope,
Sam,
just
I
a
think
treasure
Gal's right.
seeker.
Mm-hmm.
Sam, I disagree with you. I think Gal's right. I think he was just looking for treasure, and that he didn't have any divine revelations or anything. Wait, was she being sarcastic?
That's the argument that they're making in the movie here, was that he was basically out
Liar.
just looking for stuff and made a bunch of shit up when he found a thing that he's claimed to find that nobody else ever saw except for I think 11 other fucking people.
No, he didn't struggle session pray for 2 weeks or 2 months or whatever the fuck it was. I don't remember. And whatever.
That's the thing, though, is because at the time, you're talking early 1800s, everything that was over here, even Catholics weren't that popular over here at the time. In fact, they weren't really welcome at all, right? It was almost all Protestant type religions. And he was just sitting there. He went out, praised to God, and he goes, "Hey, so I've been to all these different churches, and something just seems like they're missing something. Can you help me out here?" Kind of thing. And God's like, yeah, let's restore the church of man, of God on earth, kind of thing. So Mormons do believe that they're a restoration of the original church that Jesus established, and not the Catholic monstrosity that eventually became.
Yep.
To be fair, that's what every single group of churches claim. And
yes,
in the
that's exactly my point. It's always
Also,
my point. Everyone shits on Joseph Smith, and I'm like, what the fuck did all of the other religions do?
Same shit.
Because it's one of the newest ones, it's wrong because reasons.
Well, yeah, it just doesn't have enough lore.
Wasn't it also? Didn't it also get founded around the same time that you had the Anglican Church, you had the Quaker branch, you had the Evangelicals, you had the Puritans? It wasn't as if the Mormons were the only ones coming up with things and new versions or rediscovering, quote unquote, or developing new pathways of Christianity. They were just the ones that decided to basically create a pre-order DLC package rather than just add a graphics change.
Just follow everything.
Everything is game related.
Well, it's a very simple way to explain concepts. surprisingly.
Surprisingly, he says.
No, I've had more success explaining the Book of Enoch as a DLC to the Bible than I have actually sitting down and explaining what the Book of Enoch is.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Now, what you should do is you should take that energy, right, and apply it not just to the Book of Enoch, but the Book of Giants as well, which is
There's
the same
another one?
story. Yeah, it's in the Dead Sea Scrolls, man. There's a bunch of other ones.
Shit, Steven didn't have that one.
Poor egg. Born after everything happened.
I bet your local library will.
There's an idea. The library. Gosh.
And by the way, for anybody out there who wants like more information on this stuff, I'm not necessarily saying you got to do it or whatever, but if you want to read what that Book of Mormon actually says, you don't even have to buy the fucking thing. Go down to your local ward or chapel or whatever and fucking ask them for a copy. They will give it to you for nothing.
It's probably on the internet too.
It is actually. You go to their website and you can download the entire text.
Mm-hmm.
Here you go. I've got a free link.
So
there you go.
yeah,
Here's the
it's
link.
like there
you go.
That was the thing that always got me about these people who are going around saying like, oh yeah, they say all this stuff and all this. I was like, almost everything that they're covering in here is in the book, which is freely available to anyone who wants it anywhere in the world at any time. So maybe go check it yourself.
Maybe don't use propaganda to think you're going to understand it and actually read it.
Right.
But then how else am I going to make sure that my world beliefs aren't challenged?
Well, that sounds like a you problem.
But if we're establishing this cult, madam, we have to be able to deal with the naysayers. I say we hang them.
There we go.
Watch. That is such a silly people.
What?
People will continue to line up. Hanging
Okay,
is not
fine.
brutal enough.
I agree with you, kid. Impale them.
Yes. Rectally.
Do you want to do it through the heart or do you want to do it through the anus like Vlad the Impaler, which takes days?
Vlad the
said
Impaler.
rectally.
Right idea.
I was very clear.
Up the ass, baby.
As soon as Squatch said the impale them, I was counting down in my head when Sam was going to talk about Vlad.
Oh yes, no, that was the direct implication I was making.
Look,
worked for
it's
him.
my 150th birthday. I could talk about Vlad if I want to.
No, Vlad was basic. Vlad was awesome.
Oh God.
Vlad the Impaler did nothing wrong. Changed my mind.
I mean, for those new to the channel, like obviously the Mormonism thing, we have a fair amount of like layman's knowledge about it here on the channel, but also Vlad the Impaler is one of my favorite fucking topics ever. And if you go back through, there's a lot of times we've brought him up, or I've brought him up, and other people have had to sit there and listen to me go on ad nauseum whether they liked it or not. So
I love
Solid 149 of these shows have had him just go on a TED talk about Vlad the Impaler.
Well, it hasn't been that many, but near enough.
Most. Not always a TED talk. Sometimes it's just a one sentence blurb and he moves on.
Sometimes it's just me jerking off while I think about him real hard.
Well, was it going to be? If you want access to that, you should donate the hashtag CaucSquatch, capital C, capital S.
I mean,
Sam, as long as those times weren't when I was on the phone with you and you were talking about him. You.
No, I just take a shit while I'm on the phone with you. It's totally safe.
Valid. All right.
That's how he gets something off his mind.
Nice.
In my stomach.
Oh my God.
So, moving on.
Indeed.
He is now honored by Mormons as a prophet because he claimed to have had visions from the spirit world in which he was commanded to organize the Mormon church, because all Christian creeds were an abomination.
Please also take note that it was from the spirit world, not God. That's what they say.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what Mormons actually believe, but
It was Joseph Smith who originated most of these peculiar doctrines, which millions today believe to be true. By maintaining a rigid code of financial and moral requirements and through performing secret temple rituals for
Okay,
themselves.
let's talk about the word of wisdom for a minute. All right, so that's what they brought up there, the word of wisdom, which is a series of things that maybe don't put in your body. Right? They're not hard and fast fucking rules. They are suggestions for a better life. Right? And on that list, you have things like caffeine, you have things like nicotine. There are also a number of things it does not explicitly list, like arsenic. Right? But it implies that maybe don't put bad shit in your body.
And if anyone is wondering why they put Coca-Cola with a question mark after it, I'm sure later down the video timeline, they'll talk about how we owned Pepsi. I can't remember.
It was a stake in Pepsi. It wasn't the entire corporation, but yeah.
That's like a common argument about it. And I questioned that as a child. I was just like, if we can't have this and drink this, why do we have money in it?
Right, but
that's called a grift. That's called a grift.
Well,
you can have it and you can drink it though, because they also believe in free will, and if you want to fuck up, that's on you.
Well, yes.
That's
Thank
so
you,
weird
Sam, for explaining sin and repentance.
It's so weird.
Also, I find it kind of funny that a lot of the point, like earlier on, I was thinking about this and I was curious if it was going to get brought up later on in the documentary, but I guess I'll bring it up now. They'll talk about things that would have been, the standard view 200, 300, 400 years ago, presented from the Mormon perspective as if it's something kind of weird. Like, yes, people want to raise families that are maintaining good virtue and loyalty to the wider community. Isn't that so pedestrian and archaic and silly? No, that's normal. You're just compromised by Marxism, modernity, or horniness. You take your pick. I won't force a label on you.
And in Marxism defense, you can be horny and Marxist at the same time.
No, you could be dead you could be dead and Marxist. There's no horny.
Yeah, but still horny. Right? Haven't you not been paying attention to the documentary, man? They're horny.
Exactly, dude. The propagandist clearly stated.
You just don't want them to be horny because you don't want them to have any fun.
Well, your argument of them being horny in heaven, Marxists aren't people, and only people go to heaven.
You are the reason America is falling.
Well, I mean,
I haven't been America fell 40 fucking years ago. I haven't been alive
because of you, sir. People like you made that happen.
See, according to the Mormons here, Shadoo was in the pre-existence fucking plotting against all of us even before he was born. It's him. It's all him. It's his fault.
Yeah.
Shadow's
to blame for everything.
Because the Mormons were saying it. Like I absolutely was plotting all of your downfalls, especially Abe's. But that's not because the Mormons predicted it.
I mean, I expect nothing less, sir.
Predicted it. Fucking English work.
No, English doesn't work
for
scripted languages.
Plotting against all of us and not actually learning your ABCs, kid.
Yep.
There's a Q in the number 5, right?
I mean, if you want to draw it fancy like that, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose. So, but fuck, I done lost where we was at. It was before the baptism for the dead thing. What was the immediate thing right before this? Oh yeah, word of wisdom. That's the thing. It's a suggestion. Like what we're seeing here is like coffee, tea, cigarettes, liquor, Coca-Cola. Which, by the way, at the time that this was devised, when Coca-Cola became a thing later on, right? It was chock full of fucking cocaine.
Yep.
So like, yeah, maybe it wasn't great.
That
for you,
might explain all those religious movements.
Because
I accidentally mixed my holy water with my laxative, and I'm about to have a religious movement.
That'll
Thank
do
you.
it. That'll do
For that.
yeah. But nothing on here is a bad thing necessarily. Like, obviously you don't want to be putting shit in you that's going to break you down, that's going to harm you. And the fact is coffee and tea both have caffeine in them. Caffeine is a drug. It does alter you, and not necessarily in good ways. Cigarettes also have a bunch of drugs in them. Liquor is a drug, so on and so forth. These have bad deleterious effects on things. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't know why they're shitting on the word of wisdom. It's probably the best thing that ever came out of there. And just because it doesn't say, hey, maybe don't try to fuck a sleeping bear because that'll end well, right? Doesn't mean you should do it, because it's telling you.
They have to tell you not to do that?
No, they don't. That's my point. It's like there's a lot of shit that's not explicitly on here that should be common fucking sense. These are the things that maybe not everybody thinks about. That's what's on the list, right? The things that everybody like.
This
don't
is
lick
why
lava.
you need. This is why you need to be involved with the Church of Not Fucking Sleeping Bears.
Right.
Yes.
To be told that exact thing.
You know, or don't lick
Exactly.
lava, right? That's obviously a thing that is not going to end well, right? But they didn't write that down because it's common fucking sense. You know?
I guess instead of the Darwin Awards, you can call them the Mormon Awards.
I suppose. But the word of wisdom explicitly taken by itself is not a bad thing, and I don't think that this is in any way a detraction from what they believe. So, you know, the fact that they included it here is idiotic.
Actually, Sam, it's a horrible thing. It's an egregious thing. It's the same reason why Christianity is bad and evil. It lays out rules of things that you shouldn't do, which, as we all know, is an absolutely horrible thing.
Well, so them including it here is also kind of what I was talking about earlier when they were talking about the community and the good people that are in the church. Like, they were trying to make it seem like that's how they lure you in with all this good stuff. This is another example of just like, okay, you including this here, trying to pretend like it's bad. It's not. It's just a guidance, but whatever.
And moral requirements and through performing secret temple rituals.
Trapped in the mind of a modern. It's bad if you're trapped in the mind of a modern person where you solely exist to produce resources for the 4% year-over-year GDP.
Well, right. Everyone is supposed to be living a life of sin because we're allowed to.
You're supposed to pump out. You're supposed to pump out taxable income that can be taken from you. And you're supposed to dull the sensation of worthlessness by drinking, whoring, and playing video games until you cease functionality. And anything that stops you is negative to the economy. Fuck, that sounded a little bit too communist for me. I need to go do some push-ups.
Oh, pulling a Bob.
Rules for themselves and the dead. The Latter-day Saints hope to prove their worthiness
I need to
with financial and moral requirements and through performing secret temple rituals for themselves and the dead. The Latter-day Saints hope to prove their worthiness and thus become gods. The Mormons teach that everyone must stand at the final judgment before Joseph Smith, the Mormon Jesus, and Elohim.
So isn't that what all Christians want to do? Is they want to prove that they're worthy to be a part of the fucking big boys club? Isn't that the point of the religion thing? How is it that it's put? I think in the scriptures is faith without works is dead, right? Doesn't that mean you have to get off your ass and do good things and you know, be the person that you want God to judge you as? Right. So how's this different?
Well, so it's different because they're being disingenuous and putting an overemphasis on becoming gods. That is not a prominent thing within the church. That is like a supplementary thing that rarely is talked about. At least it was rarely talked about when I grew up in the church. Honestly,
I mean, you were a woman though too, so.
Well,
did they happen to mention baking in the church?
What's wrong with baking?
Absolutely nothing. If you're a woman.
He's not wrong though. Like the whole homemaker thing, the being a housewife, the being a mother and raising the kids, staying at home and running the household kind of thing, which by the way is not an exclusively Mormon thing either, folks.
Nope.
But it is very much taught to girls in that is that this is what you aspire to be. You aspire to be a wife and a homemaker and a mother.
Yep.
You know.
And the world would be a better place if that were more emphasized.
Yeah, and you also got to keep in mind too. This thing was put together in 1982. That is not that far removed from the sexual revolution.
Yep.
right, which started teaching women that that was bad, that you wanted to be out into the world and you wanted to be contributing to the fucking taxes. And, you know, and also I think only a few
like
years
a
after
decade
no-fault
after.
divorce was implemented. Yeah. So,
Hey, women, you just
basically-
got put into the workforce. Mormonism bad.
yeah, essentially.
If you're following an ideology that doesn't tell you to be an effective man, then you're just a failure.
I would argue that Mormonism is better in this respect too than a lot of than some others I could mention, because you'll notice they put this out about this church, and what did that church do besides complain about it? They didn't do anything, right? They didn't take them to task. They didn't, you know, fucking go after them. They didn't do any of that. You'll notice that these fuckers didn't make any movies about Islam. Do you know why? Because Islam would have cut their fucking heads off and filmed it for the world to see.
And then
Mormons
bombed
ain't
their
doing
homes.
that shit. Mormons ain't doing that shit. They'll take it. They'll take it up until a reasonable point, at which point they'll say, hey, now, wait a minute, knock it off. But they aren't going to fucking come and murder you and everybody you're related to because you mouthed off about them.
Yep, they just continue to preach the word of God.
Which is a victory in its own right, because God, that gets annoying.
Yeah.
Those Mormons who were sealed in the eternal marriage ceremony expect to become polygamous gods in the celestial kingdom, rule over other planets, and spawn new families throughout eternity.
So what?
The Mormons thank God for Joseph
It's creepy and cult-like.
Smith, who claimed that he had done more for us than any other man, including Jesus Christ.
Wait, what?
That he
He never said that
The
shit.
Mormons thank God for Joseph Smith, who claimed that he had done more for us than any other man, including Jesus Christ.
Never said it. That is false. He did say he's like, you know, hey, this thing that I put together here with some of these other fellows, it's pretty great. You guys might want to sign up. But he never put himself above Christ.
No, he did not. Jesus Christ.
I mean, personally, and this may piss off the Shias in the room, I would put him above Ali because he managed to terraform a chunk of the U.S., right? At least his ideology did.
That happened after he died, though, so it wasn't really him.
Well, he created the ideology that did it, so you know he gets some points. All
Right,
Ali
but
did was just
on the Mormon Trail West, right? On the wagon train west, whatever. He doesn't make it past Nauvoo, Illinois, where he's murdered. Right at that point, a buddy of his, Brigham Young, ends up taking over leadership of the church, and he's the one who settled Utah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I corrected myself and said his ideology after I accidentally said him.
Yeah. So, but yeah, no, his blood is still visible in the jail cell, and they never washed it out of the fucking wooden floorboards of the jail cell he was shot in. You can go visit it to this day.
Damn.
Mormons believe that he died as a martyr, shed his blood for us, so that we too may become gods.
They don't think that he was fucking murdered, and they talk about it like he was murdered.
Smith, who claimed that he had done more for us than any other man, including Jesus Christ. The Mormons believe that he died as a martyr, shed his blood for us, so that we too may become gods.
No, we believe Jesus did that. Holy shit.
Yeah,
Holy
the Mormons
fucking
believe that
shit.
the angry mob stormed the jail cell and fucking murdered him, but he wasn't a martyr.
Oh my God. That is just made from whole cloth. Okay, I'm good. I'm fine. Carrying on.
Gods.
Space gods from Kolob. Sounds like Von Däniken or Battlestar Galactica.
But we know it's bizarre. I know as a
Shameless
finite
plug.
being, I can never become an infinite God. It's a logical absurdity. That's when I stopped believing it, but I couldn't get my wife to even talk about it. She had to divorce me and find another man that was working his way to godhood.
Wait, I'm sorry. He's just a bitter divorcee.
That's the
blaming
entire
the
plot
church.
behind all of this.
Mhm.
They're quote unquote taking his family into this cult. When I guess she met a dude with a bigger dick and ran off like everybody do.
Good God. All right.
Or she could not
No,
become
I
a
think
god.
it's even
Are you
funnier.
saying that the
He became
Mormon
he became a nagging husband, and she's like, I didn't marry a wife. I don't want to deal with the nagging, and so she found someone who wouldn't nag.
I mean,
That's my personal headcanon.
seems logical.
Yeah.
church
I mean,
pressure?
Agreeing with me, I retract my headcanon.
the whole thing is like they talk about, oh, it's just not logical and all that stuff. All right, so what's logical about a guy getting back up after he was murdered and walking out and saying,
Yes.
hey, all is forgiven? What's logical about that? What's logical about fucking giving a woman the choice to eat from the tree of for knowledge? What's logical about that? What's logical about half of the shit that's in the fucking Bible? How in the fuck does a staff turn into a fucking serpent, right? But like, none of that is logical. Like there's an element of faith here that they're completely fucking ignoring. And I'm not saying again that Mormons are right. I'm just saying it's no more or less silly than anybody else's beliefs.
Can I make a completely unrelated point? After all things are judged and made equal, David Koresh was right. They did come and like do exactly what he said they were going to do.
I mean, yeah.
So that may be a self-fulfilling prophecy, but prophecy nonetheless.
Yeah. I mean, David Koresh took
Sorry.
a run every day at the same time. I'm sure he was aware that they were fucking building up forces.
Sure, but completely off base. It was just a reaction to something in chat. I mean, he might have been wacky, but he wasn't wrong, apparently.
Right. Well, I mean, the Unabomber's manifesto is 100% correct. The way he went about disseminating that information was not.
Was that the motherfucker who was
It
like
was
carving
effective,
stuff
though.
into his skull and was being like really
Wow.
anti-Semitic before he died?
No, he was the guy who was sending people bombs in the mail.
Yeah, the Unabomber was, or am I thinking of a different serial bomber?
No, Ted. I don't know. I think you're getting Ted Kaczynski mixed up with Charles Manson because they kind of looked a little bit alike.
No. Yeah, no, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Not
Sorry,
the same.
Sorry, Squatch.
You just ruined a wrinkle in my brain.
I'll go do a hollow hold until you say stop as punishment, I guess. Is that acceptable?
Whatever you gotta tell
talking, and
yourself
we
to
could
sleep at night,
continue
kid.
the video.
I refuse, Sam.
Individuals into divorcing their spouses when they're not measuring up to the church's standards, and also pressures them into marrying another spouse who is working for this godhood.
There's no doubt my motivation in all of this stems partly from my own personal experiences. I look back on my own life, seeing a bishop counsel me to divorce my wife, seeing my 5 children whom I raised in the Mormon church pulled from me, and spending all these years just trying to reestablish those relationships.
How are they pulled from you?
So there is a process that is referred to that I have personally never seen, but I have heard about it in the church. When somebody turns their back on the church or is excommunicated or whatever, that they are then disfellowshipped, which means that people who are still members of the church are not encouraged to continue having contact with them. That is not to say that they are utterly discouraged. Like I said, I've never actually seen this prospect or this process myself. I've known a lot of people who are excommunicated, myself included, who are still very much in contact with a lot of the friends and family that I have involved in this. But I have heard of it. It is a thing that supposedly exists, and that's probably what he's talking about. He also said he raised kids, so that I'm assuming that they're grown or mostly grown at this point.
I guess if they're grown, that would make more sense. Because I'm like, well, did you get divorced? I mean, there's laws,
And that's
shit
the
all
other
over
thing
that.
is while divorce is the law of the land, it's also extremely discouraged in the Mormon faith, even if you're married to a non-Mormon, because they don't believe in the dissolution of the family unit. So,
the
like to
similarity
say
between Mormons and
she
Catholics.
divorced him because he wasn't like good enough, he wasn't a Mormon enough for her, that'd be a pretty rare case if it happened.
It was probably something significantly more severe, and he's trying to dress it up to make himself look less like a bad person. That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
Unless this documentary is correct and Mormons are a cult, but I've got $50 on my desk saying don't say that, so I'm gonna stick with that.
Was it from the Masons?
No, it's
I know
from
literally
them.
Thank you. Good. Thank you.
hundreds of families whose stories like this could break your heart.
Greg and Jolene, divorced because of the Mormon Church and have now remarried.
He was raised Christian, and I was raised Mormon. We just had a very beautiful relationship, but it always came back to the Mormonism. I had to convert him in some way. And after 2.5 years of really trying.
Anytime someone says I was raised Christian, they were raised Mormon, or they were raised Catholic, I have to nitpick that shit. Which kind of Christian? Because if you're going to start, nitpicking their denominations, I'm going to start nitpicking yours too.
Yeah.
Right? Were you Baptist? Were you Seventh-day Adventist? Were you fucking Jehovah's Witness? Were you a Lutheran? Were you an Episcopalian? Were you what fucking kind of Christian? Because they're all different, bitch.
So like, yeah, people ask me that. I was raised Christian. None of that shit. I was just Christian. It was just normal fucking non-denominational. Like there was no.
That's the thing. Non-denominational is not a thing until after the fucking 60s.
I don't know.
It's relatively new.
The difference between a Baptist and a Lutheran, and I don't give a damn. Like,
right. All I'm saying though is like if you're gonna say Christian, but you mean any one of those things, then you can't disclude people who actually have the whole, their entire church revolves around Jesus Christ. It's in the fucking name.
Yeah.
That's my contention right there. And like I said, non-denominational was not a thing until after the 60s, after the fucking the hippies got involved with the fucking civil rights shit and all of that stuff. And they were just like, well, we want to be called Christians, but we don't want to associate with all these guys. So we're just going to say that we are Christians. And that's going to be the end of that. And then they started labeling. You got to have labels or whatever. But before that, everybody went to a specific denomination. Right. Generally, everybody in your same community went to the same denomination. Right. So they would say I'm Christian amongst each other when what they were was Lutheran or whatever. Right. Because they all attended a Lutheran church or a Catholic church or a Baptist church or whatever that fuck it happened to be locally. But yeah, the whole non-denominational thing is a more or less a new age kind of thing. Anyway, sorry.
Well, I was going to say I never, just because of the way that I was raised, like I never considered even Catholics as Christians.
Mm-hmm. But they would tell you that everyone who's not a Catholic is not a Christian, that they are the only real Christians.
Right.
Just like every other denomination I've ever run into. Just like the Mormons, actually.
This is why I don't follow a particular religion, because they're all so similar and so different, and they hate each other, and it's stupid, and I hate all of it.
Dogma's retarded.
Make a religion out of that.
The movie's pretty good, though. If you like that sort of thing.
Yes. Especially the shit mouse.
Hard. I just couldn't do it, and I was advised to divorce him.
Well, it became obvious to the church leaders that my husband was not going to go along with the church standards of the word of wisdom and had no desire to be active in the priesthood. And so they thought that it was perfectly fine and accessible and encouraged me to divorce my husband.
The second visit to the counselor,
Like how they did.
he went over the things that we had told him, and he said, well, there are just some people that shouldn't be married.
I couldn't imagine a bishop actively counseling for divorce. His job.
So all three of those like women saying that, I was thinking what this dude just said. Mm-hmm. I don't personally know. I was never married in the Mormon church. So I was never counseled at all. I hate the concept of counseling. I hate tithing. I hate the repenting process. It's all ridiculous. I hate the middleman. All of that stuff, no matter what religion it is, creeps me the fuck out. I don't need a middleman to talk to God.
Well, that was the whole point of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
He removed that barrier because,
yes. And
Which
that
is
was
really interesting because if you go back into the Old Testament before Christ, there's plenty of times where God himself is speaking directly to the fucking prophets.
Mm-hmm.
Right. They were special, but otherwise you needed to be in the tabernacle and shit.
Well, they were also filthy and crazy and lived in the wilderness most of the time. So,
yeah.
And then you cannot forget about them, their shepherds. A lot of them boys seem to know the word of God. Kind of a weird thing to me.
Oh yeah, like even
Not
David
really that
Beckham
weird,
did.
actually, given that the shepherds also doubled as the warrior caste for a lot of those Middle Eastern societies.
I don't think it was a
and
warrior
typically-
thing, man. It's not a warrior thing. It's an isolation thing. It's a being out in the wilderness just alone with your thoughts and your flock and the stars. That's what it is.
Well, that, but also a lot of like Indo-Aryan populations, like tied to the warrior type shit.
This is one of those
God's
cultural
warrior
bias
stuff.
things where you're projecting your desires onto something
yeah.
out there.
Probably.
It's not, them being warriors has very little. Everybody was a goddamn warrior back then, or they were dead, or a merchant. So, like, that doesn't mean anything. But
He wasn't talking to merchants.
But what I'm saying is like, like somebody who is forced on the daily to just be surrounded by the natural world and nothing else. He doesn't have the distractions of his civilization, right? It's going to start thinking about things, going to start contemplating things, might even start communing with some things. And yeah, they're a lot more likely to see God in the face of creation than somebody who just walks down the work to the fucking bank every week or every day to go to work.
Might I make a suggestion? 1.5 speed.
Yeah, that might help.
Yeah, we're almost halfway through, and we're almost 3 hours in. I told you guys it was going to be a long one, but
no.
I can up the speed if you guys want, like 1.25 or something, or
Oh, but we can't make it too fast. That would be funny.
listen, I listen to all my YouTube videos on 1.75, so
I thought you were at 2.
Anybody for 2?
I do it at 2. I
It
do it at
becomes
2, and if it wasn't locked behind YouTube Premium, I'd be watching some things on 3 times speed. Too many people talk too damn slow.
I kind of feel like that might be a shot at me.
No, it's not a shot at you. It's not a shot at anyone here, actually. Pretty much everyone here talks at a decent speed.
I try to choose my words before I speak, but I'm not always successful.
So am I upping the speed or no?
Yes, please. For the love of God, put it 2 times
Yeah,
speed.
a little bit. Why not?
2 times.
Although I did warn all of you this was going to be a long episode.
Yes.
Yes.
Weeks ago.
And I accepted your terms, sir.
Obvious to seek for ways in which the marriage partners can be reconciled.
And yet, in my case, my wife was advised by the bishop it would be best for her to divorce me.
There will be situations where, for reasons of incompatibility of one form or another, divorce will become inevitable. But because we have such a firm belief in the family unit and the sanctity of family life, it really would be the end of the road and not something that was ever entered into in terms of a convenience.
I went to my bishop,
Didn't I
and
say
he
all that?
advised me.
Yeah, I was gonna comment on that. I'm like Sam said earlier, like that's why none of this makes any sense to me. My dad was not in the church for my entire youth. He was just not part of the church. Not until 2018 or some shit did he become part of the church. And when I assumed that he thought he was dying. So that doesn't exactly reconcile with this, anecdotal as it is, whatever.
That it would be better for me to live without him and to be a servant in Mormon heaven than to stay married to him.
And here's a church that teaches family unity, and they destroyed my marriage.
Gentlemen, this isn't helping your case. These people have the religious freedom to believe anything they want to.
But why should they have the freedom to break up families and destroy lives?
The pressure on the Mormon
Except
women
they
is
don't.
incredible.
They don't put a gun to your head and say,
No.
leave this person. Like, that's a personal choice.
Exactly. They can advise and
It's all
counsel
predicated
anyone
on choice.
all they want.
Yeah. It's a social grouping. Like pretty much anything possesses this power. Co-workers at a workplace possess this power. Your fucking badminton league possess the same kind of power. Your government, your law enforcement, your school officials, like if you're a part of a
Your
group,
mama.
they have that kind of power if you give them that fucking power.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I mean, this brings back to, because one of the things that they're driving at here is they're not just saying they're a whacked out religion. They're trying to insinuate that it is a cult, right? And in a cult where you're, you cut off family ties, where you give them all of your material wealth, where you are tied in forever, or you're shunned forever, kind of thing. Here's the thing: there is a major difference between a religion and a cult, and there's only one difference, because in so many ways they're very, very similar. In a religion, you are free to leave.
Yep.
In a cult, you are not. In the Mormon Church, I've only heard from disillusioned people who are pissed off that things didn't go their way. Blogging on the internet, I've never heard anybody say this in person. I've never seen any real evidence of this. Will tell you that no, I escaped the cult or whatever, but no, they didn't. They left, right?
Yep.
And yeah, they don't want to see you go to hell as far as their belief system goes. So yeah, your friends are probably going to try to talk you out of that, like they would in any other religion, but they're not going to force you to stay if you do not want to stay. And that's the difference.
Even when it comes to baptism, Mormons don't baptize babies. They baptize children, which it's 8 years old for Mormons, better than a baby.
Yeah.
8 years old.
They call it the age of accountability.
Yes.
Can they do?
I think it's
taxes
still a little young, personally, but
agreed.
Wait, hold on. Do the Mormons allow 8-year-olds to do taxes?
no, of course not.
Then it's too young.
Well, they don't do taxes because they don't work and earn a paycheck.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not because the tax thing alone, man. It's because they're not in a position to have anything to tax.
Sam is pulling on me and ruining the joke. I'm sad now.
I mean, technically, the joke has a bit of a point of like, I would be more accepting of the baptism at an age where you can work, because you're at least capable of individual thought at that point, because you're seeing things of the world and how things work, like taxes.
Yes, Aaron. Yes, Aaron. I fully agree.
So does China.
Listen, if Mojang has taught us nothing else, it's that children yearn for the mines.
Yeah.
He's gonna fucking toss me off stream now. I can tell. I'm a dead man.
I'm gonna continue now.
Must be perfect. They swear an oath of total obedience to the husband in the Mormon temple. There's a whole area of psychiatric care dealing with the depression in the Mormon woman.
I have a friend who is a nurse in the psychiatric ward, and she came to me and asked, "Why is it that there's so many Mormon women in my wing? What's the trouble?" And I
Orgasms
believe that
and lack
it's simply
thereof.
because it is an impossibility to live up to the standards that are
Alcoholism.
put upon these Mormon women.
They must be perfect so that they can go to exaltation with their husbands. They don't even get out of the grave unless the husband.
Okay, this being a decade after women being put into the workforce is very much shining a light right now for why this was made. It's telling Mormon women that they need to separate themselves from their husbands and start working and stop being homemakers.
Right on the heel of the bra burning days.
Yeah.
So of course there would be a bunch of Mormon women depressed because, they're being told by everybody who's not them to abandon everything because these guys are oppressing you. These guys are horrendous. And I will wager, by the way, that these wards that are full of these super depressed Mormon women are probably full of women who are super depressed who belong to all manner of conservative religions.
I was gonna had you not brought it up, I was going, once you were done, I was going to bring that up, that
Yeah.
therapy is for women. It's not for men. And so I'd love to see that same person that was in those like working those psychiatric wards or whatever in a modern day one, and tell me how many fucking women, no matter what religion, no religion, just women in general, are in that ward. So don't just give me this bullshit of, oh, it's Mormon women, it's Mormon women. Why is it so many Mormon women? Fuck off. Fuck off.
I was gonna say, that woman's never been in an institute in a day in her life, and
I'd be willing to bet she probably never had an orgasm a day in her life either. She kind of looks a little uptight, man. She needs somebody to turn her knees to jelly, man. All will be right with the world.
Thank you for volunteering, Sam.
I mean, wouldn't be the first time.
Then calls him forth on the morning of the first resurrection. And if you do make it to celestial exaltation, heaven to the Mormon woman is being pregnant for all eternity. One spirit baby after the next.
There came a point
Jesus
in my life as a Mormon woman that things were not going right at all. My whole time was spent in doing what the Mormon leaders had told me to do. In fact, I came to the point where I felt like life just wasn't worth living anymore.
Sandra Tanner, ex-Mormon, author, researcher, considered to be one of the greatest living authorities.
Inactive Mormon. That is what I am. The word came to me. I had to pause and tell you that. I figured it out.
Did God tell you to, or your interior monologue?
Neither. So I'm not excommunicated, but I'm inactive. Okay. Sorry.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Utah has-
We do call them Jack Mormons, though.
But yes, like the common tongue is Jack, and I've also heard other people say Jill Mormons for like women, but I've always said I'm Jack.
Yeah, but that's like getting into the weeds with the identity crap. I mean, most people just say Jack Mormon for any Mormon who is
It's not
still a
because your
member
name is
but not practicing.
Yeah, it's not because you're a dude only, like fucking weird. But anyway, yeah there it is.
A higher than the national average rate of divorce. It has higher than the national average rate of suicide. Especially teen suicide is much higher in Utah than it is nationally. This is partly due to the fact that Mormons emphasize perfection.
What?
Actually, at the time, I could see that kind of making a little bit of sense. I mean, y'all keep them boys keep better records than the federal government typically did.
Yeah, I'll give you that. The Mormons keep better records than the goddamn Nazis did, and the Nazis were extremely fastidious about that shit. That's not the point. My point is like I don't see how. I mean, maybe via available records, but I think overall, no, you're probably going to see just as much of that kind of behavior in the fucking rural South, where everybody's fire and brimstone all the goddamn time. And if like the Mormons don't tell you you're going to burn in hell for fucking up, but the Baptists do.
But see, they picked Utah because that's just chock full of Mormons. So the statistics of it, and like that's retarded.
Even in 82, that wasn't. I mean, yeah, you had more Mormons than a lot of other kinds of people, but there were other kinds of people there.
Yeah, I just.
It's not a holy Mormon city, and it hasn't been for a long fucking time.
Holy as in, sacred, or holy as in, like,
entirely
solely made up of? Entirely. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
Oh, wrong tab, Tiffany.
And so many of these young people feel defeated in their striving for godhood. They can't measure up to everything the church is asking of them. And it just so demolishes their self-esteem that they can't go on. And so then they take their life.
I always felt like I wasn't doing good enough in the eyes of God.
I'm sorry. Are you?
That sounds like basic
has
Christian
gotta-
guilt to me.
Right. I was just gonna say like the Catholic guilt thing. Mormons are
I would
nothing like
would say-
Catholics when it comes to that.
I would also say this isn't even necessarily just limited to Mormons and Catholics. This is just being a person where you have where you believe you have to achieve a high bar, like
moral standard.
atheists. Yeah, no, exactly. Atheists, or not even a moral standard. Like atheists will look at the success of Elon Musk or the Kardashians and go, "Why don't I have my own mansion and my own sports car and my own hot husband?"
Because you're a loser.
What you are. Yeah, exactly. That's what they internalize, even though it's
Right.
no.
Oh, yes,
that's
it's
not
true.
the
They
norm.
should internalize it and be victims of it. I would
mean,
compare it
I've
to
heard one,
animists.
but I'm
Like
fixing
animists would have exactly the same issues of trying to live up to the necessary indemnitudes to the world. It's just imposter complex at its roots.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you take Japan for example, right? Japanese people who come out of academia and get into the real world and are extremely successful are actually a very low percentage of their people, right? A lot of the ones they break due to the pressure because they feel that constant imposter syndrome, that constant "I'm not good enough to keep up" thing. And over there, it's acceptable to fucking kill yourself if you're not.
Can we please use a minimum of therapist bullshit terms? Imposter.
I apologize if I used
Okay,
any.
so they think they
Philosopher's one
suck,
that
so they shove chopsticks up their nose real hard and jump off a ladder face first. Is that better?
No, they just jump off buildings while smiling.
Or is that more of a
in mass
Chinese thing?
groups.
No,
That's what-
Japan, they go to the forest. The buildings thing is China.
Yeah.
Oh, the Jake Paul Forest. Okay, I
Yeah,
gotcha.
I was just. It's not called the Jake Paul Force. Don't.
Let's
fucking do
not
that.
call it that, for fuck's sake.
I mean, are we gonna
Like,
call
kid,
it?
we're gonna have to put
It's
you in
like,
the corner.
like
for a
that
minute.
asshole didn't disrespect it enough, right?
I know.
Mhm.
Exactly the reaction I was looking for. Thank you very kindly.
You may
Oh,
not be
God.
coming back to this show.
I hate you more every time I meet you.
So
Squatch,
I'm
I'm
just
so
gonna-
touched. I'm so touched that you think so lowly of me. That means you think of me.
I couldn't ask for a better brother than Kip. Gene and Perry Eliason, father and brother of young Kip, who
You're out
committed
of my
suicide early in
spank bag.
1982 at the age of 16.
Kip was almost the perfect son. He was a 4-point student, Capital High School. He was involved with the track team, where he got the most inspirational track team member.
Probably
Kip was my
masturbated
best
too
friend and
much.
partner since his mother passed.
Huh?
I said he probably masturbated too much.
Oh.
Passed away when he was 5 years old.
Oh, is he
The last
blind?
2 years, Kip was so busy with these other activities with the church that
I
most
think
of the
he's
outside
dead.
activities came to a halt. The more deeply Kip got involved with
Oh,
the church,
dehydration.
the more depressed he became. So I sat down with Kip and would discuss this problem with him, and to find out what was bothering him. At that point, he told me that he had feelings, sexual feelings, that were in direct conflict with the teachings of the church. When Kip went to the LDS counselors, they only reinforced the teachings of the church, which just increased Kip's feelings of unworthiness.
I know what Kip was going through. I went to the same type interviews that he did. The pressure was great to strive for worthiness, to be perfect all the time. The only problem is Kip took it a little too seriously.
The Mormon Church, with its beautiful ads in the Reader's Digest, would like us to believe that it's Christian through and through. Yet, what the outsider sees is not what the insider sees. In the Mormon Church, the Book of Mormon itself calls the Christian body the whore of Babylon. The temple ceremony mocks the Christian pastor, calls him a hireling of Satan.
Once I got into the church,
The fuck is he talking about, Sam?
Okay. All right. So, Book of Revelations, when it talks about the whore of Babylon rising up and the beast from the sea with the 7 heads or the 10 heads and the 7 crowns or whatever, this is representative of the false churches that have spread, and gone around saying they're the true churches, and that they will be struck down by the true church, which is wielded as the sort of, the word of God by Jesus and all that stuff. And basically, they're putting themselves in the same position that every other church does. We're the right ones. All the rest of y'all are false. That's it.
Yeah.
They're just saying the same shit that everybody else does, and this guy's making it out to be something else. The Christian body. There's no unified Christian body, dumb fuck. It doesn't exist.
I mean, that's all he's been doing this entire fucking thing. It's
Well,
this is a negative thing that I personally don't like. You mean a thing intrinsic to the human condition or to human society or to Western society as a whole? Yes, but the Mormons do it, so it's bad. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. But it's no different than people who think that modern Judaism is the synagogue of Satan because of a couple of passages in Revelation. That's all. He's blowing his shit out of proportion. It's the same shit that all Christians everywhere think, except they think they're the good guys and everybody else is the whore of Babylon or the beast with the fucking 10 heads.
Says the tentacle monster.
I was asking questions, and it wasn't the same. It wasn't Christian as they had told my mom and myself. It just wasn't right.
Anyone that believes in Christ is a Christian. And we believe that we are Christians above all other denominations because we have so much revealed information about our Redeemer, our Savior, Jesus the Christ.
Mormons are instructed to use
Again, Sam says what they say later. Got it.
Christian terminology when talking to potential converts. Words such as God, Jesus, and salvation all have different Mormon meanings, which the outsider may not be aware of.
Do you consider Mormonism Christianity?
Yes, I do. We believe in God the Eternal Father and His Son, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Ghost.
There are so many that have part of the gospel.
That's not what that means, though.
What's not?
Well,
okay. So
Are
they
you- do you
don't.
believe
They believe that
in
they are.
Trinity?
Is it? Are you a Trinity man? Are you like a all-in-one kind of person?
Do I care?
Well, is that what you were
I
saying,
mean,
though?
no. I'm saying that's not what makes, just because he believes in those three things isn't what makes him a Christian. What makes him a Christian is believing that Jesus Christ died on the cross to pay the ultimate price for his sins.
Well,
Right, but they also cut that interview off, so it's possible he did say that.
Fair enough. It's not like it was a jump cut, though.
No, they just cut it. But this is the other point of contention they often come into contact with, especially with Catholics, is that they believe that God the Father, Jesus the Son, and the Holy Spirit are three separate beings who constitute what is referred to as the Godhood, which is a ruling body, right? With God at the top, they're below, and everybody else below them. But they are separate entities, not one person, whereas Catholics believe that it's all one person. It's different aspects of the same entity, which, by the way, is reminiscent of the whole like Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva thing from Hinduism, among many other triptych gods with multiple identities, multiple facets. But they believe that it's one person, which I have issues with, because then you get into weird shit. And I've said this many times on this channel. I'm going to fucking say it again because it's my 150 fucking episode. And I can say it if I want.
Getting choked up there.
A little bit. They're saying essentially, and I'm going to boil it down to brass tacks, and it's going to be crude, so buckle up, folks. God knocked up Mary with himself so that she would give birth to him, who was later then sacrificed in a horrific act to himself. If that's not Lovecraftian, I don't know what is.
Right, like if you believe in the Trinity, that is, yeah.
I would argue that Lovecraft is just biblical.
I wouldn't.
I would argue that he was just plagiarizing the Bible at that point, personally.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that's always been an issue, a contention of mine with them, and the Mormons disagree with them on that. And so Catholics, specifically Catholics, but others will come out and be like, no, they don't believe that it's like Jesus is God. He's God made manifest, made flesh. And that's like, I guess if you're into that whole fucking self-seeding thing, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. The Mormon way does make a little bit more sense to me. It's like, why is it God the Father and Jesus the Son if they're the same fucking person? Why do you make that distinction at all?
Right.
Why not just say God came down, became mortal, right? Why not just say it that way?
Yeah.
So, no, this is a point of contention that a lot of people who denigrate the Mormons, and look, there's a lot of shit to make fun of. There really is. But if you're going to do it, fucking get it right.
That's all we ask.
And
we're not even fucking Mormons anymore.
Right.
One is excommunicated by request. The other is excommunicatus traitoris.
No.
I don't speak Latin. So
I would assume traitoris would be very traitor. No?
You spoke it without even knowing the meaning of it?
Excommunicate. No, I said I would assume it would be very clear. Traitoris, traitor. I don't think it's even really Latin.
Well, when I can't hear you clearly, I'm not gonna...
okay. It's a hardware problem. Sorry about that.
You're fine.
Jesus Christ. We think the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has all of the gospel in its total fullness.
Joseph Smith's first vision is the cornerstone of the Mormon Church, and yet there are 9 versions.
That's not strictly accurate either.
Mormon.
Huh?
So I know he's speaking on behalf of the church there, but that's not strictly accurate either. As I understand it, they believe that they have the sum total of all revelations as has yet been revealed, but that they leave room for the possibility that God might fucking make more revelations down the road.
Yes, that is true. I don't know. I tune half of this out because it's such nonsense.
I know.
Leaders are deliberately keeping from you the true history of their religion because they know you will have a hard time believing it's from God if you saw how it really was all put together. In the unpublished accounts, we find that Joseph Smith first said it was just Jesus that appeared to him. The second time he wrote a story down a few years later, he says many angels appeared to him. Then some years later, he says that two beings appeared. He changes the date. He changes how old he is. He changes the motivation, why he went into the woods to pray. He changes who was there, and he changes what the message was that they gave him. So if he were
See, these are
giving
valid
us,
criticisms. Right. These are valid criticisms. If they have evidence for these, if they have evidence of him being inconsistent with his story, right, that's absolutely 100% valid.
So my question is where's her
um,
evidence? She's just saying it. Did she say
They
it?
haven't
Right.
provided
She
that
is
for
just saying
anything.
it.
Well, yes.
Now, to be fair,
Sound effect.
yeah, the version that I have always been told is the one where two personages appeared before him, and one of them was God the Father,
Same.
and the other was the Son.
Yeah.
And that's the story I've always been told. I have no idea if it was different before that because my mother was a convert, not born into it.
Mm.
So yeah, I mean, maybe it did change. I don't know. We know that some things have fundamentally changed. Like they changed their stance on black people being like, descendants
Yes.
of the first fucking murderer on earth. They also changed their stance on black people not being allowed to hold the priesthood eventually.
They've also
So,
recently changed their stance on caffeine, by the way.
yeah.
So
Like it's not like they haven't changed some things. And then you've got the offshoots like the FLDS, which are throwbacks, and in some cases violent throwbacks. And then you've got the RLDS, who are no longer called the RLDS because in order to fit in with all of the other Christian denominations at the little club meetings or whatever, they publicly renounce the Book of Mormon, which is not something a person who actually believes in a thing would do.
Yep.
I don't even know what they call themselves now, but it's not RLDS anymore. It's not Reformed Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints anymore. Or the reorgs, as we used to call them.
Yeah.
an actual account of a real experience, we would assume he would have known the first time around whether it was God or Jesus, if it was both of them, what their message was, and when it happened. Yet we find him redrafting this story. Well, if you were a witness of an accident and someone asked you to tell about it, if you gave three accounts as divergent as those three are, people would say you couldn't have witnessed the event.
The Mormon Church keeps changing its scriptures.
That's actually not true. Like when people
They've
witness
changed
events,
policy. The scriptures don't change.
well, her fucking metaphor was retarded.
Mhm.
When people witness accidents, like especially if they're hearing something that might be slightly different from someone else, but even without that, their story can change because you're not remembering it exactly as it happened necessarily.
I mean, but this isn't necessarily like the minor detail of, his shirt was green becomes his shirt was blue, too. He wasn't wearing a shirt. It was Jesus, then it was a chorus of angels, and then it was whatever the third thing was. So, I mean, yeah, it would be nice if she actually brought the receipts with the like actual papers of, hey,
Sure.
these are the different drafts you made. But it's not entirely an unfair assertion to make of, hey, if the story's inconsistent, maybe there might be something up.
No,
I'm
I
not-
agree
So
with you.
I think people can change their story on what they remember for major details as well. Because adrenaline can be pumping depending on the situation. The adrenaline makes you in the moment see something different than what you might remember later of a major point in a memory.
And I'm not saying inconsistent details necessarily makes it incorrect, but rather if there is the inconsistent details, then you need some other kind of evidence to prove or disprove the statement.
Well, yes, like we've already talked about her and her evidence, but I'm talking about the actual comparison that she made. It's not a good comparison because that absolutely happens with people's memory. especially after time. And if it's something like a revelation, like you're seeing a vision that one time and later down the road, okay, it was this bright light, maybe there were more people. Like you start to question what exactly it was that you saw, but you know the basic details. So sure,
that makes sense.
Especially when it's something of this kind of nature. It's not unreasonable for him, and I'm not fucking sweeping for this. Like, if there's actual evidence of this,
bring it on.
Exactly. Like,
Yeah.
you're allowed to question that. I would question that. But
I think she raises some really valid concerns, but like you said, like all she's doing is just talking in a documentary. They're not showing us proof of these concerns, right? They're just stating them as fact, which I don't know. There may be something to that, but I have yet to see the evidence that this is in fact a thing. And you do bring up a good point about the nature of hysteria and memory, right? But it's also like, dude was 14 at the fucking time, right?
Yeah.
When I don't know about you guys, but when I was 14, I was not what you would call a reliable narrator.
I'm not a reliable narrator now sometimes.
Yeah.
A lot of the time.
You don't narrate at all.
The changes are incredible. There's so many thousands of them. Recently, they canonized the 137th section of the Doctrine and Covenants. When I read this for the first time, I recognized that they omitted over 200 words of the actual revelation as written by Joseph Smith. Why did the church omit the 200 words? Because they contain 3 blatantly false revelations, prophecies of Joseph Smith.
Joseph Smith said the moon was inhabited with people dressed like Quakers and living to be about 1,000 years of age. And Brigham Young seconded it when he said that the moon not only was inhabited, but the sun was inhabited.
I believe some of the strongest anti-Mormon literature, if you want to call it that, is the actual publications of the Mormon Church.
One thing that's bothering me right now is this woman looks and sounds just like one of my aunts that's in the church. And there have been a couple of dudes early on, like this guy, like at that time, it's like they were all versions of each other. Because I have uncles that sounded like a couple of these. It's very weird. It's tripping me out.
It looks like my 7th grade math teacher, and now I'm mad.
I think Savage Dad's theory about GHAL potentially being a clone of some kind has been given certain level of validity if there are individuals in her family that are also potentially clones.
I don't know why anybody would want to clone me.
I have one idea.
I can think of 3, actually. Stealth insertion, loud,
and then right and left.
Those are 2 opposing things.
You can turn them on and off.
They work together.
I was trying to make a titty joke and it fell flat.
I was laughing on the inside.
Flat.
I know they're not flat. That's not what I was. Never mind. It didn't work.
I was making it.
3 failed jokes all in a row.
My God.
You can call me Sasquatch. Okay.
Yeah. But anywho, let's go on with your creepy relative here.
If I believed that Joseph Smith and Brigham Young were prophets of the living God, I'd have to be a polygamist. The true doctrine teaches that there is no eternal life without a polygamous relationship.
Thelma Gear, author, lecturer, outspoken ex-Mormon.
No, it doesn't.
Great-granddaughter of convicted Mormon.
I don't know if anybody noticed my face when that fucking was said, but no. What?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say anything about that. It's not like you can be a polygamist according to the doctrine of the church. However, the doctrine of the church also states to follow the law of the land. And since polygamy was outlawed in the United States around this time, they stopped practicing it. It's not a thing in the church. They don't have to have more than one wife, right? They're also, by the way, they're also not talking about the fact that this includes if you were, for example, widowed or a widower and you marry again, right? And you were sealed to the second husband, you're still sealed to the first, or the second wife, and you're still sealed to the first. You have multiple spouses in heaven because you're still married to the old ones, right? Like they don't talk about that aspect of it. It's such a fucking disingenuous argument. And the only ones who still constantly practice this, despite it being illegal, are the FLDS in the canyons of southern Utah and northern Nevada. That's it. That's all I got. It's just stupid.
And let's be honest, they're barely really people.
They're kind of hills have eyes sort of people.
I understand. I have cousins.
Are those people
before you get the video started, so I don't derail it? I gotta go get some food, so I'm gonna hop out.
Pussy.
Hey, if those are labels you want to apply to me, okay, cool. A lion does not concern itself with the opinions of sheep, or however that Tywin Lannister quote goes.
Yeah, lions are also useless without food. So you probably better go eat something because they're pretty fucking worthless if they don't eat.
Fear not an army led.
Even when I eat, what do you mean?
Fear not an army of lions led by a sheep, but rather fear an army of sheep led by a lion.
And I'm an army of sheep led by a sheep.
Called a herd.
Yes, I'm a herd of sheep.
I don't know where you get.
I'm gonna play the video now.
Yeah.
All
right.
Wait, don't go to Wales, kid.
Before you do, kid, do you have anything you want to shill before you go?
Oh, you're leaving. I thought you meant
yes.
you'd come back.
Yeah, no, I'm actually like diving out. Like I would have just muted if I was sticking around. And no, I've got nothing to shill. Oh, I guess. Hey, yeah, I got nothing to shill. So thanks for having me on for the.
Get the fuck off my screen. I mean, have a great night. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate you being here, kid. I really do.
Again, thank you for having me. Thank you for 3 years of this shit. Hopefully, another 10 years. 10 years in a movie. Good night.
Yeah.
Oh God, no. We'll all be dead by then.
He looks 12. Well, he is 22, or 21, or something. He's somewhere in that fucking
Close
range.
enough.
That's why I call him Egg. He hasn't actually had it yet.
That's why we reference him as kid as well.
Indeed.
An assassin, John D. Lee.
Sitting here by this fireplace, I'm reminded of my great-grandfather, John D. Lee, who was a Mormon pioneer, a bodyguard for Joseph Smith and Brigham Young as they visited secretly their numerous polygamous wives. I'm reminded that my great...
He was a bodyguard for Joseph Smith. Good fucking job, dude.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say nothing. I was just going to let that one go, but thanks for calling it out. Bro.
If it were written in doctrine and just like approved doctrine or whatever that guy's verbiage was that he used, why would they have to visit them in secret?
Well, so the otherwise don't get jealous, I imagine. Right? You know? I mean, they know what's happening, but as long as it's not right in front of their face, like, it's something that everybody can agree to.
Sir, I'm taking
but as soon as you say it,
accent.
You absolutely should, because it's absolutely mocking the South.
I'm just going to play this now. No. The South will not rise again right now.
The house is rising in my pants right now. Play the fucking video.
Grandfather had 19 wives and 64 children.
Emma Smith, Joseph's wife, is admonished in the same Doctrine and Covenants to be obedient to the call and to accept these other wives of Joseph Smith or receive the penalty thereof.
This diary tells how Joseph was sneaking around behind Emma's back to practice polygamy, how he had to promise Emma he would give up all his plural wives just for her, and yet he tells his friend that I had to tell Emma that, but I didn't really mean it.
Today in Utah, there are approximately 25,000 polygamous marriages. These people are the fundamentalists who believe that Brigham Young was a prophet of God and that this section of the DNC is true and that they cannot take away this eternal covenant with God by some law of the land.
The Mormon Church has deliberately hidden the records of its early church leaders, of their early documents, their early publications from their members.
Ron Prittis, business manager of the 7th East Press, a newspaper published by young Mormons seeking reform in the church through exposing Mormon cover-ups.
Some of the items that have brought the most attention to the paper are items of church history, theology, and some of the dishonesty on the part of some of the administrators in dealing with students.
And there are so many things in the church records. If they were open for
archaeology and our religion, restricted church documents stolen, homosexuality at BYU. These are this is an interesting still image. Sam, you were going to say something?
Yeah. So when he talks about what did he say? There was something like 23,000 or whatever Mormons. What was the exact figure that he gave in Utah or practicing or believing polygamy? I don't recall. Anyway, I just looked up the
theology
through exposing
population
of
of
seventh East.
Go ahead.
Population of Utah in 1981 was 1.5 million people, most of whom were fucking Mormon. He's talking about the fringe groups in southern Utah. He's just being disingenuous about it.
Propaganda, everybody.
Press, a newspaper published by young Mormons seeking reform in the church through exposing Mormon cover-ups.
Some of the items that have brought the most attention to the paper are items of church history, theology, and some of the dishonesty on the part of some of the administrators in dealing with students.
And there are so many things in the church records. If they were open for public inspection, it would tarnish this beautiful image that the church puts out. The missionary comes to your door. We have a beautiful story to tell you about families, and they want to tell you what a glorious place this is to raise your children. The missionary isn't part of the cover-up. He doesn't know this. He has been told that everything will check out. It's all 100% true. He thinks the records are open. He doesn't even realize he couldn't go to Salt Lake and see these documents for himself.
Where in the Christian faith, we find our scholars
So how did you get
for earlier manuscripts.
It's an interesting question, isn't it, Sam? She comes with a lot of information that have no receipts. Has no receipts.
She's the Ethan Hunt of spying on Mormons.
I don't.
In out with no proof whatsoever. No, that's like how would she know? How would she know? Because number one, if she had managed to infiltrate the church far enough to get any of this like secret information, first of all, she's not a priesthood holder. This would only have been revealed to a priesthood holder, probably probably higher up, right? Like somebody with the Melchizedek priesthood and not just the Aaronic, right? Which is another thing I'm not going to get into too much, but
I always hated that crap.
Well, I mean, they're named after like Aaron, or the Aaronic priesthood is named after Aaron, brother of Moses, and so on. Melchizedek was somebody else. Or Melchizedek. Fuck, I don't know. Some ancient dead dude.
I don't know if I even knew that information because I'm not allowed to hold it.
Yeah, because you're a woman, and that's begs the second question: how in the fuck would she
know
have had access to this information, right? Without being told by someone who did, right? And somebody who did would not have told her, were she not trustworthy, right? Like a husband or something. Unless he too was not trustworthy, in which case I don't see how he makes it that high up in the ranks. I really don't.
Right. Maybe. Whatever.
So, I mean, it's possible. I'll grant the possibility that that's exactly what happens. That somebody fucking decided he was going to break off or whatever, and he took all of that information and fed it to the, her or the press or whatever. But the likelihood of that happening is extremely fucking low. And the likelihood of her knowing anything about any of this stuff, being a woman, is extremely fucking low.
What does follow, though, is the fact that she's a woman and talking about it.
Yeah. Which I believe violates a very specific passage in the Bible. That was a joke. I know it's not the same. The one about women not teaching men.
I'm just going to play.
Always refining, always going back to the earliest manuscripts to improve and validate the authenticity of the Holy Scripture. In Mormonism, it's completely the opposite.
The leaders have to go back and rework, rewrite, cover up, change, delete, add, all the way through on all of their books, their history, their scriptures. They suppress their diaries because these things show the confusion.
This woman can easily be talking specifically about the southern Utah sects that you were talking about, and they would never have had to tell her that she was actually whatever she was doing. You know what I'm saying? Like they just went in and was like, "Hey, tell us about things."
Yeah, unless you know the difference, to an outsider, there is no difference, right? So she's talking about these guys and their secret activities and their creepiness, and they're fucking doing all kinds of weird shit in the canyons, and they think they are the same people as the ones running shit in fucking Salt Lake City. They're not. But it's possible that she's just got that shit confused, or that she was fed fucking false information about one group that was attributed to another. That's entirely possible too. It's also possible that there are secret men doing secret fucking things in the church, right? As there have been in all churches throughout all fucking time, serving their own purposes. Like that's something that you're going to find in every organized religion. So like, in which case this is not a gotcha. This is just oh great, they are a typical religion.
Yes. One thing I've also noticed with this is, who are these people?
Yeah.
They're just random people talking about the church. Like, they say, it seems like they used to be in the church or whatever. Like, we haven't gotten names like on the screen or anything showing that like they've studied anything.
I think they're all actors. They're just actors.
Yes. I hate all of this. Yay.
I mean,
man-made.
That's it. All I was saying. I mean, ...
I gotcha.
Nature of the theology and the religion. The Book of Mormon claims to be an actual historical record translated from real plates that Joseph Smith unearthed in a hill in New York. Now, if this is a genuine history, one would assume you could study this just like you would study any historical book.
Also correct.
Did you say? Oh.
Charles Crane, author, college professor, expert on Mormon archaeology.
As we look at the Book of Mormon, we find an entirely different story. Instead of being an actual record of actual fact, I have looked over maps, checked archaeological information, and I still am left to wonder, where is the land of Zarahemla? Where is the valley of Nimrod? Where are the plains of Nephihah? I have been unable to find a record of even one city as mentioned in the Book of Mormon.
We turn to the Book of Mormon. We have nothing. There is no Nephite language. There are no Nephite cities. There is not a map in any Book of Mormon. You cannot locate any site. There is no evidence for the book, and yet it's supposed to be a historical record.
Dr. Richard Fales, author.
So
I stand corrected. I guess the narrator has
the
said
Book
names
of
of people. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the dude makes a point. There's no ruins or architecture that necessarily speaks to a specific civilization that matches what the thing says about Nephites. That's correct. However, the Book of Mormon covers its own ass in that way by saying the Nephites and all of their works were wiped off the face of the fucking earth. So,
Yep.
It's like, it's like saying, where's fucking Sodom and Gomorrah, right? No, those bitches got punished, man. They're not here anymore.
Lecturer, archaeologist.
Sorry.
It could just be a clever way of getting around that too. Like, if you're making up a fucking history, and for a fact there's no proof of any of this shit, just say they were fucking destroyed, right? Like, that's a convenient way to get out of it too. So I kind of get where they're coming from, but it also it does say that though. So maybe they were, who knows.
Ever excavated one single artifact that even remotely relates to this alleged civilization that the Mormons claim existed in the United States, Central America, and in South America.
No archaeological evidence has been found to authenticate the vast American empire described in the Book of Mormon. And yet, archaeology has been able to prove the existence of all great civilizations, including those of biblical times. For instance, these coins mentioned in the Bible, the shekel, the dram, the widow's mite, have all been found in abundance.
What do we find when we look at the Book of Mormon? In Alma, the 11th chapter, verses 5 through 19, is a listing of the coinage of the period of time that was used by these people. It lists the senine of gold, the sion of gold, the shum of gold. They had lesser coins, the shiblon, the shiblum, the leah. Need it be said at this point that not one of these coins has ever been found.
Many people do not understand the Book of Mormon. This is a history of the people that inhabited the American continent, North, South, and Central America, from about 600 BC to about 420 AD. And we have much evidence, of course, of people having lived there.
I am led to believe, from my research, that this is not an actual story, but is a fairy tale, much like Alice in Wonderland.
Decades of searching by Mormon archaeologists have failed to uncover one scrap of evidence regarding the people or the places or the events in the Book of Mormon.
And Mormon missionaries throughout the world are converting people to the Mormon church by explaining to them that archaeology has proven the Book of Mormon to be true.
One of the Mormon church's standard works.
I don't know if I've ever heard that like archaeology has proven all of this, like in the church, but
it's because it hasn't.
Yeah, like these are this at least
because
is
it hasn't. It's
valid enough.
Yeah, like I mean, you'll find people to this day who believe that the ruins of Noah's Ark are sitting on top of a mountain in Turkey called Ararat, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they won't let anybody there, so there's no way to verify that.
Right.
So like no, if there was proof that was readily available to all, I might agree with them, but there isn't proof one way or the other for a lot of this stuff. And archaeology has not proven everything that in the Bible. It has not proven the existence of every great civilization. I mean, if that were the case, Atlantis would be known.
Atlantis isn't in the Bible.
Right. That's true. That's true. But there were a lot of places that also weren't in the Bible, like Tenochtitlan, for example. Or Atahualpa. I'm just saying.
The Bible
ain't everything.
You were speaking specifically to things not being proven in the Bible.
Right. Well, I mean, in general, but yeah, like you could go back and a lot of that stuff. Like it's some of it isn't proven. Some of it is guessed at, and some of it has some evidence that possibly backs it up. Sure. And yeah, some of it probably has been proven. We know for a fact there was a dude named Jesus Christ around that time period. We don't know necessarily that he was in fact the Son of God himself who came to, enlighten us all or whatever. But we knew that there was a dude who allegedly worked as a carpenter at the time who pissed a bunch of people off and died horribly. We know that happened because it wasn't just the locals who kept records about that. The Romans kept records of almost everybody they ever executed. Right? We know the guy existed. We just don't know for a fact that he was a demigod like he claimed to be, like other people claimed him to be. So like I said, the proof is kind of thing. But I mean, she's not wrong though with a lot of this stuff with the Mesoamerican stuff. The ruins that we do know of that we have found and all that correspond with like older civilizations, but not necessarily these. She's also coming at this from the assumption that those civilizations called themselves to names that are in the book.
Right.
Where are the gold tablets?
That's the thing. Like the Ark of the Covenant, they were taken back by God.
Right? Yeah. You're doing it wrong, Sam. You got to go at it like this. All right, so that's the thing. See, you're never going to believe this. What?
Right? No, that's a fair point. Like that, we don't have them readily available. They were never shown to anybody outside of Joseph Smith and his
you would think that those
alleged 11 witnesses or whatever.
Yeah, you would think that those would be something you'd want to preserve.
Absolutely. And that's like, who's going to question the will of God, though? If God says he's going to take him back, like obviously Joseph Smith had to comply with that.
Oh,
right?
is that how that works? Okay.
Yeah, 100%. Okay. No,
I don't know the story, the full story, right? Like it's been a while since
maybe
God
did take him back. Maybe they never existed in the fucking first place. The fact of the matter is I wasn't there. I don't know for sure, but that is a valid question. It's like, if these things were real, where are they? Absolutely. Yep. Where are the Urim and the Thummim, right? The seeing stones that allowed them to translate, right? Where are those at? Apparently they had to go back in the box and go up to heaven too. So
conveniently.
I forgot about the stone, seeing stones.
That's like I said, there's some magic in there. The magic seeing stones though, that's everybody always gets so surprised about that. I was like, seriously, you guys draw the line at magic seeing stones when a lot of y'all wholeheartedly believe dude got up out of his grave. Right? Like how is the one more fantastic than the
believable
other?
Right, exactly.
So It's just funny to me. But the seeing stones are that's a thing. The magic underwear is a whole other thing too. But that's
I don't even know where that
like
came
that is a
from.
real thing.
Like why?
It's a renewed symbol of the covenant between God and man. It's supposed to kind of I don't want to say the word usurp, but like it's like you know how sometimes old couples will get remarried, like renew their vows, sort of like renewing the vows of the Church of God or Israel on earth with God, but instead of cutting off more of the penis, they just wear the special underwear instead.
It's retarded.
So that's where you get thermals from?
They're not thermal. They're very thin.
Right. They're like silk.
It's like a layer of skin. It's really, really thin. It doesn't warm you up much at all.
Like they're basically just nightgown type clothing.
Does everyone get like a pair? Like
no, you have to be
those
sealed in the temple.
confirmed. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait, you have to be what in the temple?
Sealed.
You have to be confirmed and sealed in the temple
as a family. So like,
do you get out?
It's not that kind of seal.
Metaphorical stealing, you jackass.
When you get married and you figure out and you jump through all the appropriate hoops and you get married in the temple, you are sealed by covenant, which is simply means that your family is guaranteed to remain together as a family even past death.
In the afterlife. Right. So like if you're not sealed in the temple, you're not a family in the afterlife. So yeah, like it's nonsense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what they believe.
But once that happens, then they give you the magic underwear. You don't just get it.
Yes.
I mean, like some people, I think you can get it by getting, like there are certain things you can jump through to actually get the underwear. It doesn't necessarily mean, I don't think you have to go the full marriage sealing, but it's around that same time because you have to do a whole bunch of other shit as well. So yeah, but yeah, the magic, you have to do things to get the magic underwear. You don't just get the magic underwear. They're called temple garments, by the way. That's what they're officially called.
Oh,
so they gatekeep the magic underwear.
Yes.
Yes.
Very human of them.
Yep.
And
of Scripture is called the Pearl of Great Price. In this is the Book of Abraham that Joseph Smith claimed was translated from some papyrus fragments that he purchased from an Egyptologist traveling through the area.
And by 1842, with no knowledge of the Egyptian language, he translated that into what is called the Book of Abraham. That manuscript disappeared until 1967. It is now resurfaced. Several famous Egyptologists have now looked at it, translated it, and have found that it doesn't have anything to do with the time of Abraham at all.
Joseph Smith did not get right even one word in this whole translation. In fact, he took one little letter that looks like a backwards E and translated it into over 76 words with 7 names.
Well, there are certain things that are embarrassing to the church.
It never ceases to amaze me the number of intelligent people that are in the Mormon church that still accept things that cannot be substantiated. They're so locked in that they're afraid to even take another look. We've run into many times where they have admitted that rather than sit down and study with us, they'll accept what their church leaders tell them.
The Mormon Church has a living prophet whose very words can override biblical scriptures or any previous Mormon writing. For example, Prophet Spencer W. Kimball, amidst increasing social pressure, recently had a divine revelation which enabled him to lift the curse off blacks who up until then had been considered by the Mormon Church to be low in their habits, inferior in their looks, mischievous,
then why are they
treacherous,
still black?
and generally depraved.
Because isn't the skin the curse itself?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, folks.
But that's not
it just struck me all of a sudden. They lifted the curse off the blacks, but they're still black. I guess nobody else thought that was funny.
I remember when I watched this back when I was like 8 or 10, and I remember them saying that, and I was like, that didn't make any sense. Like, but they're still black. I had that exact same thought.
So, yeah, what he actually means is that he was he lifted off of them the stigma that allowed them, because they were allowed to attend the church, but they were not allowed to participate in it or become full members. And by becoming full members, they also were granted access to, the men anyway, were granted access to the priesthood, right? Like they can hold the priesthood, and they could rise up in the church as full members and all that. That's what they mean by that when they say lifted the curse off them or whatever. But this is like, I've always thought this whole thing was stupid because it's more sins of the fathers bullshit. Because essentially, like, if they're the descendants of Cain, which is what the Mormons believe, not what the movie said earlier about that whole wishy-washy bullshit. But if they're descendants of Cain, then they are essentially paying for his sin, which is stupid.
Yep. In
my opinion. So like I've always thought that was fucking retarded. But here we are.
But intelligence.
Although it does kind of.
Prophet Brigham Young had previously.
Although what?
Never mind. I'm not going to say it out loud. It was going to be really bad, and I'm not going to do it.
Please stated that any Mormon marrying a Negro would be killed on the spot, and that this sacred law must never change.
I read in a Mormon publication an article by the current prophet of the church where he described his power as the president of the church. And in it, he was saying that he was basically the liaison between man and God.
We believe that the most important prophet to us is the present prophet. So when he speaks as a prophet, we believe that it is as though the Lord was speaking.
The finality of the Mormon theology is not based upon evaluation.
That never sat well with me, just like I don't like the Pope, I don't like the prophet.
Is there an official position in the church called the prophet?
Yeah, that's what they're talking about.
No, it's called the president, but he is the prophet. Whoever the president of the LDS church is the prophet. He's the one who supposedly gets the revelation shit.
If I became the president, I would fix that real quick.
It's not.
Except that you don't get that option because the president is chosen.
Yeah.
I can't change the name of the president to the prophet once I become the president?
Nope.
Well, then what's the point?
It's not up to
you.
But
it's okay. You can start your own club and call yourself whatever you want, buddy.
I mean, that'd be like the Pope changing the name of the papacy to the Tall Pointy Hat Club. Right? He's not going to do it because they won't let him do it.
You're saying semantics.
The Tall Pointy Hat Club is the best club.
I agree, but the cardinals who actually run the church, who is not the fucking Pope, don't.
That was a trick question, brother. There's some of them tall, pointy hat fellas that you don't want to associate with.
No, but I would very much like a tall, pointy hat of my own. That's what I'm getting at.
Well, you're in luck because the KKK is recruiting.
Hey, look, man. All I got to do is throw a little bit of frill on that wimple that they go around wearing, right? It's the same thing, right? I could be a pretty KKK princess.
Oh, my God.
Let's just roll the video. We don't need to do this anymore.
By scriptural evidence, but based entirely upon a burning in the bosom. The Mormon scriptures tell you that that's what you must seek. When the Mormon missionaries come to your home, they'll talk to you about the Book of Mormon. They'll talk about the prophet Joseph Smith. And when they're done, they'll ask you to pray about it and to seek that divine burning in the bosom that they have.
Sam?
Yeah, I don't see what the problem is with this.
Did you have
everybody do that when they're seeking? No, I didn't. That's why I'm not a Mormon anymore.
But did you ever hear it called a burning in the bosom?
Once or twice, but it's a poetic way of saying the Spirit of Christ.
I never once heard of it as that. It's just the feeling of the Holy Spirit.
Yeah. Well, the bosom is your chesticle area.
Thank you.
Like
It's dermy.
It's just old language.
Explained to me because I don't know anything.
It's fucking old language, gal. It's not that big a deal.
Words are hard, and I had no idea what bosom meant. Thank you, Sam.
I've never.
I clearly said bosoms, plural, but
that's because it's a polygamy.
Yeah, look, I have heard the expression, but not often. like I said, it's just a fancier, flowery way of saying the same thing. But it's, generally that's not what they'll say to newcomers, right? That's kind of, it's the way that sometimes you'll hear them talk during like church ceremonies and whatnot. But they're not going to just like come into your home and start saying like, "Oh yeah, you need to feel a burning in the bosom, right?" It doesn't happen.
Now, this is possible.
Hold on.
I haven't read the scriptures, like the Bible, anything in a long ass time. So that's totally possible.
I think Chuck's right. Mm-hmm.
What
was that, Sasquatch?
You're muted. You muted, my friend.
Yeah, I don't want to sing to y'all.
Oh.
I was just singing the Holy Spirit activated song.
Yeah. So look, it's just old language. That's all that is. But generally, yeah, they'll use more modern language when they talk about it. Like you'll feel the Spirit of the Lord come upon you, and blah blah. Lights come on, and you see the path forward clearly, kind of shit.
The feeling of the Holy Spirit. Like the reason that I'm like making it this big deal is because they're emphasizing it here, like it's some sort of cultish phrase.
Yeah.
And that this will prove to you that Joseph Smith is a prophet of God, that the Book of Mormon is really Scripture. And so it becomes a subjective evaluation. Scripture is not to be tested.
They would encourage us then to read the Book of Mormon.
Sorry, I just had a thought.
I mean,
what? No. I'm going back to what Shock said. The King James version isn't just what the Mormons use. Like it's not. It's used by other
just
churches,
the Mormons that use it.
Yes, other church. It isn't. King James isn't specific.
That's correct.
Mormonism.
Yeah. Okay. Because
what is the preferred?
For the Mormons, it's KJV. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the King James version.
Okay, it is the King. Okay.
So that's why I was bringing it up, because I read Shocks as though that was a Mormon thing, and I had the realization, wait, no, my understanding is other churches also use that version. So that's why I was.
They do. A lot of other churches use it because it's been very, popularly, and it was also one of the first Bibles, I think, that was mass produced after the advent of the printing press.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So it got around a bit, but there's people who are today are going like, oh, it's the most incorrectly translated, or it's this is wrong about it, and this version's better, and this version, this older, whatever. There's all kinds of versions of the Bible. The Mormons use it because, as they state explicitly many times on paper and in writing, they believe that it is the most correctly translated as far as possible by mortal man up to date. That's why they go with that one.
Okay. I just needed clarification because, like, when I initially was reading what Shock said, my brain was just like, well, that's what Mormons use. So I hadn't read it in a while. It's not just a Mormon phrase then, is my realization moment thingy.
No, it isn't. And it wasn't Mormons who created the King James version. Mormons didn't exist when the King James version came into being. So.
Well, and so that makes this more egregious with this stupid fucking movie, whatever you want to call it, is because that dude was emphasizing it as if it was a Mormon thing. And if it's in the King James version, it's an everybody thing, it seems like. So fuck off. Whatever. Continuing.
And I kind of don't see how it matters, because like every single version of the Bible has been written and rewritten, or is a version that is rewritten from a previous version, etc. At all. Like it's all, there's no way to know which one is accurate and which one isn't, because it's been so diluted by different people over the fucking centuries.
Well, that was my point earlier, and why I don't follow one particular religion, because all of the translations or the versions or whatever.
Right. So it's just like whatever you think is the best version of it, go with that, as far as I'm concerned. Although I will say that the Precious Moments translation has some of the most graphic descriptions of the things happening in Sodom and Gomorrah in Judges and Kings that I have ever read anywhere. Just putting that out there.
Yep, that's why the Chuck Dixon version of the Bible is the best version.
Did Precious Moments have a full-on Bible translation?
They did, yeah.
It was based off of King James. I know that, like, just from the little blips that I'd see on their little posters or whatever. But I didn't know they wrote a whole fucking thing.
Yep, it's a
What
thing.
is Precious Moments?
I also prefer the original Klingon version.
Figurines.
You don't. Oh, yeah, hold.
They make
Anyone
those
gonna
little,
answer?
Yeah, we
Hold
did
on.
it. What's what the hell is that?
That's not me. It's not me. It's not me. With the weird noise.
Are we being punished for our sins?
I'm muted.
Whatever.
There, I'll
No,
link it in private
Gal,
chat.
it's the Precious Moments. They make those little fucking
As soon
figurines
as
with
you
the big
see it,
eyes and the
you'll
big
know.
heads that are always praying and shit. The little cute kids or whatever.
You'll
Oh,
know.
my mom obsesses
Pull up the
over
link.
these.
You'll know. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what does that have to do with what we were just talking about? Sorry. It doesn't matter.
Well, they
I'm
translated
just
Sam
gonna play
apparently
this
read the
video.
Precious
Bible.
Moments version of the
The version.
Bible.
Huh?
That they did.
What?
I think are we losing Sam?
I had a
I'm
shitter in that
losing-
moment.
It was Sam.
What does Precious Moments have to do with anything?
Absolutely nothing. We were just wanting to confuse you.
Sam apparently read the Precious Moments version of the Bible. I found that funny. He said it's very
graphic.
Yes, that's the word.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. I'm gonna move on.
Evaluation. Scripture is not to be tested.
They would encourage us then to read the Book of Mormon. Nothing in the Bible, but to read various sections of the Book of Mormon and to pray about it that we might know it was true.
When we discuss these things with Mormons, some will say, I don't care if every prophecy of Joseph Smith is proven wrong. I have a burning in my bosom that I know that the church is true. I'll say, have you tested him? I'm not going to test him. I have that burning in my bosom. It's that total and complete trust in anything Mormon.
All religion is based on faith, based on basically nothing. What is this?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Kind of makes this a bit of a pointless exercise, doesn't it?
Jesus fuck. Oh my god. Sorry. That doesn't reconcile in my brain.
What you are seeing is an authentic first time ever on film reenactment of secret Mormon temple ceremonies
What?
that even most Mormons have never seen.
Oh.
And those who have sworn never to reveal these secrets.
Then how can
Then
you
how do you
reenact it? How do you know? What? What is this?
Hold on, this is a good part.
I'm sorry, but okay.
Let's get weird, folks.
Going back. Okay.
That even most Mormons have never seen. And those who have sworn never to reveal these secrets under penalty of death.
The execution of the penalty is represented by placing the right thumb under the left ear, drawing the thumb quickly across the throat to the right ear, and dropping the hand to the side.
All of us who've been through the temple have sworn solemn oaths consenting to having our throat slit and our heart and our vitals torn out.
The execution of the penalty is represented by drawing the thumb quickly across the body and dropping the hands to the side.
In the Mormon temple marriage, the partners are sealed to each other for time and all eternity in Mason-like rituals. And without this ceremony, no one can enter the presence of Joseph Smith and become a god.
Hey, lay.
What? Okay. Wait, we enter the presence of Joseph Smith. That's again.
Not a
he
thing.
never placed himself above Jesus. It's not a thing.
They are literally relying on like you and me saying that that's not a thing. They're relying on, well, that's just because you haven't done it. You don't know. Neither do you, fuckers.
I mean, I
What?
guess we'll all have to wait till we die and find out if Joseph Smith is standing there waiting for us, right?
But so this is a reenactment of a super secret meeting that only a small few, most Mormons have never been through. So you can't debunk it because you just weren't part of the cabal. The fuck is this?
I mean, the whole culty nature of this whole thing simulate having your throat slit and then your guts torn out, and it's like, okay, so first of all, every religion on earth has some form of blood sacrifice, even if it's only simulated, right? Like even the Catholics with their transubstantiation, right? You know, they put the wafer in their mouth and they believe it becomes the literal flesh of Christ, right? The wine and becomes the literal, everybody's got a form of it. Hell, Jesus Christ himself was a blood sacrifice when you get right down to it. So was Abel. You know, so were all those burnt fucking offerings over the years, you know, and that's just with the Christian. Everybody did blood sacrifice. Everybody did, right? So this is not unusual in that regard. Although it is kind of weird that they fucking make everybody mock it, like mock it up. But except that I don't believe that they do this. This seems like the kind of thing that you'd find in a church that practices in a strip mall in fucking Hollywood. You know, like I don't think this is a real thing. I mean, I've never seen it, so I guess I can't tell you for sure whether or not it is. But
see, that's what they're banking on. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like they can just make this up and say, "Well, it's because
Right.
you weren't privy to the knowledge, but we are somehow."
But the fact that they've made up so much other stuff that is ratifiably debunked, like we've already gone over, like it kind of damages their credibility here.
Yes, kind of.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Brother Pratt, having authority, I wash you preparatory to receiving your anointings for and in behalf of John Kimball, who is dead, that you may become clean from the blood and sins of this generation.
Sister Bradford, I wash you preparatory to receiving your anointings for and behalf of Eliza Barrett. Eliza Barrett, who is dead, that you may become clean from the blood and sins of this generation.
I wash your head, that your brain and intellect may become clear and active.
Your eyes, that you may see clearly and discern between truth and error.
Thousands of occultic ceremonies each day are performed for the dead. So that
that's just baptism for the dead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. So now they're conflating the two.
It's just ritual. It's a little bit of ritual. Everybody's got fucking ritual too.
I love that phrase as well. It's just baptism of the dead.
Well, it is
totally
just
normal.
baptism for the dead.
It is.
Yeah. Look,
were
it's
you not
a
here for
thing
that
that's
earlier, Abe, when we were talking about what that is.
Yeah.
It is a uniquely Mormon thing, but it is also ultimately a harmless thing.
Right. Like I don't have a problem with the baptism for the dead.
They aren't summoning the dead into the room, right? It's not necromancy.
They're making this out to be like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So
are you sure you guys have left Mormonism or what?
Oh no, I have.
No. Like I get what you're saying, but like they're correcting the record because like this is shit that like Christians do to Mormons to this day. Like they say the same type of shit.
This film.
Yeah.
Yeah. They misrepresent it all the time. Like if you're gonna talk about it, you should actually know about it and talk about the actual things that are fucking weird.
I think it's funny because it's just the propaganda, like the propaganda of like between the religious war of like trying to convince people that you are the way, the truth and the light or whatever. Like I fucking love the drama, I guess.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It's really, this isn't so much about us shilling for a church we don't necessarily believe in anymore. Like I haven't been a member since I was fucking 18, right? I quit going when I was 12. I have my own beliefs. You and I have discussed this behind the scenes, and I've also had a conversation with Static about this kind of thing. I am not one of them, but I do feel that if they're going to be attacked, they should be attacked for things that are true.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. And I feel the same way about everybody else, but everybody else has defenders.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah,
that's all.
And the thing is, the reason I get very protective about it is because you're maligning good people. These people are good people. I grew up in it. Like the sense of community and family, it is real and good. And so when people misrepresent it on bullshit lies, it pisses me off.
82% converted to Mormonism.
Yeah, not the intention, but no, Gal's absolutely right about that.
Yeah, I'm just to be clear, I'm not maligning anyone.
No,
Right.
I wasn't saying you were. I'm talking like
Yeah.
people that made this bullshit that we're watching.
Yeah,
And
because
they're
yeah. I mean, it's obviously a hit piece, isn't it?
Yes.
You know?
Right. You know, and obviously it's not, this is not an impersonal thing for myself either, because like they're not just attacking a religion I have no stake in. I do have a stake in it. I have friends and I have family that I've had for my entire life who are still enmeshed in it, who still believe in it, and they're being attacked and they have done nothing to fucking deserve it.
Exactly.
Because what didn't like a clip from this go viral or whatever like a month or two ago, and that's what kind of brought this idea along?
It was a Joe Rogan show, and some idiot who had heard about this, hadn't actually seen it himself, but had heard about this third hand from somebody else.
Okay.
They just showed the cartoon part, and they just, you know, and
It
and
wasn't
he
Joe Rogan,
made
the
up.
Hodge twins.
Oh, the Hodge twins.
Hodge twins.
Yeah,
But,
I've definitely seen that cartoon a few times before.
yeah, but he clearly didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. And and that's why we started talking about this, because I was like, okay, this guy's a fucking idiot. And not only is that cartoon erroneous, but he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about either.
Mm-hmm. Like he took it as gospel truth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Without looking into it, and then just started using
He
talking.
didn't even watch the fucking cartoon clip. He just said somebody told him it was out there on YouTube, and this is what it said.
Mm.
You know?
It's retarded. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking people.
Yeah.
Although
They too can receive the
Go ahead.
they wouldn't let a woman run this.
What do you mean?
But for the women, they're
Because
baptizing
in
their
order to do the baptism for the dead, right, the person doing the anointing
You have to
has
have
to
the
be
priesthood.
anointed with the priesthood. A woman can't have the priesthood. She wouldn't be
I was
there.
going to comment on that earlier.
Wow.
Like they actually, this reenactment is making you think that though, Static. Like,
Right.
so it has to be the women that do it. No, only the priest, the Melchizedek priesthood holders
You're right. They're the ones who would, because
can administer it.
Women can perform a baptism for the dead for their ancestors and whatnot, but they cannot be in charge of the officiation.
Do they actually baptize like every body part?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's full
Okay.
immersion.
Full immersion.
Oh, like not like what they're doing with like the individual body parts.
No,
but
they put you in this, like I described earlier from the Manti temple. They put you in a baptismal font that is usually like, you know, 4 some odd feet deep or whatever with the guy. And it says the prayers. You hold your nose, he holds you underwater for a couple seconds, brings you back up, right? But every part of you has to go under, including any stray hairs or whatever. If they just float on the surface, you have to do it again.
I don't know, man. You guys haven't been in this back room baptism.
No, but I have done. Actually, I've done baptism for the dead, and that's exactly what happened. Like this whole shit, what they're doing here, there's like, this looks like anointing of oils, which I don't know why they would put it all over your fucking face like that. Usually, it's just the top of the head.
Yeah, I was going to say it's just the head.
No, sir, down south, we sink it to the bottom of the river. Yes, sir. All the way down.
Yeah, but this reenactment is complete bunk. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
I don't know. You've never been back there.
No, he has.
I've had baptism for the dead.
Baptism for the dead.
Yeah,
So
I've done it.
Uniquely is qualified to comment on this.
Is it okay? Is this the baptism for the dead, or is this the wedding ceremony?
No, this is baptism for the dead.
Okay.
You notice how they said that they were representing someone who's no longer with them before they started anointing them?
Okay.
At the beginning of the clip. Yeah, no, that's what they're doing. They're baptizing for the dead. And there's an anointment ceremony that happens before you get into the water, but they don't cover your whole fucking face.
So earlier, this is what I meant. Like they want you to think that this is like the marriage ceremony because they were reenacting that earlier. And then they went to a regular person that was talking, and then they started this up again without really saying what it is.
It's an individual. Like you go in and you do your baptisms for however many people you're slated to do them for. And usually they'll be relatives of yours, right? Long since dead. Yeah. But they don't do multiple people at once, right? It's a one at a time thing. Mm-hmm. You know, the font's not that big. You know?
Benefits of Mormonism.
Carry on.
Mormons are encouraged to have encounters with the dead. And it's not uncommon for demons impersonating the dead to appear to Mormons stating that they've been converted so that they too can receive the benefits of Mormonism. Mormons are encouraged to have encounters with the dead. And it's not uncommon for demons impersonating the dead to appear to Mormons, stating that they've been converted to the
I
Mormon
hate that
Church in the
shit about
spirit world,
Christians. I
and now
fucking
want
hate
their
it. That shit that where anything that is not God or Jesus himself is the fucking devil. Fuck that. Fuck you. You fucking lying sons of bitches. There are how did Hamlet put it? There are more things in heaven and earth than is dreamt of in your philosophy, right? These fucking idiots always reducing it down to like, oh, it's got to be demons. It's got to be demons. If it's a spirit, it's a fucking demon. Oh my God, it's got to be demons. Fuck you. End of rant.
But what he's just saying, but they're encouraged to communicate with the dead, is what he just said.
Mm-hmm. Which is necromancy. That's why he's saying that. He's saying like he's saying it specifically like that because that is what necromancy is communicating directly with the dead.
Yes, but
right?
it's an outright lie. They aren't
right.
encouraged to do that at all.
Right. And in this case, what they're doing with the baptism for the dead are not physically present for this. They are doing this as proxies, as stand-ins for someone who physically cannot do it themselves, but they are not like summoning them into the fucking room like Skeletor.
Yeah, it's not like you're just chucking a corpse into a...
I'll see you again, He-Man.
Right?
Yeah, you're not just chucking a corpse in like a fucking inflatable bath or something, are you?
You know, yeah, and for
here's
that matter,
here's a swimming pool. Here's your corpses. Let's do it en masse.
Look, everybody's lost somebody, right? Everybody in the world has lost somebody. At some point, you've probably gone to their resting place to speak with them or, you know, talk to them as seeking the guidance that they would have given you in life kind of shit, right? That's as far as it ever fucking goes. And everyone on earth does that. There's nothing fucking wrong with it. There's nothing evil about it.
God, the gross misrepresentation of this is irritating the fuck out of me. All right.
Encounters with the dead. And it's not uncommon for demons impersonating the dead to appear to Mormons, stating that they've been converted to the Mormon Church in the spirit world, and now want their family history traced.
Your loins, that you may be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth, that you may have joy in your posterity.
Your vitals and bowels, that they may be strong and healthy and perform their proper function.
Your breast, that it may be the receptacle of pure and virtuous principles.
Our living prophet has told us there are three purposes of the church. One is to proclaim the gospel that we've talked about. The other is to perfect the lives of the saints. And the third is to redeem the dead. Consequently, we're actively engaged in doing research work of names and places of birth dates of our families, as well as all other mortals that we possibly can.
A unique characteristic which sets apart the Mormon Church from all other major religions is its fanatical program to evangelize the dead, and because of this, the Mormon Church operates the largest genealogical center in the world.
Oh my God. So they're making it creepy by saying it's just to do this ritual with the dead. And that's why Mormons follow their ancestry. It is now a ritual for the dead to know your family history, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that genealogy is you're tracing your family history.
It is one of the reasons that they do that. It is one of the reasons that they do that is to perform baptism for the dead, but it's only one of them. It's also because they believe that everybody can be traced back to one of the fucking 12 tribes of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how they do it. They are literally the best genealogists in the world. Like I said, they keep records like nobody's business.
The thing, this isn't just, Mormons are creepy because they want to know their ancestry. Like, how many people in modern times want, I don't know, something called reparations, and then they go do this thing and they find out, my great-great-great-granddaddy or grandmammy was also putting the whip on.
Yeah.
Like,
everyone's not even
obsessed
just that.
with, like, well, what's my percentage of this? Like, what's my actual ancestry? I know this was made like 40 fucking years ago.
Right. Well, I mean, I actually happen to think that the genealogy thing is a good thing. Like, how many people out there don't know where they came from, right? This is a good way to find out. Find out who's in your family tree. Find out where your people come from. Find out, like what kind of genes you have in you, that kind of thing. And there are some people, not to bring up the transatlantic slave trade again, but the fact of the matter is a lot of the people who were brought over for whatever reason, however they got here, have lost contact and touch with where specifically they came from. All they know is that they came from Africa somewhere. They don't know what tribe, they don't know what region, they don't know any of that stuff. This, while it's still difficult on a continent where records are kind of sparse, this makes it this kind of gives people the possibility of actually finding out. And I think that's a good thing.
There's nothing wrong with knowing who your ancestors are. Even if it turns out that they were evil motherfuckers. Some of them were like, not everyone was evil and not everyone was good.
Yeah.
So trying to
the idea that knowing your ancestors is somehow
a bad thing
in any way untoward, it's ridiculous.
And that's why they're making such an emphasis on the baptism of the dead right before they start talking about this, and they say that it's for this purpose, is because people like Abe, even your reaction to the baptism for the dead, like you were a bit creeped out, especially because of the way that they're representing it. But also, like, I can understand why people might think that's weird. I don't personally think it's weird, but I can understand why people do, right? And so in modern times, people have kind of a negative feeling towards anything to do with communing with the dead, or like it's frou crap. We're not communing with the dead, but that's how they're representing it. For this purpose. This is such a fucking reach.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So irritating.
Indeed. Bible says not to get involved with worthless genealogy. Then explain fucking Isaiah to me.
Dude,
how about Kings?
Explain the entire Old Testament.
Every begat. Every
Yeah.
begat. Is it fucking half of those guys? They're only named because somebody wrote it down one time. They don't say anything about those fucking people. They contributed nothing aside from being a link in a chain of fucking genetics. You know,
and like if genealogy was so worthless, why do groups form, and why do they associate with each other in the manner that they have done in a biblical sense?
Every begat in the fucking Bible is, with the exception of the major players in the stories, right? There's no reason for those fucking people to be mentioned at all.
This is actually a good question.
What scripture is what? I don't know.
What scripture
says? Yes, says not to get involved with genealogy. I don't know. I've never seen it myself, but I mean, I may have. I don't know. I've read the Bible a few times. I just don't. I didn't memorize the fucking thing.
God damn it, dog.
Well, no. So the reason that I bring that up and why Shock is bringing it up is, okay, what are the receipts for that? Someone says this. If they know that for an exact fact, they need to be able to quote the scripture. Is what he's saying with that. At least that's my interpretation of why he said it. And that's also, I feel that is how you should be representing that.
Right.
Not a call out or anything to, was it Rock?
Yeah, I kind of feel a little bad. We all kind of jumped on it a little bit about that. I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean it. I mean, I did.
Well,
but, like,
it's nothing to do with the dude. It's, it was just
I'm talking about
bit of an asinine point, really. Yeah. Apologies.
Well, the other thing is, even the Bible contradicts itself in different areas. Not just with that. Like if there is an actual Bible verse that says that, just look at the book of Isaiah. There are contradictions in everything.
He's got it here.
Titus, like it's all over the Old Testament.
Titus 3:9. But avoid foolish questions and genealogies and contentions and strivings about the law, for they are unprofitable and vain. I think that it's not saying specifically don't trace your ancestry. I think it just means don't worry about bullshit. Doesn't matter. Like in general,
foolish questions and genealogies.
And even then, I still probably would not avoid any of that stuff myself.
Do you know what? That quote sort of screams like, don't look into my ancestors. Don't look into where I'm from. Don't care about what I'm doing. They're foolish questions.
Right.
Now pay your taxes and fuck off.
Ugh.
Yeah.
The other way.
Maybe don't think before we, don't think about what you're being asked to do. Just do what you're being asked to do. Shut the fuck up and move on. It's kind of the read I get on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Shock says, so Titus is a letter to a congregation that was mixed of Jews and Gentiles. So basically, they weren't telling people to stop being concerned with past of your brothers and sisters. Okay,
which is what you guys are interpreting it as.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the problem with it. Some of it is so goddamn vague that it's so open to interpretation that you end up with 100,000 fucking schisms and so many denominations and fucking rivalries and whatnot later that yeah, it's just a mess. Whole thing's a mess now.
Almost like it's intentional.
Mm.
Yeah, maybe the Bible was in fact a second Tower of Babel.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, you know, everybody's
That's
language was confused and they could no longer work together.
Yep.
I'm gonna move forward now.
Complete with a staff of over 600 who sort and catalog incoming census rolls, church registers, wills, and deeds. This information is transferred to microfilm and stored here, 20 miles outside Salt Lake City.
I do the research, and then I take their names to the temple and have them baptized and have them sealed in the house of the Lord as family units.
When a Mormon goes through the temple to receive his endowments, he's given a pair of this Holy Mormon underwear, and he's instructed to wear it at all times.
This garment is supposed to be all magical, all protective piece of material that will keep you
It's
from
a
harm
symbol.
if you are living the gospel of the Latter-day Saints. But I have
It's still weird, Sam.
Hey, if you've got any secondhand magical underwear, I'll buy it from you.
I don't. I never earned it.
And by the way, so it's not
to that GHAL.
what?
Secondhand underwear. He wants to buy them from you.
Oh. By the way, these garments, they go over your actual underwear.
Yeah, it's
So
supposed
they
to be
don't-
a protective layer, like you're putting on the armor of God. It represents something that's not physical, something metaphysical.
But we were talking about her underwear. I get it.
I was just making the clarification because people tend to
Mhm.
think that it is actual underwear, and no, it's
I mean-
under your clothing but above your underwear. Whatever.
And he says the offer still stands.
Gross.
I'm gonna play now.
To be frank with you, it's probably the
Good
most
girl.
attractive, dehumanizing piece of material that can be worn.
There are no statistics that prove that these temple garments have saved anybody from
It's
anything.
not supposed to be
Although
sexy.
Mormons circulate stories about how
Saved anyone from anything? It's literally a symbol.
If you see somebody in a gossamer burlap sack, right, over their underwear, right, but it's like it's basically just designed to be as unflatteringly shaped as fucking possible, right? And you
Mhm.
see somebody next to them who maybe is lacking that outer undergarment and is only wearing their actual undergarments. Which way, Western man?
Right.
You know, like I I think it did its job in that case, right?
Yep. This is so gay.
these garments, because of their magical power, have saved them from fiery deaths and all kinds of harm and accident.
Or they go to the hospital and deliver babies and they refuse to have them taken off to the point of where a doctor has to cut them off in order to deliver a baby.
After I'd help my grandmother to bathe and help her out of the tub, we would dry the left leg, put the clean garment on the left leg, and then only could she take off the garment from the right leg.
The garment is supposed to be worn next to your skin and with your other undergarments on top of that as to protect your body. It's really just like wearing.
No, it's not.
Hold on. Look at his face. Look at his face. He is totally undressing her with his eyes.
rabbit's fur undergarments on
Oh,
top
God.
of that as to protect your body.
Mm-hmm.
It's really just like wearing
he's like,
rabbit's
oh
fur
yeah,
as a
that magic
protection.
underwear, baby.
Joseph
Show
Smith
me.
was heavily
Oh yeah.
You do not
They're
wear your underwear on top of it.
That's how I know he's an
Stupid
actor and not a genuine fucking refugee of the church.
Yes.
Madam, I think you're just trying to digress from the offer that's being laid in front of you.
Look. And because a Mormon doesn't necessarily not feel these lustful feelings. They might actually undress someone with their eyes, but they would never let a fucking camera capture them doing it.
Oh my God. This is something else, man.
involved in the occult.
He kept a seer stone that he used as a crystal ball to divine the location of hidden treasures and to translate the golden plates.
In 1826, Joseph Smith was arrested and convicted for pretending to find buried treasure with that stone.
What?
That's incorrect. He's talking about the Urim and the Thummim, which were buried with the plates. He didn't use them to find the fucking plates. And there are 2 seeing stones, not fucking 1.
Yeah.
They're attached to a breastplate, right? And the stones hang up, and you look through the stones, and they
hold on
the fucking thing. But it's not. But he didn't like. Look, in the Lord, there's no fucking seeing stones before he finds the fucking plates.
I'm just saying, if you've got 2 stones attached to a breastplate, there's only one place to put them properly.
In your eyes.
No, not on a breastplate, bro. Come on, work with me here.
Oh man.
These
Mormons.
special markings in the temple garment make this a special amulet, which is called a talisman. Here in Anton LaVey's Satanic Bible, under the section called Infernal Names, I want to show you something. Here we have the god Mormo, who is king of the ghouls, god of the living dead.
Danger
Those people
music.
that follow him are
Okay.
Are they
First of
serious
all,
with this shit right now?
the Satanic Bible is 90% satire.
Yeah.
10% just random fucking bullshit that Anton thought was clever at the time. Right? And secondly, Mormo is a name from classical mythology. Right? It's one of the Furies in Greek mythology and Hellenic lore. You know, like which by the way, I might.
Though, what they're saying.
No. I will recommend. The reason I bring that up is because many mythologies were reduced to just demons by the fucking Catholics, including Hellenic. That's where they got that shit from. It's got nothing to fucking do with Mormon.
This is so fucking dumb.
called Mormons.
That's just the kind of conclusion that we can't jump to.
Right?
Could be a coincidence.
Except that Mormons are obsessed with genealogies and temple rites and rituals for the dead, whom they believe can visit the living and who can convert to Mormonism even in the grave.
No,
What the fuck does that have to do with the name?
Gates of hell. That's why the Mormon missionaries have problems in Hong Kong, for instance. They have to avoid using the word Mormon in trying to convert the Chinese.
Okay. First of all, no, the Mormons have problems in China because the Chinese at the time, and let's be honest, even today,
Still now.
are virulently anti-fucking religion.
Yes.
You know, I mean, ask Falun Gong how that works out. That's all I'm saying. Or the Uyghurs.
Yeah.
I mean, in their defense, the Southern Baptists had a bit of an issue in China as well.
Yeah, I imagine they did.
Yeah. Let's just say there wasn't a whole lot of gathering by the waters.
No, and it's. I mean, this guy's reaching. This is reaching. I now know what it feels like when I don't know. People don't believe Alex Jones. I guess.
My bad.
Is your Alex Jones's right good jar getting full again?
Yeah,
Mine is.
I gotta go empty it out.
I have to go on vacation.
Smith was not a gunslinger, Rock. No, he wasn't. He wasn't a gunslinger at all. The guy who shot him wasn't even a gunslinger. He was just a guy with a fucking, in a flintlock pistol. That's all that was. It wasn't anything special.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't even modern by the standards of the time.
Dr. John L. Smith, author and expert on the vast wealth of the Mormon Church.
The Mormon Church is the second largest financial institution west of the Mississippi River.
The Mormon Church wields economic power more effectively than any other organized religion in the world. They own the $2.6 billion beneficial life insurance company, the Deseret Management and Trust Corporation, hospitals, schools, apartment buildings, farms. They are a major stockholder in the LA Times. They own TV and radio stations, the ZCMI department store chain. They have vast land holdings with ownerships in all 50 American states, throughout Canada and Europe, and on every continent. 2/3 of their properties are tax exempt. Billions of dollars are extracted from church members each year through their mandatory tithing program.
It's very difficult to tell what.
You could say that about any church at all that follows the teachings of Christ, who, commanded that tithe be paid. Right? And it's no more than anyone else. It's 10%, 10% of your total income. That's it. I wouldn't pay it because I like to keep my money and I don't see why God should have it. But I kind of understand why this.
Do you know what doesn't have tithes?
Not going to church?
The not fucking Sleeping Bears church. Sign up, everyone. Let's do this shit.
I mean, that's because we keep running out of
You're
members.
doing it wrong, Abe. You're doing it wrong.
Here's the thing. When you fuck a sleeping bear, they don't stay asleep, do they?
Well, that remains to be seen. We haven't raised enough money to fuck any sleeping bears yet. So
we need educational programs to make sure that people know.
No, you're doing it wrong, dude. You're supposed to send me money, regardless of what religion you're involved
scratch
with.
that. Send me 100% of your income.
Yes.
And we'll make sure that sleeping bears don't fuck you.
We will,
because that's exactly what they did in Soviet Russia.
Send 100% of your income. We'll tithe it for you.
And I will guarantee you will never sleep with a sleeping bear.
Yeah. Let's just. Yeah. I don't even know what to say to all of this except that don't go poking bears with your penis. It's not a good idea. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Push a button, please.
The Mormon Church actually owns. Someone has said that even the president of the Mormon Church may not know because they might have bought something yesterday or sold something today.
Wow, they didn't bring up
Mormons own a substantial portion of Hawaii. They are one of the major financial institutions of this area.
Mm-hmm.
When you go through the Polynesian Culture Center, they offer you a tour over to their temple. And next to the Salt Lake Temple, the Hawaiian Temple receives the second largest number of visitors. They give you a film presentation of the Mormon Church.
I want to know who put that sign up. The one that says Mormon Temple. Because they don't call themselves that, as I've stated before.
Yeah.
It would be an official Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And
temple.
A government sign that said this way would also have said LDS Temple.
Yeah. Also, just because it's frequented in fucking Hawaii by people, maybe it's because Hawaii is a tourist destination. Mm-hmm. And people think of Mormon temples also being a tourist destination type of thing.
Back then, they definitely were. Now, I've got like 3 of them within fucking 20 square miles of me.
The one out in Denver out here is just in a fucking neighborhood, and I was blown away. Like we were just driving in a neighborhood, and I'm just like, is that a fucking Michael, that's a fucking temple.
They're everywhere now.
Oh God, it was so underwhelming for a temple too.
Yeah, they used to be cool.
Yeah, they used to be, but they're fucking everywhere now, like you said, and they're getting to a point. Like the really, really old ones, like the one in Salt Lake, the Great Salt Lake Temple, right? That particular temple, like there are stories about that particular building, not about like weird shit happening in there, but about like the people who built it and the fact that it took 40 years to build and they made everything with fucking hand tools, kind of shit in old school, and it's got that kind of pseudo Gothic architecture that was very prevalent in Europe like 400 or 500 years ago and all that. It's got that very cathedral look to it, and it's very, very cool and all that stuff. But now they all look like fucking modern art disasters with a little Angel Moroni stuck on top.
Yeah. So dumb.
Yeah. Prefab even.
Have you sign in. And then that name and address is forwarded to a missionary in the area that they're from. And soon after you return home from your visit to the temple in Hawaii, you will receive a note from the Mormon missionary asking you how you enjoyed your visit to the temple and would you like to know more about the church, using it as a way to get in to share with people the doctrine of Mormonism.
The Mormons have many other ways of recruiting members, through door-to-door missionaries, visitor centers, through the thousands of church-sponsored Boy Scout troops and educational institutions, and through the Mormon-controlled Marriott hotel chain, which places Mormon literature in every room. And for all its talk of building an ideal society, Utah, which is 75% Mormon, leads the nation in bankruptcy and stock fraud, and ranks among the highest in divorce, suicide, child abuse, teenage pregnancy, venereal disease, and bigamy.
What year was this made?
Fucking
What
bigamy.
the
They had to
fuck?
throw. They had to throw bigamy in there. Fuck you guys.
I would love to see if any of that is fucking true for the year.
That sounds like a mountain of bullshit.
Yeah.
It sounds like a really good time. I mean, you think about Vegas, bro. Like that sounds awesome.
Yeah. Why would you go to Vegas?
Screw Vegas.
Just fucking go to Utah and just,
It sounds
just chill.
like a pit
Holy
of,
shit.
like, despair. I don't.
Honestly, it does. It makes Salt Lake sound way more awesome than it actually fucking is. It's boring and it's hot.
Yeah.
Because by the way, despite all the fucking successful quote unquote terraforming that did, it's not true terraforming. You know how I know? Because the climate's still a goddamn desert.
Yeah.
It's still hot as fuck.
Yeah.
That is those are some statistics, all right.
Yeah.
They
They're the
are
most
claims of statistics, but they don't provide any.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, man.
There are many people.
No
in the Mormon
sources,
church that are
no
having
trust.
Right, exactly. Like
trouble believing it. Many that are in it that don't really believe it at all.
My son realized after about 5 or 6 months that he had made a mistake in joining the Mormon church. And one of the main things that made him realize that was the ridiculousness of the idea that the Mormons teach that you can become a god.
I remember going in to talk to the bishop, just shortly before I decided to leave the church. And I asked him, I said, Bishop, where is the love in this church? And I sat with tears running down my eyes, asking him, I don't feel loved. We hear all of these things.
this is a goddamn lie. Lying through her teeth. That's like, of anything that you can claim about Mormons to discredit them, this ain't it at all.
About love and how we're taking care of everybody and family home evening and all of these. But where's the love? Why don't
Maybe
I
they
feel
just
love?
didn't like
and
you,
he just
lady.
sat there.
Right. Like
That's
maybe
what I was thinking.
you're the problem. Why don't I
It's like-
feel the love? Well,
and look, you do hear the horror stories about people who've quote unquote escaped from the church, and they talk about being abused. They talk about going through awful, horrible physical and psychological tortures and shit. And then this is completely that their experience in their mind is representative of the entire church, right? Thing is that's not fucking true. I'm sure some of those cases absolutely did happen, but that just means that sick fucking people
exactly.
took advantage
The
of them,
outliers.
right? And that's the thing about predators. They go where the prey is. They disguise themselves like normal fucking people, right? So that you're going to get some of that there. You're going to get some of that anywhere people gather ever, which is a horrible fucking thing, but it is a thing. It is the truth. And it is by no means indicative of the general demeanor and nature of your average church-going member or of the organization as a whole.
Yep. And what Shock said.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that too. Women absolutely make shit up too. Yeah. No.
I would say more
Like,
frequently than men do.
Irreconcilable differences, for example. That's complete made-up woman bullshit.
You mean like them saying that and that's why you split up type of thing?
Citing it as a reason for divorce, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Looking at me like he didn't have a bit of feeling.
Mormonism undercuts the Bible. It undercuts all the other churches, so that the Mormon that starts to lose faith in Mormonism will usually feel there's nothing out there to look into.
I, in fact, believe that if the Mormon church wasn't true, there was no true church. I had one of those burning testimonies of the Mormon church.
When I was growing up, all through the years of my childhood, my sisters and my brother and I were all best of friends and had a beautiful relationship. Since I've come out of the Mormon church, my sisters and I have had no relationship at all. One of the rules,
just like you have no thought between your ears at all. Like that pause that she had there was her trying to keep making up whatever the fuck she was trying to make up to make sense.
It's also kind of
just watch her eyes.
And I were all best of friends and had a beautiful relationship. Since I've come out of the Mormon church, my sisters and I have had no relationship at all.
There's nothing between those ears.
Also, assume
she doesn't need much between her ears, honey.
No, she doesn't.
I mean, she needs a mouth, and that's about it. I can fill that up with something. She doesn't need to speak.
I mean, I'm not saying that she does need it. I'm talking about like the actual point of this video. Like,
right. But assume for a second she is telling the truth, right? She's got no relationship at all with these siblings that were supposedly her best fucking friends. Is she given any indication as to why that might be, other than just intimating that it was because they're part of the church and she's not? It has maybe nothing to do with the fact that possibly they had a falling out. Maybe she said something that fucking pissed them off and they don't want to talk to her anymore.
Or maybe they didn't listen when she tried to take them with her out of the church. Yeah. And so she's not talking to them because they're still in a cult in her brain.
Funny that when you try to tear somebody away from something that they believe with all of their heart, they might not respond so well.
Yep. Just, good God. I hate this.
The rules in the Mormon church is that if you
hate what?
Proselytizing.
Oh.
The very concept of it, you know, the door-to-door shit, anytime that you were attempting to convert someone to your way of thinking, to your way of believing, you were attempting to destroy what they already have.
Yeah.
Want to go to the temple, you can't associate with a relationship at all. One of the rules in the Mormon church is that if you want to go to the temple, you can't associate with apostate member, and that's what they call me.
After I left the church, things were the same. A lot of my friends wouldn't talk to me.
Now, even though I had left the church of my own free will because I knew it was no longer true, you are excommunicated in the Mormon church, and that excommunication is a dirty term.
Hi, Larry.
I've not been excommunicated. I chose to leave the church. I'm not excommunicated. We've already discussed this. Thank you for your bullshit lies and nonsense.
I never said you were excommunicated.
I'm not talking to you.
Why? Because I'm black?
Yes.
That's exactly why.
Quit saying what I'm saying, Sam.
But y'all both agree. This is how indoctrination works. Of course y'all agree.
Sorry, bro. You got to mark a cane. You're done.
That's all right. The green people are in. I see what's going on. The green people are in majority. You got a green-haired anti-liberal. You got a green tentacle sadist, and you got the Green Ranger.
Oh yeah.
It's true.
I'm pretty sure Sasquatch's junk is green.
I mean, he's got some greens and blues.
That's for different reasons, though.
That's what you get for peeping, Sam.
With a few rare exceptions, almost all of our Mormon friends just really wanted to have nothing to do with us.
I was totally alienated. My boyfriend that I'd had all the year I was at BYU just would have nothing to do with me. He was preparing for his mission, and he wouldn't talk to me. He just said flat out, you're not going to the temple with me, so that's it. It was my friends were told not to have anything to do with me.
These two kids of ours were on campus at the local college, and they would bring some Mormon kids over to talk to me. And somebody there at the institute told them we had been excommunicated for adultery. And that is the biggest lie there ever was.
In Utah, it's very hard for someone to leave the church.
Whenever someone says that was the biggest lie there ever was, I feel like there's a grain of truth to it then. Like, that's how I always translate that. Like, that entire phrase to me is just, I mean the opposite of exactly what I'm saying.
I feel the same way about the whole concept behind just trust me, bro. Like, no,
right. Yeah.
It's absolutely not trustworthy.
Yeah.
I kind of feel that way about gods in general. You know, the whole lie that they care. You know?
I've never once heard you say that, Sam. Weird.
Yeah.
I hear him say it all the time.
Thank you, Larry.
You're welcome.
Yep. There it goes. It has begun. Let the racism flow freely.
Sam probably listens to that. What's that song by what's the name? The front man Lemmy wrote that song. God was never on your side.
You mean Motorhead?
Yeah, Motorhead.
Mm-hmm.
And make it public. There is, first of all, the threat for your job. You may have a Mormon employer, and this could seriously threaten your work position.
Yeah,
Many
that's
people I see
so
work for
common.
the church itself and are afraid of losing their position. Some are afraid of divorce. I know people in high positions that do not believe Mormonism. I've talked to a Mormon bishop that told me he didn't believe Mormonism at all.
Recently, a Mormon family that we know, my husband began asking questions. He called one night and he said, I know what you're saying now is true. There's no doubt in my mind I can't punch any holes in it. But he said, I'm scared to death that I'm going to lose my wife and my children and my business. Because when I make this known, what I have discovered, I will lose it all.
The motivation for many of them is that Mormonism is a nice place to raise your family. It's the easy road. If you're already here and you're already in it, then why upset things?
The biggest danger was that they took me in, and I was thinking it was a Christian church. And it wasn't a Christian church. It was a cult.
Instead of going back to one of the
There it is,
standard works of
right
the church,
there.
I went to the Bible.
Took them almost
And
an
I started
hour to get
reading,
around to the word.
Yep.
Yes, I know. Like they've just been building up and building up to it.
Mine, I was going to go from cover to cover. And in the second chapter of Genesis, I studied how Eve was convinced by Satan to eat the fruit, that she could become a god. And then in the 14th chapter of Isaiah, Lucifer was cast out of heaven because he too wanted to be equal to or greater than God.
Good Lord, I just wonder how much these day players got paid to be in this.
I know.
Not enough, because we still don't have any idea who they are, right? If they'd gotten paid,
Yeah.
well, they might have
Yeah.
turned in a performance that would have sparked a career or something.
Right? Jesus. Oh my God.
Became aware of the real Jesus, the real God, and began to understand that the God of Mormonism was not the God of the Bible.
We lived the word of
As
wisdom.
opposed to
We
Korean
attended our
Jesus.
meetings. We paid our tithing. We had family home evening. We did all the things we were supposed to do. And when I became a Christian, I suddenly was not the good person I thought I was, because God revealed to us our inner pride, our inner problems, the things that had not been in focus before because we were so concerned in the outward things. We were so happy with the outward things we were doing that made us rest thinking we were okay.
I'm sorry, is she talking about every religion ever?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they've been doing the entire fucking time, but they frame it in such a way and use such a tone as to make this one in particular stand out as the bad one.
That's all this fucking has been for the most part. This entire thing. Name one religion that doesn't do half of the shit that they've put in here, whether they called it tithing or not.
GHAL.
The only thing that they mentioned that no other religion does, as far as I know, is the baptism for the dead thing. That's it. Everything else is common.
Please say it with me. Propaganda.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I was lonely as a child in the church. I was lonely as a married person in the church. I was lonely as a single person in the church. But when I met the Lord, I knew that there was someone that would be with me all of the time.
I remembered that I should ask Jesus. And
God
That's
love you,
how I
because
know.
no one else ever will.
Yeah, no, that woman looks terrified just sitting there. Look at her. Look at her face.
So the shorter haired woman right before this bitch, everything that she just said just tells me she's lying, because being lonely growing up in the Mormon church is practically impossible with all of the potlucks and everything that they do. The dances, the gatherings, everything. You're not going to be lonely. And I don't give a shit about people that are just perpetually lonely and in their own heads.
Yeah.
It's just not possible. It's a you problem if that is your problem. It is not the church.
Kind of.
Are you angry, Gal? Is that the point?
She has become angry with this. I can tell. It's probably sweating through her underwear, or for sale.
I think it's all that Jurassic Park she's been reading. It's got her all amped up.
I haven't.
No, it's not.
I started on Sherlock Holmes now. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. That's even worse, though. You're probably rooting for Moriarty.
For the 7% solution.
Moriarty doesn't come in until later.
She's still rooting for him.
She shouldn't even
my
know who
heart.
he is yet.
I remembered hearing my Christian friend say that. So I got down on my knees one day when I was all alone and asked Jesus to come into my heart.
Wow.
I didn't know
Yes,
what I was doing,
right here.
but when I got
Oh my
one
God.
day when I was all alone and asked Jesus to come into my heart, I didn't know what I was doing.
Did you guys see that thing at the top? It didn't come up again.
I got down on my knees and I asked Jesus to come.
Gross.
But when I got up, I had been born again. I found out that
Faith
Jesus
in his
was the
waters.
way, the truth, and the life, and not an organization.
I had been looking all my
Coming
life
in
at
your
something.
heart. It's about an
You
18
hear
inch
the
penis.
tears in her voice, and you just know that she really feels this, and she's just holding it back.
In the Mormon church, and I couldn't put my finger on what I was looking for.
I bet
Now,
you
when my
put your
mom
fingers,
accepted
all
Christ into her
5 of
life,
them, on what you were
she
looking
shared it
for
with
the
me.
entire time.
I saw a joy in her life that I had
was your
never
whole
seen
problem.
before in all her activity in the Mormon church. And this is what I needed. I feel very grateful to God that our whole family, my wife
Hold up,
and myself
right here.
and 7 lovely.
So this is the first time that this family has been on screen and
Yep.
that man has spoken.
Yeah.
It's been his wife the entire time.
And the kids.
Mm-hmm. He hasn't
he was
said a
nodding
goddamn
along.
word until now. I bet that, I mean, if they're not actors, he got fucking bullied into this
Yes. He's a hostage.
because he looks really unhappy. He's looked unhappy the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
children have come out of the Mormon church and know Jesus Christ in a very personal way.
Mr. Decker, Mr. Bear, I don't think we can take the case.
But there is fraud.
But there's fraud.
Deliberate misrepresentation.
Holy fuck.
And the families, the lives that are being destroyed.
You don't have the money to fight the Mormon church. They
Oh.
have billions.
This thing could go on for years, and they have the resources to do it.
You've taken us to Kolob and back, but I don't think we can get a jury to it.
Yeah, that definitely isn't
Cults are
scripted at all,
protected under
guys.
the present legal system and will continue to proliferate at the expense of human lives and families.
Because they're
This
a
is all I have
recognized
left
religion.
for my son Kip.
Huh?
Right? They're a recognized religion with all of the protections and the tax-free status that comes with. So's fucking Scientology.
Right. Yeah,
You know?
but they're a cult, guys.
Aren't they all then? If we're gonna go with that definition, aren't they all cults then? Right. Let's just start throwing that word at any time a group of people come together in any sort of unified manner.
Sir, you got it wrong. When a group of people come together, that's an orgy. When they gather, that's a cult.
Damn right.
I mean, sometimes they're both. The good ones, anyway. But yeah, this whole thing, like the whole, but there's fraud. So what? There's fraud everywhere, right? Name a single religious organization that hasn't committed some kind of fraud. Now, if you're talking about legally actionable fraud, fuck yeah, get after them, right? But if you're talking about selling people an idea, selling people a dream and a way of fucking life, then you're gonna have to go after every fucking religion that ever was.
One. Yep.
I think we're going to do it. We're really going to do it this time, Sam. We're going to finish a video.
Right. We're so close. Let's do it.
It's the last one you left me. Dad, I love you more than words can say. If it were possible, I would stay alive for only you. For I really only love you, but it's not possible. I must first love myself, and I do not. A strange feeling of darkness and self-hate overpowers all my defenses. I must unfortunately yield to it. This turbulent feeling.
Are they seriously ending this with a suicide note?
Seems sort of appropriate. if you
Looks
think
that way.
about it.
Oh,
I mean, this aborted program didn't get a chance to write a note, so let him.
Yeah.
my bad. Sorry I interrupted.
Is only for a few to truly understand. I feel that you do not comprehend the immense feeling of self-hatred I have. This is the only way I feel that I can relieve myself of these feelings now. Carry on with your life and be happy. I love you more. The words can say.
That's the best acting I've seen so far in this whole
If you had to
thing.
leave today, what would you miss the most?
Leave from
The church.
The church? From the church? I would rather be dead.
Good afternoon, ma'am. We'd like to talk to you about the Church of Jesus Christ of
They're
Latter-day
not even
Saints.
locked up right. Where's the little fucking name tags?
Holy
Name tags
shit.
and the tie tags. They're missing all kinds. Jesus.
It only took us 5 hours to finish one single hour-long video.
I'm proud of you. That is a record by far. We finished
That is a
it.
record.
video.
Longest show ever on this channel. Yeah, that wasn't a good show anyway.
And to think, the Exile Linus will be on in less than an hour.
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn, congrats.
Well, I wasn't really concerned all that much about that. This is my special day. She can suck it up.
I'll be sure to tell her you said that.
I'll tell her I said it. It's not that big a deal. It's fine. I don't know why you gotta you come in here and make it all about her anyway. It's not. It will be on her channel, not here.
That is a really weird white knighty sort of caping Captain Savaho kind of thing you do there, Larry.
Did you just call her a hoe?
That depends. Are you caping for her? Be careful about your answer. She is listening.
You just called her a hoe.
No, I said it's the kind of thing you do. You're doing that kind of thing.
You said that.
And also, Laurence is more of a black knight.
Exactly.
Debatable point.
How's that debatable? My skin is the same color as a Hershey's bar.
You eat Hershey's upside down just so you can feel the veins on your tongue, you sick fuck. I'm sorry, I've been here for a while. Sam's had me like pinned up.
Yep.
That's
So we have come to the end of the video. This is probably we're gonna cut it down here because
Static's here.
Yeah, we're gonna cut it short now, folks.
No, we're not going to cut it short now. It's not short. There's nothing short about what we did here.
Circumcising the show. It's okay. Circumcised. That's what we mean.
Truncated.
It's been a long time.
Ending. We're ending.
I'm just going to cut the tip off.
By the time we get through everybody's outros, it's going to be past the 5-hour mark anyway.
Is your audio on?
Huh?
Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah, I couldn't
he's
hear
been
you.
here the whole time. Yeah.
Somebody was talking shit. Quiet. Anyway,
I was trying to end the fucking show, Larry. You come in and you disrupt shit at the end every goddamn time. Knock it off.
Nobody cares about what you're doing. Anyway, Static, thank you. And thank you for coming on the
See ya.
This whole thing was my idea.
That was racist.
Anyway, folks, like I was saying, thank you for showing up. We're going to go on another 2 hours.
Is this what it's like when I do this?
Fucking hell. Admin wars, Christ.
No, it's fine. I can just take all their fucking powers. It's cool.
Hey, I didn't do anything.
Well, I'll make sure you regret it.
I was the vehicle for the show.
Yes.
Baby.
So anyway,
I'm not. Oh, Gal, you just set yourself up with that one. I'm not going.
Said worse.
Well, if you'd like to buy Gal's secondhand magic underwear, you can check it out on her link tree. And
Caucasian Sasquatch, and I'll send you a set.
I'm definitely not eligible for the magic underwear. That is for sure.
No.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't qualify on account of all of the fucking sex and alcohol.
That right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thanks.
The swearing didn't even factor into it.
Never telling you anything ever again, Sam. I can't trust you.
Look, it's the same reason I didn't get mine. So it's fine.
Because you got yours.
Yeah, essentially. And I was very unashamed about the whole process. So it's just like, yeah,
nice.
No, this guy fucks. What do you want? So,
I thought you were trying to end the show.
I am trying to end the show my way. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're going to go around the horn a little bit. Everybody's going to let people know where they can find them. And then we'll say goodnight, play the outro. And yeah, that'll be that. We'll start with Abe.
You'll see me play Marvel Rivals on Tuesday. Then all the other shit I do. Who cares?
Okay.
You just got tortured with depressing Mormon stuff for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Like, just please let me die.
Let's just go. Let's just
They can
die.
baptize me later.
All right.
Please.
Well, in that case, moving on to Static, what do you got coming up? Where can people find you?
You can find me on my channel Static 2020. Monday Night Bloodbath, where we'll go over all the retard shit from Washington DC over the last week. Ghislaine Maxwell named 100 people the other day, right? right?
Sweet.
That will be interesting. And then weekend pregame this Thursday. If you like laughing at stupid shit people put on the internet, that's the show for you.
And torturing panel.
Yes, I torture my panel with things that I don't even know why I have an audience, like, but I do put it in the description that it's your choice to watch the show, and you can't blame
I
me.
usually only get about halfway through it before I gotta go.
I found a clip yesterday that I don't even know if I can do it. I don't even know.
That's got to be real bad then.
It's so
be
bad.
sure to avoid Static's show this week then.
Right?
Talks about
I'm feeling sick.
incontinence.
All right. Oh, Larry, did you have anything you want to announce to the good people?
Yeah, you guys can catch me later on tonight as a moderator on the world famous Exile Lioness 2 channel. You can also catch me next week with my co-host Abe and well somebody else next Friday on Abyssal Musings. And I'm going to try to get some stuff out for my channel this week. We'll see. If I have anything up, I'll post it on X. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Cool.
Gal, what's up? What you got?
Green-haired anti-liberal, YouTube, Rumble, Twitter, and Instagram. Next thing I'm doing, today's Saturday. Click in the books, Wednesday. Continuing to read A Study in Scarlet, Sherlock Holmes. And then we will also be reading after that, The Sign at the Four. The Sign of the Four. That's me. I'm on Dermy's stuff, Sam's stuff, and Theo's Snodgrass, as well as weekend pregame with Static.
Nice.
All right. Awesome sauce. Sasquatch.
What did I do?
What do you got?
How did you know?
It was a lucky guess. You just told me.
Tomorrow night, I have the Blast Radius at 8 p.m. Eastern. That's with Captain Curmudgeon. Tuesday, I have the Naughty Corner. That's with American Justice of Texas. One's political, one's not. I'll let y'all try to figure that one out. Other than that, I'm back here next week, and I might have some debate type stuff go on with the Raging Tomato either later tonight or tomorrow night, depending on when that happens. I don't know yet. Thank you. Yeah. And happy 150th too, bud.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah, and that's for those who were, who came in later or whatever. This is the 150th episode of Screaming into the Void. It's been a long time coming. We're very happy to have reached this far. If you missed it, there's a montage at the beginning of everybody who's ever been on the show in the order that they appeared, or as close to as I could get. Some people appeared on the same show. So, yeah, it was fun to make. It took me a couple of days to make. It's the reason that there's been kind of light on the game streams this week, because I was busy doing that. But otherwise, stick around, like, subscribe, do all the things, or don't, whatever. But I appreciate all of you guys being here. Appreciate Sasquatch restreaming this and helping out. I appreciate GHAL for basically running the program today. Static for the idea, and Abe for showing up. And Larry is my partner over on Abyssal Musings on Fridays, and he puts all of that shit together. He also puts a bunch of stuff together for Exiled Lioness 2. Works very hard, this man. So shout out to him. And he's also got his own channels that he's running as well. So everybody up here's been awesome. Shadow,
one more thing.
Who's here?
Sorry, I did have something to push. I'm sorry. The road to Halloween starts in September on Abyssal Musings. I'm hoping to get people on. Hopefully, Sasquatch, you're always welcome, man. Static, you're welcome. Gal, if we can guilt trip you to have you come on one night, we'd appreciate it. That's it.
Okay. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to Shadow of Hawk, who was here earlier, for joining us for as long as he could. Everybody's descriptions or their links rather are in the descriptions below, including the channel that we typed that video from and the link to the video itself. So you can go check all that stuff out, check them out, like, subscribe to all their shit too. Thank you for being here. Remember, it could always be worse. It could be raining flaming cobras. Here's to another 150 episodes. Have a good night, everybody.